It's one of the most out-of-the-way hidden places ever. No one will think of looking for us here." Sam beamed. "Someone's looking for us?" I gasped. "Obviously." Her eyes sparkled. "There's no way they won't notice I'm missing, but I know how to protect those I love." After those words, she looked into my eyes ever so shyly. I felt overwhelming love for her. I started, but stopped midway. She was suddenly frowning. Her happy, dreamy look was replaced with anger? "What's wrong?" I asked. She was staring over my head angrily. "I didn't know it would upset you." "We've been followed." She was practically growling. All of a sudden, she jumped to her feet. "We need to get out." She was bracing herself to run. "Who are we running from?" I asked in a low whisper. "My brother!" she yelled. And before I knew what was happening, she had grabbed my hand and we were running. We pushed our way across the cafe, except we were heading deeper into it rather than leaving through the door. "There's a secret exit at the back," she yelled back at me. Behind us, I heard the door swing open and footsteps marching in. They were here. We were out the door now and pushing our way through small alleys and back roads. We turned left here and right there. I had no idea where we were or where we were heading. I couldn't hear anyone chasing us anymore, but Sam didn't stop running. "He's not really my brother," she said, panting. "He's assigned to keep an eye on me." That made sense, but I was getting too dizzy to reply. "We need to stop," I panted. Sam stopped abruptly. While I was trying to catch my breath, I saw she was trying to hear if they were still after us. A minute later, she slumped down next to me. "We've lost them," she said. I started laughing. I felt no fear. I was with Sam, but she was sitting there with her head in her hands. "I don't think he saw your face," she muttered sadly. Why was she sad? We'd gotten away. I was psyched. We could do this. Sure, I'd have to get in shape, but that wasn't anything impossible. I went in for a hug. "Maybe this will cheer you up." I was still giddy with the thrill. Her response surprised me. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. Then my world went dark. I woke up to the smell of caffeine, sunlight on my cheek, and a hammering pain on the back of my head. I looked around. I knew this place, but what was I doing here? Then I felt something in my hand. A letter. "Dear Rachel, it is with a heavy heart that I'm writing this. The past few months have been the most beautiful time of my life, and this is the only time when I've felt that I knew myself. My identity was always caught up in my parents' life, but you made me realize who I am and who I could be. I will always cherish you for that. But for your sake, I have to walk away. We can't keep seeing each other without any consequences. I will keep writing to you whenever I can, but I need to know that this will remain between us. You can't speak about me to anybody. Our presence in each other's lives was beautiful, but it has come to an end. I will always love you, Sam." I read the entire letter over and over. Tears started flowing down my cheeks, but I just couldn't understand why. What was this pain in my chest? And who really was Sam?
Once when I was in the 11th grade, I threw a birthday party and Ellen, my neighbor, was coming over. Most importantly of all though, tonight I was going to tell Ellen about my feelings for her. But just before she was due to arrive, she gave me a call and said, "Luce, I'm going out with Brian tonight. Do you mind covering for me? I told my mom that I'd be spending the night with you." I rushed to my window just in time to see Brian kiss Ellen before they got into his car and left. This was just a week after I told her I thought Brian was cute. Hi, my name is Lucy, and this is my story. Anyway, when Ellen's mom called later that evening and asked to speak to her, I said I hadn't the slightest idea where she was. That night, I heard Ellen's mom yelling at her when she got home. For once, she was getting what she deserved. The next day, she came over and apologized for putting me in an awkward position. Then, she pulled a brand new box of AirPods from her bag and gave them to me. "I know you've always wanted these, but they're too expensive for you, so here you go." I said, "Get off your high horse, Ellen. Stop showing off your money all the freaking time. Is that all that matters to you? You make me sick." I was so mad at Ellen that I didn't know what to do. So I decided the best person to get advice from was our school guidance counselor. After listening to everything, she said she had something serious to discuss with me. She said, "Ellen was just in here." She said that Ellen had said something crazy, and since she knew about my feelings for Ellen, she had decided to tell me. She said, "You have to promise never to repeat what I'm about to say." Then she told me the craziest, most unimaginable thing. She said Ellen had told her we were half-sisters. Apparently, Ellen's dad was also my dad. Just last week, she had overheard him say to my mom that I was his responsibility too, and he had to keep taking care of me. I was beyond horrified. This was too much. Not only was my crush my half-sister, but my dad had also left me to live in misery while she got everything? And I'd lived without a dad my whole life. I was done with this. I needed payback. I started with small things. I cut the string on a tin can phone line we had made when we were kids. It went between our bedroom windows. She always said it was a symbol of our friendship. Well, no more. Ellen called me immediately and asked why I had cut the line. Instead of answering, I asked her about her boyfriend, Brian. She just said goodbye politely and then didn't speak to me for a few days. A week later, she called me and said in her stupid goody-goody voice, "It's no big deal. We're growing up, and yeah, Brian is fine. It's nothing serious. We're just friends." I could have screamed with rage now. The next day, I decided to up my game. Ellen was hard of hearing and needed to feel what I was feeling. Ellen loved to listen to my music. So, I wrote a song just for her. I opened my window and started screeching. Ellen is the worst, the worst, the worst, the worst. She looks like fuzzy lumpkins, has cheeks like bloated pumpkins. Her breath smells bad, she's borderline mad. Ellen is the worst, the worst, the worst, the worst. A few minutes later, there was a knock on my door. I opened it to see a very upset Ellen. I asked, "What's up, Elle?" She said, "You're singing about me, and loud enough for the entire neighborhood to hear." I smiled at her. "I thought you'd appreciate me writing a song just for you. Consider this a small repayment for how good a friend you've been." She didn't know what to say to that. It felt so good to finally get to her that I decided to amp it up. I shared the song on Facebook. The video was removed a few hours later, and I was banned from Facebook for bullying. Brian came rushing over to Ellen's. He went inside and consoled her. I looked out from my window that night and was shocked to see Ellen and Brian kissing in her backyard. Ellen saw me looking, and I slammed the window. This was all wrong. To make it all worse, at dinner, Mom said to me, "What was that horrible song you were singing? You and Ellen are like sisters. Don't be so mean to her." I was so mad when I heard that. I yelled, "She's not my sister. I don't care what you or her dad say." A month later, there were rumors going around school that some college scholarship scouts were coming to watch the final hockey game of the season. Ellen was the star of the hockey team, but I was going to make sure that the scouts never got a chance to see Ellen. The morning before her big game, I snuck into her garage and stole her goalie kit. Ellen showed up late for the game. Her coach didn't let her play, and the team had their biggest loss of the season. Best of all, the scouts never saw Ellen. If she wanted to get into college, she'd have to get her dad to pay for it. When Ellen got back, I was waiting for her in her driveway. She looked at me in surprise and asked, "Where did you get that?" I said, "Hey, Al, it looked like a pretty fun sport, so I borrowed your stuff to give it a try." Looking at her face, I knew that she was finally going to explode. It was the moment I'd been waiting for. We'd finally put an end to this friendship and would have the biggest fight of our lives. She would finally tell me that I was the worst friend ever, and I could tell her she was a backstabbing, heartbreaking pain in the butt. But instead, Ellen took a deep breath, nodded, and then went inside. I didn't hear from her for 2 weeks. To make matters worse, Brian visited her more and more regularly now. Then she came over one day and said, "I want to apologize for being selfish. I'm glad that you want to play hockey." She pulled out a brand new hockey kit and handed it to me. "Now we can play together. What do you think?" I shut the door in her face. She'd done it again. For the next month, I was miserable. Ellen tried to call me, but she was the last person I wanted to speak to. Over time, she found new friends. But I wasn't going to let her off that easy. My life was going nowhere, and hers was perfect. I had another idea. Monica, the leader of the group of girls Ellen was hanging out with, was super insecure about her boyfriend. All it took was an anonymous message and a quickly photoshopped picture sent to Monica, telling her to watch out for Ellen. Monica did the rest. The next day, I watched as Ellen went to greet her friends, and they completely ignored her. Monica even posted on the class WhatsApp group. The message said, "Ellen is a boyfriend stealer. Be careful, girls." Finally, Ellen broke down. But rushing in to her rescue was Brian. He told her that everything was going to be okay. Damn it! I couldn't believe it. Every one of my plans seemed to backfire. Every single time. I felt like I had no energy left. I made a decision right there. I was done with Ellen. 6 months went by. We didn't speak. It hurt to be betrayed by her, but I didn't have the energy to fight it. And then one day, Ellen was at my door with a plate of brownies. "I miss you, Lou," she told me. "Can we talk?" "How's Brian?" I asked. She took a deep breath and choked back her tears. "He doesn't go out of his way to hurt me, which is more than I can say for you." I had finally made Ellen feel as hurt as I was, but I didn't feel happy. I just wanted to tell her how I felt. About my 16th birthday and all the times she let me down, but I didn't. A week later, Ellen and her family moved away. I started college, but I always kept tabs on Ellen from afar. She went off to college to become a lawyer. Now that she was gone, I missed her like crazy. One day when I got back from college, I saw Mom had a visitor, Ellen's dad. Seeing him, I snapped. I demanded to know why he was here, and before he could say anything, I said, "I don't care about you. You're no dad to me." Mom jumped to her feet and asked me what I meant. I told her what I had kept a secret all this time and said I knew everything about how she cheated on Dad with Ellen's dad. Out of nowhere, Mom roared, "How dare you say that?" I yelled back, "That's what Ellen overheard." Then they told me that the conversation Ellen had overheard had nothing to do with us being siblings. He had even cleared up that confusion with Ellen years ago. Her dad said, "Your father used to work in my factory when the accident happened. I felt responsible for you just because of that." Then he handed me a card and said, "You're invited to Ellen's and Brian's wedding." Then he was gone. An hour later, I was outside Ellen and Brian's house. To my surprise, I heard screaming inside. Brian was yelling at Ellen. I called 911 and then I banged on the door until he opened it. Behind him, I saw Ellen. She was sobbing. I pushed inside, ran over to her and said, "I'm so sorry, Ellen, for everything." After a minute, she pushed me away. Brian rushed in too. He yelled at her to throw me out or else. I demanded to know why he was speaking to her like that. The police arrived and Brian stopped screaming. Immediately, he started telling Ellen how much he loved her, how he couldn't live without her. The police asked Ellen if she wanted to press charges. She said no. I told her she was crazy. I told her that marrying him was going to be a mistake. She told me to get out of her house. It hurt like hell, but I knew that Ellen wasn't going to listen to a single thing I said after all that had happened. After that, I knew I had to stop their marriage no matter what happened. So I started going to all the places I knew Ellen would be and tried to talk to her. At first, she refused to accept me. One day, I decided to surprise her just like she had once many years ago. I baked a batch of brownies and rang her doorbell, but no one answered. The next day, I went again, and still no answer. Disappointed, I decided to try one last time. The door was opened by Ellen's mom. She told me Ellen and Brian had decided to move upstate and marry there. She said, "It's a private event for close friends and family only. You're not invited." I left and tried to look for Ellen everywhere. I still hadn't told her the truth. I hadn't told her how much I loved her. Years passed and I couldn't find any trace of Ellen. One day, my mom said to me, "It's time you get married, Lucy. You're a girl. You've got to settle down soon. Why don't you date someone?" I told her I wasn't interested, but that night, I got a call from Mom telling me she was waiting for me at a restaurant. She gave me a table number and said, "It's serious, hurry!" But when I got there, I saw a guy sitting at the table. He called my name. Oh no. Reluctantly, I walked over to him and told him I wasn't interested. I said my mom had set this up, but he held my hand and said, "Don't you remember me, Lucy?" He told me his name was Alex. I didn't, and he said he had been in my college. He said, "I love you, Lucy. I always have." Then he begged me to stay. I felt sorry for him. Before I knew it, Alex was coming around to my place and calling me his girlfriend. Mom was thrilled. A few months later, on my birthday, Alex threw me a huge party and he asked me to marry him. Before I could respond though, the doorbell rang and the police walked in. They arrested me saying Ellen had claimed I was involved in stealing millions of dollars from her dad's business. I said, "I haven't even heard from her in years. How could I?" But they refused to listen. The next day, I saw her again. Even after all these years, my heart jumped at the sight of her. Clearly though, I wasn't the only one who thought that. Alex jumped up as soon as he saw Ellen. She said, "Why won't you leave me alone? I don't even know what I did to deserve your hate." I wanted to clear up the confusion, but I knew now was not the time. Instead, I said I didn't know why she thought I would steal her money. Just then, Brian appeared and yelled, "Don't try to pretend you're innocent!" He accused me of trying to ruin Ellen's life. Ellen agreed. Then she left, saying, "I hope I never see you again, Lucy." I was still very confused about everything, so I called Ellen's dad. He said he had no idea what Ellen and Brian were talking about. The next day, he came to visit and got them to let me go. I asked him what was happening, and he said the person behind the stolen money was Brian. Turns out, he'd been transferring large sums of money to offshore accounts under my name. By the end of the month, Brian was arrested, and Ellen finally filed for divorce. She moved back in with her parents just a few blocks away. Slowly, we became friends again, and Alex encouraged it. "She's a great person. I'm sure you'll be close friends again," he said. The problem was, I still hadn't figured out how to tell Alex I wasn't going to marry him. Then one day, I decided to surprise Ellen with a visit. When I got there, I was stunned to see Alex's car already parked outside. I snuck in and found Ellen screaming at him. "Get out of here! How could you even think I would like my best friend's fiancé?" I rushed inside and they both fell silent. But I'd already heard enough. I started yelling at Alex and kicked him out. Then I turned to Ellen and said, "I've had enough of this." After 10 years, I finally told Ellen the truth. I loved you. I always loved you. I got mad when I saw you kissing Brian. Then that stupid counselor said we were sisters, and I loved you. I didn't know what to do. For a while, she stayed silent, and I knew what her silence meant. I got up to leave when she called me, and now, she asked. I said, I will always love you, Elle. Suddenly, Ellen ran over and hugged me, saying, Me too, Luce. I've always loved you.
Hi friends, my name is Anya and I was born to super rich parents. Growing up, I had every luxury, but what I really wanted was my parents' time. You see, they were self-made billionaires, and for that, they worked their butts off. Every time I'd ask them to go on a holiday, they'd be so busy. Darling, Mama has to go to a conference tomorrow. Why not ask Dad? Sweetheart, I have to close a deal in Japan this month, but we'll plan something soon, I promise. I seriously hated their work. One time, it was my 10th birthday, and I waited and waited for Mom and Dad to wish me a happy birthday, but they forgot. I was so angry that I picked up a baseball bat and started to smash everything around, even the TV. Right when it was about to fall on me, someone pulled me away just in time. It was a boy. I'd seen him around the house before. Oh my God, it could have fallen on you. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Thanks. The boy told me his name was Eli. He was our cook's son. When he asked me why I was smashing stuff, I told him how my parents had forgotten my birthday like every year. To cheer me up, he sneaked me out of the mansion on his bike and took me for ice cream. After that day, we became friends. Once when I was in the 10th grade, I had some super hard math homework I needed help with, but my parents were too busy as usual. So I showed it to Eli, and he solved the problem in no time. Mom and Dad were so impressed with Eli that they got him admission in my school. On his first day, I introduced Eli to all my friends, and he blended in super fast. At school, he was like my self-appointed bodyguard. Our annual school play was coming up, and I auditioned for the lead role of Juliet and got it. But this didn't sit well with the school's most popular girl, Emma. Will your boyfriend, Eli, be there too? I'm sure he'll play Romeo, 'cause he is one. Boyfriend? Are you crazy? Eli's just a friend. Oh, come on, Anya. Don't tell me you don't see it. The weirdo is always around you, like a stalker. I didn't want to say it, but all the kids think your rich daddy bought you a boyfriend. What the what? I was about to tell Emma to shut up when Eli came running with a water bottle for me. Anya, you were terrific. I couldn't take my eyes off you. I know you'll get the part. Yeah, whatever. You don't have to be so dramatic about it, Eli. I didn't want to hurt Eli, but I felt so uncomfortable because of what Emma had said. Is that what everyone thought? A few days later, a boy, Sean, asked me out, and I wanted to say no, but I saw Eli coming my way with Emma right behind him. So I panicked and said yes and kissed the boy on the cheek, and Eli looked super pissed. I tried my best to avoid Eli and even skipped classes because of him. One day I was in the library, and Eli came out of nowhere and sat next to me, saying he wanted to talk, but since I didn't, I walked away. And that's when Emma said, "You're too ugly to have a boy dying to talk to you. I don't know what he sees in you." You stupid girl, not everyone is like you, drooling over boys. Some people have class. Ever heard of it? I was so angry at Emma that I pushed her, but suddenly she crashed right into a bookshelf. And then one by one, all of the bookshelves crashed. The entire library was destroyed. And when the librarian came fuming, Emma put the blame on me. She was acting mad and pushed me so hard into the bookshelf. OMG, I was so scared. I thought I'd die today. I started to panic. No, it wasn't me. Tell her, Eli, it was you. You did it by mistake, didn't you? What? But Anya, I was behind you. Yes, you pushed me from behind and I fell on Emma. That's how it happened. Eli looked totally shocked. My parents were called to the school, and since they got Eli admitted here, they had to bear all the damages. He was given a week's suspension too. A few days later, when he returned, he completely ignored me and had frickin' Emma on his arm. And he wouldn't even look at me. By lunchtime, I'd had enough, so I caught up to him and grabbed his arm. Why are you ignoring me, Eli? And what's with you and Emma?
None of your business, Anya. Back off.
OMG? How could he say that to me? I was angry, but I was sad too, for losing my friend. So one day, I skipped school and texted Eli that I was sick. I knew he would come to check on me, and he did. But he instantly caught my lie.
Wait, you aren't sick. Geez, Anya, did you do this just so I'd come to you?
Please, just listen to me, Eli. I'm so sorry. Eli looked tense, but he eventually gave in.
Oh, come here. Let's forget about it.
I was so happy that Eli forgave me, and I got my friend back. A few months later, Mom and Dad were having some people over who would be investing in their new company. When the guests arrived, I was shocked. It was Emma with her parents. So, this is your mansion? A little too small, isn't it? Why? Does it remind you of your small brain? Throughout the evening, Emma kept rubbing in my face how her dad would soon become my dad's boss, and I was hating it. Before dinner, I had an idea, and I ran to the kitchen, where Eli saw me put an entire bottle of laxatives in the gravy.
Anya, no. Are you crazy?
Trust me, it'll be fun.
No way.
And just as he was about to throw the gravy, his dad came and shooed us both out of the kitchen. Later, when everyone was having dinner, I made sure Mom and Dad didn't go for the gravy, and thank God they didn't. Then, in just 5 minutes, it was chaos. Emma and her parents kept rushing to the bathroom, and I couldn't stop laughing. Mom and Dad seemed shocked, and I was so happy that I could get back at Emma. But the next day, I woke up to a nightmare when I got a text from Eli. I wish you would understand what the consequences of your actions are. Everyone makes mistakes, but some people make more stupid mistakes than most. Goodbye, Anya. What was going on? I ran downstairs and got to know that later at night, Dad had questioned all the staff and everyone had pointed fingers at Eli. So Dad fired his dad and kicked them out. What had I done? This was bad. I immediately told Mom and Dad everything, but it was too late. Eli was gone. My parents even called his dad and apologized, but they never returned, and I felt terrible. One day, I was sitting alone in the school's playground when Sean, my nice classmate, sat next to me.
Why so sad, princess?
Just nothing. Just not feeling well today.
I know something that'll cheer you up.
And then he vanished and got me some ice cream. It was so sweet, but even that ice cream reminded me of Eli. It had been almost 6 months since Eli had left, and to get my mind off of him, I started volunteering at a soup kitchen where Sean also worked. It made me realize I really acted like a spoiled brat at times. Then a week later, he invited me out, and I was super surprised that he remembered my birthday.
Happy birthday, princess.
After we cut the cake, I was eating it like a pig, but he kept staring at me with glittery eyes, and suddenly he inched close.
You've got some cake on your...
Where? Oh God, my heart was about to jump out of my throat. He was so romantic. One day, I was at school, and I bumped into someone and dropped all my books. I looked up to see it was Eli. I was so happy to see him, but he glared at me and left me there. And soon enough, I discovered Eli had changed, and now his life's mission seemed to mock me all the time. One day, we were in math class, and the teacher asked me to come and solve the sum on the board.
Oh wow, looks like my math tutoring paid off. Finally, something entered into that thick brain of yours.
Yeah? I've had a better tutor than you.
Oh really? Did this tutor teach you something like empathy? Or not being a brat? What's your problem, dude? Leave her alone. Why? Are you her new bodyguard now? Beware, 'cause that one...
Eli hadn't even finished his sentence when Sean punched him. I got in between them and they finally stopped.
Oh, so the new bodyguard needs saving.
What's your problem anyway? I get it. You don't like me.
You got that wrong. I really don't like you.
That stung. I just walked away from him, not wanting to make matters worse. A few weeks later, our school took us for a camping trip, and we went on a tour of the forest. Throughout the tour, Emma was just clinging to Eli like a snake. When I saw him alone for a minute, I walked up to him. Why are you with that awful Emma all the freaking time?
How is that any of your frickin' business? Are you jealous?
Me? Jealous? As if. And just as I said this, I slipped and went tumbling down a slope. Eli came running to me and helped me up.
Oh my God, Anya, are you all right? Can you stand?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Ow. It hurts so bad. And then all of a sudden, Eli swept me into his arms.
I don't think we can climb the slope. We gotta walk around the hill to find a way up.
No matter what, I knew he still cared for me. We'd been out for hours when we realized that we were lost. It was already getting dark, and I felt scared. Eli, what are we gonna do?
Don't worry, Anya. We'll get out of here. They'll come searching for us.
Eli then lit up a fire, and we both sat in front of it. And then I broke the silence. I'm sorry, Eli. I'm sorry for pulling that prank on Emma. I swear I didn't know until the next day that Dad thought it was you. I told him the truth, but you were gone.
I won't say it's okay, but since you realized your mistake, I guess we can let that be in the past.
Eli came really close to me, and he was definitely leaning in to kiss me. Just then we heard something in the bushes. It was frickin' Emma! Buzzkill! Eli, I've been searching for you for so long. I was so scared, and I'm so cold. Of course it was cold, because that witch was dressed in clothes the size of a bikini. But since it was late, we decided to try going back in the morning. The next day when I woke up, I had Eli's jacket on me. He must have put it on me while I was asleep. Just then, I shot straight up when I heard Emma screaming that Eli was missing. Oh my God, we had to look for him. I kept walking for a while and my ankle was killing me. And I was so worried about Eli. Emma, let's go back and wait at that spot. Maybe Eli will come back there and someone will come to rescue us. Oh yeah, someone will. But I need to get rid of you before that. Saying that, she pushed me, and all of a sudden, I was hurled up in the air. I was in a freaking trap. I saw someone had laid this trap out earlier, and I thought it would come in handy. Emma, why are you doing this? Why? You brat. Because of you, Eli doesn't love me. He says I'm just a friend. That stupid boy can't get over you. So I think I'll just leave you here. Sure, he'll be sad at first, but I'll heal him with my love. I'll take care of Sean, too.
You are a crazy psycho, Emma. You sick girl. You were just gonna leave Anya out here?
Thank God. Eli and Sean were behind Emma and had heard everything. Eli helped me get down from the trap. Sean had Emma in his grip, who looked like she'd gone mad. Eli led the way out of the jungle, and we were finally reunited with the group. After the school nurse had checked on my ankle, Sean came to me and hugged me. I was so worried. Gotta thank Eli for keeping you safe. Eli, it was at that moment I knew what I wanted. Sean, you're a nice guy, but
you love Eli. Jeez, Anya, everyone knows you both are head over heels for each other. Just too stubborn to admit it.
What? He knew and still stuck around with me? I kissed Sean on the cheek and just then saw Eli at the door with a disappointed look on his face. I ran after him and stopped him.
It's all right, Anya. Sean is a nice guy. I just came here to tell you.
I know that you love me. And guess what? I love you too. Now kiss me already. Hello guys, I'm Siobhan, and I'm unlucky. Before I tell you more, please like and subscribe to MSA. I was born to a single mother who worked tirelessly to make ends meet, and believe me, they were rarely met. But even though we were always drowning under a pile of bills, my mom was weirdly positive, and she raised me to be the same. But I was just built differently. But they scored less than I did, and her parents got her an iPhone. Why am I getting this rusty old model? Because that's what we can afford. And these phones update with a new model every month. What's the point of wasting money on something that won't even last that long? I tried to understand what Mom was saying, but it didn't make any sense to me. I felt I was prettier and smarter than most girls my age. I got good grades and never got into trouble, so why couldn't I have expensive things? It didn't seem fair. As time went on, I realized that to live comfortably simply, you needed money, lots of it, and constantly compared my life with kids around me, especially my best friend Faye. What's the big deal? These two look exactly the same, but this fabric is so sticky and weird. This one, however, makes my eyes pop. Just admit it, you can't wear this because it's cheap. Okay, fine, but what's so bad about wanting better things? And it's not like I'm gonna buy this. Not everyone is lucky enough to be born with money. I'll never understand why you're so obsessed with money. You could be the richest person on the planet, but if you're not a good person, no one is gonna stick around. You can say that because you are rich. And when I grow older, I will marry someone rich, and then I'll never have to think about money either. Not funny. Anyway, stop making that sad face. I'm buying this for you, but you have to treat me to some of your mom's fruit custard later, okay? I loved Faye. We'd been together since kindergarten, and even though she was richer than I was, she never treated me any differently. She even had an older brother, Freddie, who I always thought had a little crush on me. Every time I would visit Faye, Freddie would start running around me doing silly things.
So, Siobhan, are you into music?
A little.
Awesome!
Freddie ran outside and came back with a small Casio. He started playing, and it was like someone had murdered my eardrums. It was horrible.
So, what do you think?
It was awfully amazing. This is so good. People don't deserve to hear this. I mean, it's so good, it won't be fair to other musical genres, right? You should keep this beautiful talent hidden. You know what I mean?
I guess.
So, yeah, Freddie was a bit slow, but he was sweet, and when he asked me out for prom, I couldn't break his heart. He was Faye's brother, and she'd always been so nice to me. This was the least I could do, but prom was right around the corner, and I had nothing to wear. I asked Mom to get me a new dress, but as always, we were out of money, so she offered to give me her old dress. The sleeves are so old, and the train's full of stains. Can we just buy a new one, please? You already know my answer. But it's prom. Everyone will be dressed in beautiful gowns and dresses. I don't want to stand out like a sore thumb in this ugly gown. The hurt look on my mom's face instantly made me regret my words. But before I could apologize, she got on a phone call and left. I wanted to do something nice for her, so I used up all my money to get her a bouquet and even bought myself a new prom dress. On the night of the prom, I looked like a total vision, and when Freddie came to pick me up, he was blown away. He couldn't stop complimenting me, and we were on the dance floor when he took a gold bracelet out of his pocket.
I saw this, and I was instantly reminded of you.
Freddie, it's beautiful, but I can't accept it.
Why not? I even got it engraved for you. I've always thought you and I have had a connection. In fact, there's something I want.
Did you hear that?
What?
Someone's calling my name. I'll be right back.
But
And I just ran away before Freddie could say another word. I knew he was gonna confess his feelings for me, and I had no plans of saying yes. I was catching my breath next to the washroom when this guy from my class, Hank, approached me.
Hey there, pretty face. What are you doing standing alone like this?
Waiting for my date, actually.
You mean the guy you were dancing with? I saw you two, and trust me, there was no spark. You deserve someone who knows how to treat you well. Someone like me. So what do you say we ditch this dumb prom and go somewhere better?
I thought about it. I couldn't go back to Freddie after blowing up his proposal in his face, so I dropped him a text saying I wasn't feeling well and left with Hank. He took me to this mad party at some mansion outside the city, and it really helped me take my mind off things. I thought I'd talk to Faye the next morning, but when I got back home, I saw her sitting on the porch. Faye, I can explain. Explain what? That you ditched my brother for that shady Hank? Freddie and I saw you leave with him, so don't you dare lie to me. Yes, I went with Hank, but Freddie was about to confess his feelings for me, and I panicked. He caught me off guard. Oh, please, you've always known that Freddie likes you. You ditched him because Hank is richer than us, right? That's what you really think? What else am I supposed to think? You've always been immature and materialistic, but at least you had a good heart. But tonight, you just crossed a whole new line. Don't you ever talk to me again. Faye, please. But Faye was already on her way out. Over the next few days, I dropped her a million texts, but she never responded. A week later, during graduation, when I tried talking to her, she totally shut me down. I get that she was upset, but she made me the bad guy for not loving someone the way they love me, and that wasn't fair. So as much as I missed Faye, I decided to take a step back, and over time, we grew apart. She left for college, and I picked up a job as a concierge at the fanciest hotel in town. Working at the hotel, I met all kinds of rich people, and some of them even became my friends. But my favorite was Jenny. Her dad was a rich industrialist, and she studied at Harvard, and whenever she she visited home with friends, she asked me to come along too. You won't believe what Dad did to me. I asked him to take me skiing to the Swiss Alps, and he refused because he wants to take his mistress to Bora Bora. The last time I was there, this bee stung me, and I had to be in the hospital for a whole week. They didn't even have caviar there, and I had to eat hospital food. Can you imagine? At least you're going on vacation. My mom's getting married in Paris next week, so now I have to plan my outfits, makeup, hair, everything, and I have no time. So unfair. Ugh, get a grip, you two. There are more important things in life than vacations and dresses. Easy for you to say. Your life is perfect. You're in the best school in the country, and your dad just acquired his 100th company. Yeah, whatever. Just quit crying. You've bored Siobhan to death. At first, it felt nice to be part of Jenny's circle, but the more I hung out with them, the worse I felt about my situation. Like this one time, someone from the group wanted to try food at this expensive place. I didn't have the money to pitch in, so Jenny chipped in on my behalf. Another time, the girls wanted to go to Korea for shopping. I thought it was a joke, so I agreed. But they were serious. I couldn't even afford to pay for tickets. But Jenny made sure I didn't have to worry about that. I felt like a charity case around them. So one day, when Jenny suggested we go shopping, I decided not to go. But why? Is it about money? You know I can always cover up for you. I know, and I'm really thankful for that, but I don't want your friends to think I'm taking advantage of you. Okay, firstly, those girls are not my friends. Yeah, we hang out, but they don't know the first thing about being smart. I'd rather be with someone who values hard work, like you. You really mean it? Of course I do. Now can you come, please? I'll get you something nice. Jenny reminded me of Faye a lot, and as time passed, we only got closer. Then one day, Jenny was working with her dad on some important project. She knew I was good with numbers, so she asked for my help. I was sorting out some paperwork when I saw these documents that didn't make sense mathematically. Who made these papers? My accountant. Why? I think he's trying to scam you. Jenny took the papers from my hand, and when she saw that I was right, she was furious. The accountant was called in, and he confessed to transferring money to Jenny's stepmom's account overseas. He was fired. The stepmom was thrown out of the house. It was a huge mess. I thought Jenny would hold me responsible for breaking up her family, but instead, she offered me a job as her personal manager. I was making triple the amount I was making at the hotel, and I was really happy. But when I told Mom, she didn't look too happy. I think you should go to college, Siobhan. You're a smart girl, and you're wasting your life. I'm doing this for us, Mom. I want to make more money so you and I can finally live the life we deserve. But I'm happy with where we are. I don't want anything more. But I do. I don't want to go to college. I don't have 3 years to waste on education, then wait for a job, and then wait to finally get rich. I want to get rich now. Money isn't everything, Siobhan. When will you realize that? Mom tried her best to persuade me, but my mind was set, and a week later, I started my new job. Working with Jenny was like a dream come true. She was constantly getting invited to global events, and I got to travel the world with her. Soon after, Jenny joined her dad full-time and gave me an office right next to hers. Life was finally getting better, until one day, I was in my office when this cute millionaire, Carl, knocked on my door asking for Jenny. She wasn't around, so I asked him to wait in my office. We got talking, and he ended up inviting me to this fundraiser, but I had nothing to wear, so I begged Jenny to help me, and she gave me the keys to her closet. I was trying on a dress when my eyes fell on this gorgeous diamond necklace. I tried it on, and I'd never looked so pretty in my entire life. I really wanted to wear it, but I wasn't sure if Jenny would be okay with it. Since she wouldn't be back until the next morning, I figured I could just put it back before she found out. I really wanted to make a good impression on Carl, so I gave in to my temptation and wore the necklace. That evening, I outshone everyone. Even Carl couldn't resist showing me off. I was pretty sure he was gonna ask me out on a second date until I heard him talking to his friends.
So, who's the new catch? She looks expensive.
She's just a secretary. I actually want to get to know her boss, Jenny. She's the real catch. I figured if I got close enough to the secretary, she would introduce me to Jenny at some point, and then I'll make my move.
You're such a brat.
Yeah, Carl. What a brat. Carl turned around to look at me in shock. I thought you were a nice guy, Carl, but you're a greedy little pig.
Please spare me the dramatics. It's not like you came with me out of the goodness of your heart. You thought I was rich, so you tagged along. Just like I saw an opportunity, so I did what I had to.
Oh, sweet. So you won't mind if I do what I have to and and I splashed my drink in his face and walked away. What a moron! I was so angry. I kept walking till I realized I no longer recognized the street. I turned around to leave when suddenly 2 men jumped out of nowhere and blocked my way. I panicked and ran, but they were too fast. One of them pushed me, and the other snatched the necklace from my neck and ran away. I screamed and howled, but no one came to my rescue. I thought of going to the police and complaining, but then Jenny would find out that I'd taken the necklace without her permission, and I couldn't go to her place either. I somehow made my way back home, and when I saw Mom, I immediately broke down and told her everything. I'm so sorry, Mom. You kept showing me the right way, and I kept ignoring you, and now I've landed all of us in this mess. I'm just glad you're okay, Siobhan, and don't worry about that necklace. I'm sure we can work something out. My mom calmed me down, and the next day we went to the bank and took out a huge loan against our house. Luckily, I managed to replace the necklace and dress without Jenny knowing anything, and then I just put my resignation down. Jenny was a bit shocked, but I told her I'd gotten into a good college and wanted to continue my education. And soon after, Mom and I left town. Years passed, and my life went from bad to worse. I did waitressing in the morning, babysitting in the evening, and even taught at a local school. Even Mom picked up 2 shifts at work, but we still couldn't make enough money to repay the loan. Every night, I would sit in my room and think how I'd wasted the best years of my life running after money. Even if I didn't have much back then, my life was simpler, and I had people who loved me. Then one day, I was working at the cafe when I saw Jenny and all my old friends at one of the tables. Siobhan? Oh my God, is that you? How have you been? I wanted to say something, but all I could do was cry. Jenny sat me down, and I just spat out everything. That's why you quit your job? That necklace was a knockoff, Siobhan. It hardly cost $200. What? Why would you keep a knockoff? You're rich. Aren't rich people supposed to wear only original stuff? Who made that rule? Being rich doesn't mean I'd waste money on flashy things like jewelry. You should have told me the truth. You think I don't know that? God, I feel like such an idiot. I just wanted to look rich for one night, and it cost me my entire life. God, how will I face Mom now? Will it help if I come along? Jenny and I told Mom everything, and while she was angry for a long time, she eventually forgave me. Jenny even gave me back the necklace, and I sold it off to pay the loan. With the rest of the money, Mom and I rented a small apartment in the city, and I started preparing for college again. On my first day, I was running around the place searching for my class when I barged right into this tall boy. He turned around, and I was shocked to see it was Freddie. He smiled at me, and I knew it was time to fix my mistakes.
Hi, I'm Dee Dee, and I'm your typical high school nerd, except I have a very big secret. Want to know more? Stick around and yeah, like and subscribe to MSA. I lived with my parents and twin sister Claire. Growing up, I was a very quiet kid and mostly kept to myself. Read books, got straight A's, but Claire was the total opposite. She was the school's queen bee, really pretty, and every week she would date a new guy who would instantly fall in love with her.
You are so perfect, Claire. I love you.
Aw, sweetie, you're not too bad yourself. I love your, smile.
I love your smile and your eyes and your perfect little hands. I love everything about you.
Can you guys go and be annoying somewhere else? I'm trying to do my homework and your sugar talks are making me nauseous. Are we making you jealous? Because let's face it, the only guy you'd ever kiss is your stuffed panda. At least he's permanent, unlike the losers you date for 2 weeks, then dump and file restraining orders against because they end up stalking you. I wonder what will happen to this new arm candy. Word of advice, lover boy, run before it's too late. Claire threw a cushion at my head and left, and I couldn't help giggling. But she wasn't wrong. I was a little jealous of her. Even though I was smarter and more poised than Claire, I was always known as the other twin, or the geeky one, and no guy ever gave me the same kind of attention as Claire. Well, no one except Sid. He was the bratty son of some rich industrialist and was really popular for his stupid pranks in school. The first time I saw him was on the first day of high school when he rollerbladed his way into me in the school hallway and we both fell on our butts.
Wow, I've never seen anyone like you before.
Really?
Of course! I mean, how many people can be as stupid and blind as you are? You've gotta be someone special.
Excuse me, but you crashed into me. You should be apologizing.
You're right! Where are my manners? I'm sorry for calling you blind. Cause you also have an incredibly twitchy face and you sound like a pregnant horse when you talk. Now I know I'm very handsome and you'd rather spend your day staring at me, but I'm late for class.
And Sid just pushed past me and left. I was hoping to never run into him again.
friend. But then I walked into the class and the teacher introduced him as the new student. To make things worse, she appointed me as his student tutor to bring him up to date with the classes. Later, as I sat with Sid in the library, I saw him staring at me funny.
You must be so happy.
What makes you say that?
Come on, I saw how you were staring at me in the hallway. You like me, and it's cool. So how about we ditch these books and make out?
How about I punch your face and fracture your nose?
My plan's better.
Sid slid to my side, and our faces were inches apart.
Do you always smell like this?
Like what?
Like a mix of poop and garlic. Your breath stinks.
What the heck? I thought with time, Sid would find a new target, but a whole year went by and he only got more annoying. One time, he put a rat in my locker and it chewed all my books. And another time, Sid pulled out a fake snake from his bag and threw it in my face in the middle of a chemistry class. I got spooked, tripped, and crashed into a table full of chemicals. We couldn't enter the lab for a whole week thanks to the smell of rotten eggs. But despite everything, I had one thing going on right: my secret matchmaking website. I was Mrs. Cupid, famous for giving advice to anonymous kids who were suffering in their love life. Dear Miss Cupid, I have a crush on this mega hot chick, but since she's the most popular girl in school, she never notices me. How do I get her to date me? Dear Agent Hot Abs, I'm sorry, but the only way you'll get a girl like that to date you is in your dreams. But try the math club, drama club, and polar bear rights club. You've got a lot of pretty girls in there. And a month later, Agent Hot Abs confirmed that he was dating a theater club girl. Another time, I got an email from the bimbo babe. Dear Miss Cupid, I want a boyfriend, but I don't want to sound too desperate. What should I do? Dear bimbo babe, if you're writing this email, it means you're already desperate. And something about your name tells me you're not too smart either. Try searching the library for some hot geeks. This way, you can find a date and maybe learn a thing or two. Win-win. And a week later, bimbo babe was dating someone too. Another score for Miss Cupid. I'm making your dreams come true. Ooh, ooh.
There you are.
I jumped in shock as Sid walked up from behind me and I shut my laptop.
What you hiding on that computer? Are you stalking me on Instagram? I knew it. You have a crush on me.
I don't. Now stop snooping around and leave.
Not so soon.
Sid snatched the laptop from my hand. I tried to get it back, but that sleaze bag wouldn't let go. Finally, the laptop fell on the ground and the screen flew open.
No way. You're Mrs. Cupid? You give advice to corny teenagers. Oh my god, I'm dying. I think I might have coughed up a lung.
Shut up, you moron. And yeah, I am Mrs. Cupid. But if you tell anybody, I swear I will end you.
I won't tell anyone if you agree to set me up with someone. I know you're probably wondering why a hot guy like me would need your help, but I want to see how good you are.
I'd rather eat a bag of worms than help you. Suddenly, Sid ran out of the door and screamed into the school hallway.
Hey everybody, our grand school matchmaker Mrs. Cupid is none other than...
I covered his mouth and yanked him back into the classroom. Why are you doing this? You haven't dated a single girl this whole year and now suddenly you want a girlfriend?
Maybe I'm bored, and this could be a welcome change. Now do we have a deal?
Ugh, I hate this, but fine. I'll find a date for you. And if you two hit it off, you have to promise to permanently get off my back.
Whatever you say, princess.
I know it was probably the worst idea to help Sid, but I also didn't want anyone to find out I was Miss Cupid. It was the one good thing in my life. I wasn't going to let all my hard work go down the drain. So I sat up all night trying to find the perfect match for Sid, and the next day I arranged a few dates for Sid, but they all ended up in massive disasters.
Have you seen my new rubber chicken collection?
Your what?
Rubber chicken. You know the one you squeeze and it makes a sound? Let me show you an example. I'm a dorky chick, beep, and I love to flap my wings, beep, beep, beep.
Okay. Actually, I just remembered I have to take my cat for a manicure. See you around. And we never saw her again. The next day, Sid met another girl at a burger joint and sneakily placed his dumb rubber chicken in her food. Just as she took a bite, the toy made a sound and she almost passed out. This happened a few more times before I finally lost my mind and cornered Sid. What's the matter with you? And what's with this stupid obsession with rubber chickens?
What? I really like them. And if I can't share my passion, what's even the point of having a girlfriend?
If you really want this to work, you've gotta step up your date game. Carrying chicken toys to dates is not how you woo a girl.
Really? Then how do you woo a girl?
Sid came closer, staring into my eyes, and for a second I forgot how to breathe. But then he just pulled my laptop closer and stared at the screen.
Ooh, this one sounds interesting. Dear Cupid Lovelock, I'm tired of dating the same guy over and over again. Find me someone different. Bored Anonymous.
Yeah, cool. Now sit back and let me work my magic. I texted Bored Anonymous that the boy she was looking for would meet her in the library with a red book in hand. And the next day, Sid sat at the desk with the book while I hid behind the wall waiting for Bored Anonymous to show up. I almost threw up when I saw Claire walk in and she went straight to Sid. She was Bored Anonymous? Mind if I take this seat?
I don't see why not.
Claire pulled out a chair and I waited for Sid to do something stupid, but surprisingly, they got along really well. They were cracking up at Sid's jokes and Sid was blushing like stupid girl. And weirdly enough, I started feeling kind of jealous watching them together. I was still lost in my thoughts when Sid walked over.
That went well.
You don't actually think you can date my sister, do you?
Why? Claire is fun, cool, and pretty to look at. Why should I not date her?
Because you guys are totally different, and she's known to crush boys and walk all over them.
That was before she met me. I'm gonna steal her heart and she won't know what hit her. In fact, she just asked me to be her date at this super cool party, and I think I'm going to go.
Uh-huh. Guess what? I'll be there too, with my boyfriend.
You know you can't bring an imaginary person to a party, right?
He's not imaginary. He's a very real person. You'll see.
I can't wait.
Neither can I. And yeah, don't forget your rubber chickens. I walked away feeling kind of miserable. I had less than 5 hours to find myself a boyfriend, so I just asked one of the guys from the chemistry class to be my date, and he said yes. The party was nice, and I was having a good time, until Sid showed up with Claire on his arm and sat right next to me and my date. Oh, my sweet honey buns. I could stare into your eyes forever.
And I could stare into yours.
I can stare deeper.
I can stare into your soul and I can say you're an angel.
That doesn't even make any sense.
It's a metaphor.
It's stupid.
You're stupid.
Are you two done? Because I want to dance. Sid, come on, we'll join you.
But I don't know how to dance.
Just follow my lead. I dragged my date, but he kept missing steps, banged into a bunch of people. At one point, he stomped on my feet so bad, I had to sit down with an ice pack. I didn't see Sid and Claire after that, and the next day, they were officially dating. Sid was so lost in Claire's love, he didn't pay any attention to me. No pranks, no rude comments, not even a glance, and it made me so mad. But I knew it was only a matter of days till Claire would dump Sid. Despite our weird relationship, he was kinda the only friend I had, and I didn't want him to end up hating me after Claire dumped him. So I tried talking to Claire about it. So, you and Sid, huh? When are you dumping him? Not this time. I actually like this guy, and I think I'm gonna stick around. But he's so uncultured and weird, and I might warn you, he has an unhealthy obsession with rubber chicken toys. It's bizarre. So, he's a funny guy. And why are you so interested in Sid anyway? You never paid attention to the guys I've dated in the past. I'm just looking out for you. Yeah, right. Stop prying and mind your own business. Claire Cat walked her way out of the room, and I kept thinking about what she said. Why was it bothering me so much that Sid was dating Claire? Did I have feelings for him? Ew. No. Yuck. I just shoved whatever stupid thoughts I had to aside and decided to focus on my studies. But my concentration was all over the place. Then one day, I was in the library breaking my head over some complicated maths equation when someone pulled my notebook. Sid, give that back.
I will when you tell me why are you so mad at me?
Why would I be mad at you? Do I look mad at you? You and I are not friends that I'll be mad enough to be mad at you. That'll be madness, and I'm not that mad. I grabbed my books and turned to leave, but Sid got in the way.
I'm not done talking. Did you tell Claire that I'm uncultured and weird?
Maybe.
Why?
Because it's the truth. You are weird and creepy, and you don't care about anyone's feelings. Remember how you chased me around for a year, saying the stupidest things, and now that you have a girlfriend, it's like I don't even exist?
I thought you wanted me to back off, and now you're bothered by it? What do you want, Dee Dee?
I don't know, okay? Maybe I'm just mad at you for not even saying a thank you. If not for me, Claire would never date a rubber chicken-loving brat like you.
Fine, thank you. Happy now? Anyway, I came here to ask your opinion on this necklace I got for Claire for prom, but I guess it was a stupid mistake.
Glad to know that there's something you can figure out on your own. Sid and I didn't talk after that, and I just spent most of my days locked up in my room, eating tubs of ice cream and watching MSA. Watching these stories made me realize how stupid I was to chase a guy who didn't even like me, so I decided to keep my self-respect and forget about Sid, even though it broke my heart. Then a few days later, it was prom, and I decided not to go. I was casually sitting in my living room when I heard a car pull up in the driveway. I peeked outside the window and saw Claire kissing some guy who looked nothing like Sid. What the heck was that? It's called none of your business. No, it's called cheating. You're dating Sid. Remember? Your boyfriend? Ex-boyfriend. I've decided to dump him. So he doesn't actually know? Claire, he genuinely likes you. Well, they all do. I'm literally perfect. But you know me, I get bored so easily, and this Sid was a total freak. He keeps annoying me with those stupid rubber chicken toys, and all he ever did was joke and talk and blah blah blah. Anyway, I can just drop him a text now. Claire pulled out her phone, but I just snatched it and threw it away. And then I pounced on her like a wild cat while she struggled to push me away. Finally, my parents walked in and threw me off. I can't believe I thought you're capable of changing. I should have fought harder for Sid. In fact, I should have just asked him not to date you when I figured you were bored anonymous. How did you? Miss Cupid? Oh my god, you liar! I should have known it was you. Only someone too lame to get a boyfriend would have so much time to find boyfriends for others. You're calling me a liar? What about you? You cheating, backstabbing witch? At least I have a life. All you have is this desperate attempt to save your sanity. I will kick your butt like a bazooka. I charged at Claire one more time, but before I could grab her, Dad screamed at us to stop, and then suddenly he fell to the ground unconscious. We immediately called 911 and took him to the hospital. Apparently, Dad had been under tremendous work stress that impacted his heart, and now he needed immediate surgery, but it was really expensive and we didn't have that kind of money. Mom had some savings, but it wasn't enough, so Claire asked her friends for help, but she was only met with more closed doors. We were running out of options when the nurse told us that someone had paid our bill in full. What? Who? The donor wants to keep his name anonymous. Sorry. With the bill being finally paid, Dad went into surgery, and thankfully it was successful. I was happy, and I couldn't stop thinking about this anonymous donor. So I waited for everyone to sleep, and then slowly made my way to the computer in the reception area. I typed in Dad's name, and the bill had no name, but it did have a number. Sid's. What are you doing? Sid paid the bill. I can't believe this. He must really like you a lot. I don't think he did this for me, dummy. I've seen the way he looks at you. He likes you, and I definitely know you like him. Sorry about that. Don't worry. Now go before it's too late. And yeah, don't ask Miss Cupid for help. She kind of sucks. I smiled and rushed out of the hospital, but it was too late at night and I couldn't find a cab. Disappointed, I was headed back to the hospital when I noticed a car in the parking lot and Sid sleeping inside it. I walked over and banged on the window.
What? I have a weapon, Dee Dee!
Sid stepped out of the car and I immediately hugged him. Thank you for saving my dad. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't stepped in, but what are you doing in the parking lot?
I stuck around in case you needed more help. Listen, Edie, there's something you should know. I like you. I was stupid to be playing games with you to begin with, but I thought you weren't interested in me. I started dating your sister to get some reaction out of you. And I did get a bit infatuated with her, but I started seeing her true colors soon enough before she even dumped me. I know I was crazy and should have just told you I like you in the first place, but...
Hey, I like you too. Always have. But I needed you to date Claire to finally see that.
Guess we both kind of messed up.
We can still make it right.
I'd like that.
Sid leaned in, and I was sure he was going to kiss me this time, but instead, he handed me a rubber chicken. You really know how to woo a girl. Hi, friends. My name is Celine, and my mom is my best friend. She was a small businesswoman, but after she divorced my dad, her luck turned around and she made it big. Mom adored me. By the time I was 7, I was living the life of a Malibu Barbie. She got me everything I wanted. She threw a birthday bash for me that had ponies and hot air balloons in it. My friends were shocked. Once when I was in 2nd grade, I had a fight with my annoying classmate, and Mom was called to the school to meet the teacher, who I hated. Celine needs some discipline. Just look at what she did to her classmate. Maybe she needs a father to teach her some manners. Get her one. My mom suddenly went ballistic and pushed the teacher away. Are you a moron? My daughter doesn't need a father. She has me, and I can take care of her. You say nonsense like that again, and I'll have you fired. I was so proud of my mom as she took my hand and stormed off. By the time I was in 4th grade, my mom was my best friend. I used to tell her every single freaking thing that happened to me. But once, I made a mistake. I told her how I'd seen my friend Jessica take the teacher's watch and put it in her bag. And a few days later, I invited my friends to my house. When we were all having lunch, I heard a loud scream from my room. We all ran there to find Mom holding Jessica's hand. You can't fool me, kid. I know you stole your teacher's stuff. And now you're snooping in my daughter's room. Oh my God! Jessica was shaking and in tears. Mom, she had to go to the bathroom. I told her to go to my room. When my friends left, I was so angry at Mom. I told her I won't be telling her anything from now on. Even though she apologized, I ran to my room and slammed the door shut. The next day at school, my friends started avoiding me like I was some weirdo. And this mean Jessica said, "No, you can't sit with us because you tell all our secrets to your mom. Why are you like that, dumbhead?" I started eating alone, but one day, something amazing happened. A girl came and sat next to me at lunch. Her name was Ashley, and she was new in the school. Soon we became friends, and it was so good having someone to talk to. A few days later, I saw Jessica wearing my bracelet that Mom had specially gotten made for me. Hey, that's mine! That bracelet has my name on the back! You're such a thief! I grabbed her wrist to take it away, but Jessica pushed me hard and pounced on me. Just then, Ashley came running and snatched the bracelet from her. We reported her to the principal, and she took a look into Jessica's locker. She was stunned to see so many stolen items. Jessica was suspended for 2 weeks, and I felt so foolish. Mom had been right about Jessica all along. When I went home, I apologized to Mom and she hugged me tight. By the time we were in 10th grade, Ashley and I were best friends. Once she was at my place and we were discussing my new crush, Adam, when Mom walked in. I was so excited to tell her too, and showed her all his pictures on Facebook. I can't believe you just told your mom about your crush. I would never tell my mom such a thing. A few days later, Mom came to school and she spotted Adam with some boys. And then she said the most embarrassing thing ever. "Oh, you're Adam, right? This is Celine, and she's my daughter." "Oh, yeah, that weirdo." "What did you just call her?" "A weirdo, and I think she's also dumb." "Oh my god, you're such a rude kid. I can't believe she has a crush on you. And she even looks at your pictures on Facebook all day? For what? You're a jerk, I can tell." Everybody, including Adam, looked at me like I was some psycho stalker. I grabbed Mom's arm and tried to drag her away. "Oh, so Celine is crazy. Just like her mom." "Just let me teach this loser a lesson." Mom tried to attack him, but thankfully, I was able to drag her away. At home, I had a huge fight with Mom about it. "I did the right thing, Celine. The only thing you did was ruin my life." Mom asked for forgiveness, and I knew Mom meant well. So after a few hours, I forgave her and we hugged. But not for long. A couple of months later, we were having a Mother's Day event at our school. And when it was time for Ashley to give her mom the gift in front of everyone, Mom rushed to Ashley's mom and handed her a bag. She had gotten a matching outfit for her and Ashley. "I was so sorry to hear from Celine about your money problems and the divorce. You must be going through a really hard time right now. That's why I bought the nicest dresses for you and Ashley." Oh my god! How could she blurt that secret out in front of everybody? Ashley and her mom were stunned. So were all the people in the classroom. Suddenly, Ashley was furious. She attacked me and held my hair tight in her grip. "How could you tell your mom about it? You know she can't keep a secret. Why did I ever trust you?" Even Ashley's mom was furious and she screamed at Mom, calling her bad names. And that day, I lost my best friend. She just refused to talk to me, and a week later, she and her mom moved away without even saying goodbye. I was heartbroken, and my relationship with my mom was never the same. "Celine, please forgive me. It was an honest mistake." "Mom, enough is enough. You betrayed my trust and hurt other people. You can't just say it's a mistake every time. I can't do this anymore." I moved out of the mansion when I turned 18 and got admission in university. I got busy with studies, and Mom and I spoke less and less frequently. Luckily for me, I found love and got married after graduating. I was living a happy life with my husband, Andrew. After graduating, I opened up an art gallery with Andrew, and the exhibitions I held were famous all over town. After 2 years, we were blessed with a little baby girl. We named her Crystal. She had a star-shaped birthmark behind her ear, and I just loved kissing it. She was my world. One day when I returned from work, I saw Andrew park up his new Porsche. I was stunned. Sure, we both earned well, but not that well. Something was off about Andrew. I walked into his new home office and heard him talk to some girl. "Oh, babe, I love you too. You think I'm in love with her? I am living with her only for the money." I went berserk on Andrew. I made him tell me the truth. But when he did, I felt the earth shake beneath my feet. My mom had been sending him money, and that's why he was with me, while he loved someone else. First, I kicked Andrew out of the house. I was done with him. Then I called up Mom. "Why can't you just stop interfering with my life? Why did you give money to Andrew?" "But honey, Andrew asked me for money. He said he would leave you if I didn't give him the money." "You knew he didn't love me and you didn't tell me? Mom, that's awful. You think giving him money was right?" I told her never to send money again and hung up. I just wanted to focus on raising Crystal. Now that life was set, Crystal and I became best friends. When she was 4, I took her to Disneyland and we had a blast. I even got a star tattooed behind my ear, just like Crystal's birthmark. "Mommy, we have the same mark now. I love you." After a few days, it was time to go home. When our plane landed, we needed to take the train to get home. As I was buying tickets, I suddenly turned around and saw Crystal wasn't there. I went crazy. I searched for my baby girl all over the station, but I didn't find her. People started to help me look for her, and soon the cops arrived on the scene too. I just sat down on a bench, crying with shock. I couldn't believe that my daughter was missing. I took my phone out and called the only person I could think of. "I need you to come immediately, Mom." The minute she arrived, I broke down in tears and hugged her tight. "I'm so sorry, Mom. Now I realize the pain of being away from your child. I am so sorry." "Hush, Celine. You have nothing to be sorry about. Don't worry, love. We will find my granddaughter." But days turned into weeks, and my baby girl was nowhere to be found. It had been many months since Crystal was missing, when a familiar-looking woman visited me at home, and when our eyes met, we were both shocked. Ashley? Is that you? Oh my god, Celine! I'm the detective handling your daughter's case. We hugged each other tight as we both started to cry. Don't worry, we will get her back, I promise. For 5 years, we searched for Crystal day and night. Everywhere I went, I would see my daughter. One day, I was walking towards the police station where Ashley worked when suddenly, I heard a voice. A voice so sweet that it shook me. Hey, Mom, wait up! I'm coming! I turned around and saw a girl who looked so much like Crystal. Oh my god, it was my baby girl, all grown up. Without a second thought, I ran to the girl and took her arm, and she started screaming, Mom, Dad, help! Sweetie, just let me look at your ear. Turned out, it was not Crystal, and her parents furiously took her away, and I was heartbroken all over again. I was almost beginning to lose hope. I met Mom at the park that night and cried on her chest. Mom, it hurts, Mom. It's burning. I miss my baby. I'm so sorry for treating you badly. You were my best friend. I now understand how much I hurt you. Mom, I just want my baby back. Mom? I couldn't believe what I just heard. I looked around to see Ashley, and next to her was a 9 or 10-year-old girl looking confused. The moment I saw her, I knew it was my Crystal. I ran to hug her, but the girl took some steps back. Mom had a tattoo like mine behind her ear. Show it to me if you were my mom. I showed her the star tattoo, and she gave me a huge smile and flung herself in my arms. Mom! I missed you so much! Why did you leave me? You don't love me! Oh, baby girl, I love you so much, and I looked so hard for you. I missed you. I missed you. Ashley told me that my baby had gone on a train to another city, where a couple had found her wandering alone and crying, and they'd taken her in. Since then, they had been trying to search for her family. I pulled Mom to join our hug, and also Ashley. I love you guys so much. All my best friends are back now. I love you, Crystal. I love you too, Mommy.
Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm from Sweden. Please like and subscribe. I used to live with my mom and my 5 other siblings in an age-old house that looked haunted. And my mom is no less than a witch. Where the heck is everyone? This house is a mess. I'm out for like 30 minutes and you turn it into a pigsty. Well, having 6 kids was no joke, but I was the oldest one, and when anything bad happened, it was all on me. My diamond ring is missing. Who took it? Everyone pointed at me like I was some thief. No, Mom, I didn't even see it. Oh, so now you're blind? No, I just didn't see it. And since when are we so rich that we have diamonds? You don't even have a job. But Mom looked super mad about it. She turned the whole place upside down, only to find it in my youngest sister's diaper the next day. And for some freaking reason, she blamed it on me. You fed her the ring. I can't believe you do that to a baby. Mom, that's crazy. Why would I do that? She glared at me like a raging bull, but then she went ahead and cleaned the ring with a tissue and put it on her finger. Oh, my precious. Ugh, what a psycho. Sometimes I doubted if she was even my mom. Then one day when I was 14, I saw her taking money from some old woman. I stepped closer to hear them, and what I heard next shocked me. I don't care about the money. You can have as much as you want. Just keep that child away from my family like you've done for 14 years. 14 years? And child? Could it be that she was talking about me? Was I adopted? I had to find out the truth. After the old woman left, I confronted Mom. Mom, who was that woman? And why did you take money from her? And what child was she talking about? Ugh, nothing. She's just an old woman who helps me feed you brats. Do you think it's easy for a hot, single woman like me to survive on my own, huh? Go back and clean some dishes, now. Ugh, she was clearly hiding something, and I had to find out what. I kept an eye on Mom after that, and the next month, I saw her taking money from the same old woman again. If Mom wasn't gonna tell me, I was gonna find out the truth from the old woman, myself. After Mom went back inside the house, I secretly got into the trunk of the old woman's car and followed her all the way to her place. And God, this place was huge! As soon as I got out, some guards held me for trespassing, and the old woman looked at me like she'd seen some ghost.
You, what are you doing here? How did you even?
Suddenly, she pulled me to the side and went all bonkers on me.
I know why you're here, but I won't let you destroy my family. If you go anywhere near my daughter and reveal the fact that you're her daughter, you're done for.
OMG, what? I was her daughter's daughter? She was my grandmother? This was insane. I have a different mom other than my crazy mom? No wonder my fake mom treated me like garbage. I was in complete shock, but just then, she started pushing me out the gate.
Go away. Go back to where you came from, or I'm going to lock you up in the dark.
What were these kiddish threats? I lived with a psycho woman all my life. I wasn't afraid of anyone. I pushed her away and ran inside the house in search of my real mom and screamed loudly, "Mom!" Suddenly, a gorgeous-looking lady sitting on the sofa looked at me in complete shock, and surprisingly, I looked just like her. She was definitely my mom.
Who are you, kid?
I'm the daughter you gave away 14 years back.
Gave away? What are you saying? I have no idea.
So you didn't give birth to me 14 years back?
Oh my God.
But how? How is this possible? She looked just as shocked as I was, but then suddenly she came and hugged me. I can't believe this. You look just like me. But the doctors told me you were a stillborn child. Where were you all this time, and how did you find me? But before I could say anything, Granny pulled me away.
Oh, you're scaring the poor child with so many questions. She looks so tired. Come, love, I'll show you to your room.
She quickly took me into a giant room and pushed me onto the bed. So it was you. You told Mom I was a stillborn child and kept me away from her all these years? Why did you do that?
It's good enough that I'm allowing a rat like you to stay in this palace. And now what? You need answers too? Listen to me, kid. Keep your mouth shut and do as I say, or I'll stop sending money to your family and all your little siblings will starve.
What an evil witch! I decided to keep quiet for the time being and find out what was really going on. Later that evening, when I went down for dinner, I learned I had a sister, Maria, who was a year younger than me. Mom invited me to sit down next to her and started asking me again how I'd found her. With Granny glaring at me, I made up a story about how I'd traced my family history on a website.
That sounds like complete rubbish. What website? Get a DNA test and prove it.
No, that's not needed. I know she's my daughter. Look at her. She's every bit like me. We don't need any proof. Suddenly, Maria dropped a bowl of soup all over me. Oh, I'm so sorry. It just slipped. Let me take you to the washroom. She took my hand and walked towards the washroom. But the minute we entered it, she turned into Satan.
This time, it was just a bowl of soup. Next time, it'll be you in a pot of hot boiling soup. If you don't leave this place right now.
Oh my God, this house was full of psychos. But what Maria said was right. I had to get the DNA test done just to verify things. And indeed, I was her daughter. But I still didn't know if she was a good one. Then one night, as I was lying in my bed, Mom came into my room and started talking to me about her life. At first, I was hesitant, but she was just so sweet. Don't mind Maria if she's cold to you. She's just really attached to me. She'll be fine. And honey, I'm so glad to have you back in my life. Suddenly, I had tears in my eyes. For the first time ever, I knew what it felt like to have a loving mother, and she was just awesome. But my happiness was short-lived because Mom was going out on a business trip for some time, and that meant I was stuck with Granny and my evil sister now. At school, she was like the boss of the bullies. Once, she saw a girl wearing the same dress as her, and she said,
"How dare you try to wear the same dress as me?"
Saying that, she grabbed the girl's dress and tore it to pieces in the corridor full of students. What a witch! Later, after school, she and her minions surrounded me on the playground and started throwing balls at me.
"Dodge this, moron. You think you can come into my life and take away everything from me? Including my mom? In your dreams, jerk."
That was it. I grabbed a ball and threw it right in her face. She fell to the ground on her butt. I have no interest in what's yours, Maria, but I'll rightfully take what belongs to me. And don't you dare think for a second that I'm weak. I picked up my things and went back home, but I knew trouble was coming. A few days later, I was called to the principal's office, and she said I was being suspended for bullying. What? I didn't do anything. I don't even know anyone here yet. Why would I bully anyone? And that's when Maria came into her office looking like a mummy. I'm the one that you bullied and then hit brutally. What the heck? She was such a drama queen. I tried to explain the situation to the principal, but she didn't listen to what I said. I stormed out of there in anger and went back home. But then suddenly a maid came running to me, saying Mom was back and she wanted to see me in her room. I went upstairs, but there was no one. And then I saw her cupboard open and jewels scattered on the floor. I quickly went ahead to pick them up when suddenly Maria and Granny barged into the room along with Mom. I knew it. You're no more than a lowlife thief who wants to steal all our riches. Now you're gonna serve in jail, Anna. What? Are you crazy? I was just picking them up. To steal them and then sell them. We know who you are, and we also know that you're not my granddaughter. With that, Granny took out some piece of paper and shoved it in my face. It's a DNA test that proves you're not my granddaughter. So none of your lies are going to work now, liar. What? That had to be fake. But then I looked at Mom, and that look on her face, she was falling for Grandma's lie. And just then, Granny called my fake psycho mom into the room to testify against me too. Yes, she's my daughter. She has a habit of stealing and running away from home, and she keeps having these hallucinations. OMG, how can you even say that? And for what? Money? You're disgusting. Yeah, that's how she acts up all the time. But I have the nurses with me, and we're gonna take her away, don't you worry. What? No. Mom, please, don't listen to any of them. They are all lying. I wasn't stealing, and I am your daughter. I even have the proof. I ran to my room to get the actual DNA tests and showed them to Mom. She looked super confused, but just as those nurses were about to take me, she stepped forward. No, that's enough. Don't touch my daughter. Get your filthy hands off her. But Mom, she hit me and broke my hand. Yeah, liar. The same hand with which I saw you eating like a pig in the kitchen. Mom looked raging mad. She asked everyone to leave and took me back to my room. Mom, I swear. It's okay. You don't need to tell me anything. Just sleep for now. She put me to sleep and went away. But soon after, Granny came into my room with my fake mother. You're so evil. Why did you lie to her? Because I want to get rid of you like I did 14 years ago. But why? Because you were her love child. If word had gotten out, it would have ruined her reputation. I had to protect her. So you gave me away? Your own grandchild? Grandchild, you're just a filthy rat. Enough. I can't believe you'd do that, Mom. How could you? But I did it for... No, stop lying. Stop saying that we women are useless just for talking and wasting money. You know what else? Having periods. You know what a period is? Not the lengthy one, the bloody one. Oh, my tummy. It's like I'm pregnant with a baby elephant. He made a face and took a cautious step forward, and I bit his arm. Just transferring the pain of my tummy to your hand. Oh, Mommy, wish you could see your little baby in pain. Give your other arm to bite, sir. It did make me feel better the first time. The guard was now panicking. He was about to push me away when, bam, Carson came out of nowhere, knocking him out cold. I gasped, then clapped my hands. Woohoo! Okay, let's go. But Carson turned to me.
Stay inside.
Excuse me? Yeah, right. Let him go alone while I wait here like a sitting duck? Absolutely not. But just as I tried to follow him, he grabbed my shoulders and said firm and low,
Ma'am, you need to wait here for me.
Oh, why did that sound so attractive? No, bad heart. Wrong man. Carson changed into the guard's clothes and typed the code in without hesitation. He'd memorized it just by watching the guard's fingers move over the keypad. The lock beeped and the door clicked open. From the next room, I heard punches, cursing, furniture breaking, and then silence. Carson reappeared, slightly out of breath, grabbing my wrist.
Let's go.
Wait! I need to get my bag and my heels first. How can I walk in public like this? Carson stared at me like I just asked to adopt a shark.
Ma'am, I have no time for this.
And he threw me over his shoulder and ran. Put me down, you muscular ogre!
No.
And just like that, we were out. We had been walking for hours, and I was exhausted. Hey, Mr. Fighter, why can't I just go home to my mansion?
How sure are you that it's safe there? Maybe they're waiting for you. Maybe showing up will put your entire family in danger. Ma'am, I know these people. We beat them up, we humiliated them. If they don't want ransom anymore, they just want to get their pride back.
Pride, prejudice, pickles. I don't care. At least let me make one phone call. I bet my dad has shut down every company under his name, going on strike to grieve me. I need to tell him I'm alive, and that I allow him to keep our businesses running.
There's a public phone at a gas station 5 minutes from here.
When we got to the public phone, I reached into my pockets. Empty. No coins. Ugh. So obviously, I did what any smart, resourceful person would do. I started crying loudly while staring directly at some random guy standing nearby. Maybe he'd take the hint and hand over some change. Carson, clearly confused, just watched, waiting for me to shut up. Oh, I never forget those who helped me. I remember a man once who lent me money when I was in need. And what did I do in return, you ask? I became his girlfriend for 3 hours. He died a few weeks later, and on his grave, he wrote, "I spent 30 years on this earth, but I only truly lived for 3 hours." Obviously, he meant the hours he spent with me. Just then, the guy I'd been staring at actually approached us, smirking. Before I could reply, Carson punched him straight in the face.
One punch and some kicking.
The guy stumbled back, wheezing. I quickly stepped between them before Carson actually killed him, and, more importantly, before the guy changed his mind about giving me money. I bent down, snatched the coins from his hand, and he ran off. I turned back to the phone, inserted the coins, and just stood there.
So?
Trying to remember my dad's number.
You don't know your own dad's phone number?
Well, the kidnappers took my phone, and someone didn't let me grab my bag, where, being the responsible person I am, I keep a notebook with all my important contacts. But no, thanks to your, "Oh, I'm a hero and we should get away fast from the danger," but here we are.
Ma'am.
Wait, I memorized it through a song I made. Hold on, I think it goes like this. ZZ Sack, my first grade crush. Ate glue for a snack, way too much. Z40, left him for N. Oh, what a fate. Stuck with Nate, whose stinky breath I hate, N49. Dumped him for a J, Jonathan. So sweet, so fine, with hair that shined. He stood for 5. 'Cause no number starts with J, obviously, but I liked him enough to have him in the song.
Ma'am, it's fine. I remember your father's number.
He dialed. The moment my dad picked up, I immediately started explaining everything, my voice shaking through my sobs. But then, his voice came through the line, and it sent a chill down my spine.
You need to disappear. Now.
And then, he hung up. We sat in the park, and I just stared off into space, completely lost in thought. Carson must have noticed, because he spoke up.
Ma'am, how about we...
Who does he think he is, being all secretive and mysterious? Oh, you need to disappear, now! What is this, Breaking Bad? Should I start cooking in an RV and going bald for dramatic effect? Does he think I have a plan for this? What am I supposed to do now? Is he ever gonna look for me? Should I try calling him again? How am I even stuck in all this?
Ma'am, we don't know anything for sure. But what I do know is that we need to lay low. We can't use any of our real documents. We need new IDs, passports, everything. I know a guy who can help.
Why are you doing all this for me? You could just leave me to figure it out on my own.
Ma'am, I used to be your bodyguard. And honestly, it wouldn't sit right with me to just leave you to an unknown fate.
He hesitated before continuing.
I have a suggestion. You might not like it, but it's the best option until we figure things out.
I narrowed my eyes. Oh no. What is it?
You need to get married.
Excuse me?
A married couple attracts no suspicion. It gives us a reason to live together, travel together, and stay under the radar. It's the safest cover.
Oh, I'm not confused anymore. Of course, you want to marry me. And how exactly are you going to introduce me? Meet my wife, Ma'am Meredith?
First, you won't be Meredith. You'll need a new name. Something cute. Maybe Sally or Emily.
FYI, my name means great ruler. It suits me perfectly, thank you very much. And if we're picking new names, I've already decided on yours. Apollos.
I think I'll stick with something normal.
Then, in a more serious tone, he explained why this was the best move.
If we're married, I'll be legally tied to you. That means if anything happens, I can step in without raising suspicions. You'll be safer that way.
After some debating, we finally settled on Sally for me and Adam for Carson. Carson reached out to his contact, who arranged everything for us, including fake IDs and papers. He even lent Carson some money to help us get on our feet. And just like that, I went from kidnapped heiress to Miss Sally Nobody in a single day. Sadly, I had to dye my natural red hair and wear lenses. I went with blonde and blue. Classic disguise chic. On our first day in this painfully boring neighborhood, a girl with wild hair came running straight toward us. She looked about my age, maybe younger, but definitely chaotically adorable.
OMG, you're so pretty. And your man, God, like straight out of a romantic movie. Girl. I'm Abby, by the way. And I'm about to be the best friend you ever had.
Oh, I don't like friends.
Me neither.
Then we should be friends.
Yeah, we already have something in common in the first 3 seconds of meeting. Imagine in 3 minutes.
Totally. I'm Sally. Want to come in for a cup of matcha?
Did you say matcha? 2 things in common? God, I love you.
I love you too. By the way, this is my husband Adam, but it's just a lavender marriage. We don't love each other. He's gay. He's like a sister to me.
Oh my God. So sweet of you to protect him like that. So sweet, just like me. I'm sweet too. 3 things in common.
Just then, Carson grabbed my wrist and yanked me aside, his jaw tight.
Ma'am, what are you doing?
Well, she's going to notice we don't kiss or hug, and she'll get suspicious. That was me thinking ahead. Thank me later. Life was hard. I missed my family and my boyfriend. Carson wasn't bad, but things were always formal with him. He, of course, slept on the couch. He had loosened up a little, but he was still serious and boring. At least I had this girl Abby, wild enough to make up for it. Until one day, someone knocked on the door. Carson opened it, and there stood David. Without hesitation, Carson lunged forward, yanked him inside, and shut the door behind him, quickly scanning the area before locking it. Then, like a World War general interrogating a captured spy, he fired off questions.
How did you get in here? Did anyone see you? Did you tell anyone where you were going?
Hey, let the man breathe. I called him. I missed him.
Ma'am, what? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? It's not just reckless, it's stupid.
Hey, don't talk to her like that. Show respect, bro.
Carson's entire face twitched. Then, without another word, he grabbed David by the collar and lifted him like he was a grocery bag.
How about you shut up and speak only when spoken to?
Hey, Carson, put him down. That's my boyfriend. He's fragile. He has feelings. Carson sighed, rubbing his face like he was trying to physically push the frustration away. He was equal parts furious and disappointed, and he took a moment to gather himself before speaking.
You bringing him here? Your boyfriend? To our house? We're married.
On freaking paper? Look, I appreciate everything you're doing for me. I really do. But I missed him. I've always had a boyfriend. I don't know how to function without one. And I trust David. So please, relax.
Yeah, man. Chill.
Carson shot David a glare so sharp, it could cut steel. Then, with a sudden jerk, He lunged forward, startling David so badly that he let out a pathetic yelp and sprinted behind me, grabbing my arm like I was a human shield. Carson allowed David to visit twice a week. Days passed, life grew more boring, and Carson grew more cautious. Ugh, Carson, I'm dying of boredom. I've counted all the ceiling cracks. Twice.
Ma'am, I told you to find a hobby.
Oh, I did. And like you, it involves us. We've been invited to a neighborhood dinner, a little welcome to the neighborhood thing. It's this Saturday. It'll be so cute. We'll blend in, meet people, and act like a normal couple.
We are not a normal couple.
Details. Just wear something nice, Apollos.
It's Adam, ma'am, and we're not going.
How dare you? Are you trying to make us look suspicious? If we don't go, people will think we're murderers. Or worse, antisocial. Carson sighed and muttered something under his breath. The backyard was decorated with fairy lights, the smell of barbecue filling the air. Families laughed, kids ran around, and we were stuck at the picnic table of doom. Across from us sat two suburban couple extraordinaires, the Sharps.
So, Adam and Sally, how'd you two meet?
I opened my mouth. Carson opened his mouth. And we said completely different things. Oh, it was fate. Love at first sight. He saw me in a coffee shop and boom, instant obsession. Silence. The Sharps exchanged a look.
Oh.
And how long have you been together?
4 years. Another silence.
Well, that's sweet. And how did he propose?
Oh, it was so romantic. A candlelit dinner, a rooftop view. He cried a little.
I did what?
Yes, you cried. You were overwhelmed by my beauty. You're just too emotionally stunted to remember, Mr. Cold Heart.
She's right. I was emotional. I mean, who wouldn't be? After all, she had spent years searching for me.
What?
You see, she once visited a psychic who told her she'd meet the love of her life, a man whose name starts with C. And from that moment on, she searched for me. Every cafe, every street, every parking lot. The moment she laid eyes on me, she said, "What was it again, darling?"
Nope. Not happening.
Yes, I knew it was you. I've seen you in my dreams. And then she begged, pleaded for me to give her a chance. She even showed me her phone background, a photo of me, which she had taken secretly. I know it sounds intense, but I felt sorry for her. So I thought, why not? I'll give this woman who has clearly devoted her life to me a chance. And here we are.
Wait, but you said the psychic told her true love's name would start with C, and yours begins with A.
I crossed my arms, turning to Carson with a slow, satisfied smirk.
Yeah, well, my middle name is Adam. My first name starts with C.
It's Caesar. Like Caesar salad. By the end of the night, I was sure they thought we were complete weirdos. But secretly, seeing this side of him was weirdly entertaining. Who knew Mr. Coldheart had a sense of humor? One day, Abby showed up for her usual visit. Lately, she had developed this charming habit of bringing all the ingredients and cooking at our house, which meant we got to enjoy food that was half burnt, half stiff, and entirely inedible. That day, David was with us. He took one bite, gagged, and immediately spit it out.
Oh man, this is so bad. Even a stray rat would refuse it. And if you made him eat it, he'd take you to court.
And just like that, all hell broke loose.
Look who's talking. Aren't you just a stray rat in designer shoes?
She launched at him like a wild animal. I tried to pull them apart, while Carson, of all things, just sat there looking amused. Would you, I don't know, help? Carson finally stood up, but instead of breaking up the fight immediately, he calmly reached for Abby and gently pulled her away. Dramatically, she clutched his chest.
Let a girl have her revenge.
David stormed out in anger. Later, Carson went to take a shower, and Abby plopped down next to me, still fuming. Then, out of nowhere...
Are you sure your husband's the gay one and not your boyfriend? 'Cause, God, your husband's so manly. Oh, and the way he looks at you, and don't even try to deny that he has feelings for you.
He does?
You're either stupid or blind. Oh my god, am I just the supportive best friend in a K-drama? The one that spends the entire series cheering for the main character to follow her heart? I love that for me! I was born for this role.
Well, I am following my heart. I kind of love David.
We both know you're lying, and there's something you're hiding. But whatever for now. By the way, I like the color of your shirt. This shade of brown, so earthy.
Thanks. I fertilize it every day. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what Abby had said. Why is Carson doing all this for me? Could it be love? Am I too stupid to see what's right in front of me? A few days later, Abby and I decided to clean the house, even though it was freezing and windy.
Girl, where did you even live before this? Your room stinks. Get yourself a mop and start cleaning.
I had no idea how to use a mop, so I just held it and started scrubbing the walls.
Are you painting the walls with a mop? What's wrong with you?
It's just a cleaning technique I invented.
Oh? And when exactly did you invent it?
Just now.
Oh, totally. In fact, mop therapy is a thing. Just strap it to your head and let it sponge up all your poor life choices.
And so, I did. It's too cold and wet. Who even told you about this therapy?
Oh, I just invented it. Just now. Oh my god, what is wrong with you? Who are you?
Excuse me? FYI, I lived like a princess before this.
And Adam is actually your prince, right? Not some gay bestie in a lavender marriage?
I paused for a half a second too long.
Wait, oh my god, you hesitated. You totally hesitated.
I did not.
You so did. Oh wow. Are you like in denial? Because the tension, palpable? Like, I don't even need to ship you guys. You've already set sail.
I ignored her and continued cleaning. That night, I got sick. I caught a cold. All thanks to that girl, Abby. Ugh, I'm gonna choke her. I was too weak to even make it to my bed, so I just crashed on the couch. Then suddenly, Carson got home. He saw my pale face and red, runny nose and hurried over to me.
Ma'am, are you okay?
Yeah, perfect. Just thought I'd try a different look today. You know, really up my game for my husband.
He frowned, clearly concerned, then hurried off to make me some soup. When he returned, he gently tried to sit me up. I grabbed onto his shirt for support, only to realize, a second too late, that our faces were suddenly way too close. He looked into my eyes and brushed my hair behind my ear. For a second, my heart fluttered. Then, as if realizing the moment, he straightened and spoke in his usual serious, boring tone.
Ma'am, you need to eat your soup.
I miss my old life, but will everything go back to normal?
I might have some leads. The person who tipped off the mafia gang about you wasn't mistaken. He meant to get them to you. He chose you on purpose.
Who even does that? I'm nice to everyone. I'm practically a walking angel. Aren't I, Carson?
You're okay, ma'am.
And then it happened. A tiny smirk. A small side smile that faded as quickly as it appeared. Is that a smile? You smiled! Lord Cold Carson actually smiled.
I have no idea what you're talking about, ma'am. You're hallucinating from your fever.
Oh no, you smiled. Carson the Smiley, grinning so widely.
I started coughing hard from the singing. Carson immediately leaned in and pressed a hand to my forehead.
You're burning up.
Duh. Glad you finally see it.
I'll stay with you all night until your temperature goes down.
I was already drifting in and out of sleep. It's okay. I called David.
Sure you did.
A few days later, I was feeling better, but still bored out of my mind. Ugh. I've been a fugitive for, 3 weeks? And I've already lost my glow. Look at my skin. This is what stress and middle-class living do to a person.
Ma'am, you're wearing a silk robe, and you spent an hour doing skincare.
And yet, my suffering continues. I miss him.
Who?
David. My love, my joy, my walking designer handbag.
So an accessory.
How dare you? He's not just an accessory. He's the whole outfit. That day, I called David and suggested we go out for a walk. A few hours later, he pulled up to our house in his brand new Lamborghini, music blasting, honking like a madman. I was about to walk over when Carson materialized out of nowhere, striding straight past me to David's car. He knocked on the window, gesturing for David to get out. David, pretending he didn't hear him, acted very busy checking himself in the rearview mirror and started brushing his eyebrows. When I tried to enter the car, Carson blocked me.
What exactly do you think you're doing?
Let's see. Walking to the car, getting in, driving away for some fresh air before our couch absorbs me into its fabric from sitting on it all day.
No, ma'am, you can't do that. I'm stopping you.
Well, watch me. Carson, I just need some relaxing time. Don't worry, I won't attract any attention, I promise. Please, Carson, pretty please. Just then, David rolled down his window and yelled, because of course he did.
Yo, Meredith! You coming or what?
Shh! Say my name louder, why don't ya? Maybe alert the whole city.
That's it, I'm ripping his eyes out.
Whoa, that's a bit intense. Right then, Abby appeared out of nowhere, arms crossed.
Wait, hold on. Why did he just call you Meredith?
Carson whipped around, clearly at the end of his patience.
Were you spying on us? Have you done that before? How many times?
Carson, chill. It's fine. I'll just go for an hour, I promise. Hey, I'll even bring Abby if it makes you feel less jealous.
Meredith, it's not about jealousy. It's about the fact that people literally want to kill you.
But I'd had enough of this suffocating life. So before Carson could keep arguing, I grabbed Abby's hand and dragged her into the car with me. Wandered off to buy snacks from a food cart.
So, Meredith, crazy how life works, huh?
I turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Weird opener, but okay. Yeah, totally. Super deep. Love this chat. Then he grabbed my wrist. Not playfully, not casually, hard. My stomach dropped. David? His fingers tightened around my wrist, his jaw clenched.
You really have no idea, do you?
Something about his voice made the hairs on my arms stand up.
Your father destroyed my family, and now his clueless little heir gets to take everything while we lost it all?
David, let go. His grip tightened more. My pulse spiked.
No more heirs. No more Meredith. I tried to get rid of you before, with that gang, but your stupid Carson ruined everything. So now, I'm doing it myself.
His free hand slipped into his jacket. I tried to yank back, but he was too strong. Panic started clawing at my chest. Then, a blur. Before I could even process it, David was ripped away from me. A loud thud. Carson slammed him to the ground. Hard. David gasped. Stunned. Struggling against Carson's grip.
I had my suspicions about you, and so did her father. We've been in contact this whole time, waiting to catch you red-handed and take you down for good. But we couldn't act without proof. You were too careful, too clean. Until now.
David's face fell. Before he could react, officers emerged from their hidden spots, closing in fast. Then, he was gone. The second the police took him, I let out a shaky breath. Carson's gaze was still locked on me. And then, he took a step closer, and another. Before I could react, his hand cupped my face gently, and his thumb brushed against my cheek. His gaze dropped to my lips, and then he kissed me. The world tilted. Silence. Then,
Ha! I knew it.
my parents were billionaires, so I got whatever I wanted growing up. Dad was the head of a huge fashion company that my mom helped him run. Dad was ruthless in the boardroom, like an ancient warrior. But when it came to me and my mom, he was a total pushover. He gave us everything we could ever want.
Just one island? Anything for my girls. I'd give you the moon if you asked for it.
Even though my life was practically perfect, I had a bad stutter, which made me a laughing stock at school. Wow, that's a pretty skirt. Where did you get it from? Shouldn't it? It's cool. I'll just check some stores. It was awkward, and my parents took me to the best doctors, tried speech therapy, medication, and even hypnotism, but nothing helped. I started to lose confidence, but my parents were always supportive and inspired me to accept myself, just as I am.
It doesn't matter if it takes you 1 try or 100. Never stop speaking your mind. Your voice is just as important as anyone else's.
As I grew older, I became more comfortable with my condition and even made friends at school. But my favorite thing in the world was being the princess of my house. Life was good, till I turned 13 and everything changed. My parents told me they were adopting from the orphanage, but it wasn't just one girl, but 5. I wasn't as thrilled as they were, but I didn't show it to my parents. Besides, it could be fun to have so many sisters. So I got on board. The day they were supposed to come home, I decked up the whole place and must have tried 100 dresses before finding the perfect one. I wanted to make a good impression. The oldest one, Olivia, was my age, and from the looks of it, she loved fashion just as much as I did. I'm Grace. Pleased to meet you. Olivia was so busy sizing up my outfit, I don't think she even heard me.
I like your dress, but the ribbons are so tacky. And what's with those shoes? You know what? You look so cute with braids in this outfit, even though it's a little, weird. I think she looks nice. Ignore Olivia. She's just jealous.
It was clear from the beginning that Olivia had an issue with me for some odd reason, but at least the other 4 were gentle. Margot and Beatrice didn't care about fashion, but they were easy to talk to. We became friends in no time, gossiping about boys and school and fighting over the best spot by the pool. Harper and Quinn were younger and stuck to themselves. Harper was obsessed with insects and was always collecting ladybugs and other creepy crawlies. Quinn was like her sister's shadow, silently following her everywhere. A week after my sister's arrival, my parents took us on a shopping spree so they wouldn't have to wear the same clothes from the orphanage. And Olivia bought everything I did. At first, she just wore the same belt or hat, but soon she was copying my whole outfit. Why are you copying me? I think you're copying me, but it's cool. I know I have a great eye for fashion, so it's a compliment. Oh my God, the new Gucci bag! I didn't care if Olivia wanted to dress like me. It just bugged me that she was lying about it. So one day, I pretended I was gonna wear the ugliest outfit, but then I changed at the last second. Olivia showed up to breakfast looking like a clown. Wow, Olivia, you look so good. Yeah, right? I saw Gummy Hadid wearing this. You mean Gigi? And I don't think that she would ever wear something this funny. The only thing funny here is the way you talk.
Olivia, apologize this minute.
Why? It's just harmless jokes between sisters, Dad. Whatever. Sorry, Grace. Please don't cry now. After that day, Olivia stopped copying my outfits, but we just couldn't see eye to eye. I tried to be friendly, but she was just a mean witch. So after a while, I stopped being nice and just ignored her. While Olivia was a pain in my butt at home, in school, I had Pearl. She was the head cheerleader and a total bully. One day, my sisters and I were eating in the food court at the mall when Pearl swooped in like a vulture. How are you doing, Grace? Just leave me alone. What? I didn't quite catch that. Were you trying to say something? Zip it, moron. Don't you have something else to do? Like bore people with your dumb cheerleading moves? Oh, but I'm getting bored. And you're so entertaining. Did I do that right? That was perfect. Before I could say anything, Harper pulled out a jar of ladybugs from her backpack and dumped them on Pearl's hair. What have you done, you moron? Pearl screamed and ran off. Instead of staying with us, Olivia took off to help her. Thanks for sticking up for me, you guys. Of course, we sisters need to have each other's backs. I just wish Olivia wasn't such a blind duck. Oh, she'll come around. Only she didn't. She started getting weird around me. And then one day, something unbelievable happened. Pearl turned into Olivia's evil minion. She followed her around like a shadow. If Olivia made a dumb joke, Pearl laughed. If Olivia wanted a cookie, Pearl brought her one. Pearl would have helped Olivia make a monster in a lab if she asked. This was so weird and fishy. I tried to find out what Pearl's deal was, but then I got busy with school assignments and forgot all about it. They were a match made in hell anyway. A week later, Mom and Dad called us into the study for a big announcement.
It's my dream that my girls join the family business one day. And with Fashion Week coming up, I want all my girls to help with their brilliant ideas. The best ones will end up on the ramp, so give it your best shot.
Oh, my God, Dad, this is such an amazing opportunity. I won't let you down.
Yes, Dad, you'll love our designs. Olivia smiled at me, but the moment Mom and Dad left, she went back to her devilish smirk. Ugh, dramatic much? This opportunity is mine, and I will own it. You can relax and watch me work if you'd like. Think of it as a learning experience. Say what you want, but I know Dad will pick my designs, so watch out. I stayed up late every night working on my dress. My other sisters made their own dresses for fun, but everyone knew Olivia and I were the only ones taking it seriously. We both really wanted to impress Dad. The night before Dad judged the dresses, Olivia snuck into the studio and destroyed my dress. Luckily for me, Harper and Quinn saw her sneaking out and told me what happened. I knew she was jealous of me, but this was an all-new low. How was I supposed to make a new dress overnight? That's when an idea struck me. If I couldn't beat Olivia fair and square, I'd just have to play tricks with her. So, I swapped her dress for my ruined one. The next day, when Dad walked into the studio to judge our dresses, we both took the sheets off of our mannequins, and Olivia's mouth dropped open in shock to see what I'd done. But obviously, she couldn't tell Dad that the dress was really hers without admitting that she'd destroyed mine.
Grace, I pick you. This isn't your usual style, but it's certainly beautiful. Olivia, it's a shame you gave up on your dress. It looks like it could have been something special.
I know, Dad. Wonder what happened. Oh, don't be a sore loser, Ollie. I'm sure you'll do just as good as the next time, if there is a next time. I wasn't one to gloat usually, but the look on Olivia's face was so satisfying. A few days later, we were all on a flight to Paris for Fashion Week, and Olivia couldn't stop glaring at me. That's my dress that's about to go down the runway. You shouldn't steal credit, and you shouldn't sabotage people. Olivia, why can't we leave this stupid fight and just be friends? Friends? With you? No thank you. And I know you hate me, so please stop pretending. I don't. Stop talking. You're giving me a headache. Olivia then got up, and for the rest of Fashion Week, she totally ignored me. Pin that hem. Olivia, hand me that hat. Olivia! What? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Can you help? Who are you even talking to? Ugh, just leave me alone. This girl was so weird. Even when we got back, she wouldn't talk to me, not even rudely. She'd either stay in her room or hang out with Pearl. And worse was that she'd started inviting Pearl to our place, which really annoyed me. Oops, I got to that first. Ugh. After a successful show at Fashion Week, Dad started getting a lot of orders. He worked for months on a new line, and all the designs were kept under lock and key in his studio, and nobody was allowed inside. But in less than 2 weeks before his runway show, someone leaked pictures of the new collection all over the internet. The tabloids went wild guessing who it could be.
I can't believe someone would do this. All my hard work is gone. Nobody has access to my study except you girls. If anyone knows something, tell me now.
I took a quick look at everyone, and all of us were equally shocked.
Fine. If that's what you want, you're all grounded with no phone privilege or allowance.
But we didn't do anything. That's not fair. But Dad simply frowned and left. We all know you did it, Olivia. Just admit it. It wasn't me. I would never do that to Dad. Relax, guys. This is not the time to turn on each other. Dad didn't talk to us for days, and it really hurt me to watch all my sisters so sad and depressed. But Olivia looked extra worried. She would stay in her room, refusing to talk to anyone. One day, I was taking an evening stroll in the garden when I noticed Olivia slipping out of the house, and she looked really anxious. I wanted to stop her, but then I decided to follow her, and she stopped in front of Pearl's house. Ugh, what do you want now? I know you're the one who stole my keycard and then stole Dad's designs and leaked them, Pearl. I should have never taken you into the study that day. Yeah, that was kinda dumb. Especially since you know my mom's company is your #1 competitor. You made it so easy to steal your designs. And now we'll be on top, while you guys will eat dirt. In your dreams, you sick psycho. No, not when the whole world would know what big fat cheaters you all are. Olivia looked at me in shock as I pulled out the phone and started playing back the recording with Pearl's confession. Give me that. Not so easy. Besides, I've already uploaded it, so there's nothing you can do.
Pearl was at a loss for words, and suddenly her phone started ringing.
Must be your mom. If I were you, I'd think of going underground for a few days.
Pearl ran away crying, and Olivia turned to me.
I'm so sorry, Grace. I should have been smarter.
You should have, but right now, we need to figure out how to help Dad. We don't have much time before the show. So are you with me?
Yes, of course I am.
My sisters and I locked ourselves in the mansion for a week straight, staying up late every night, altering his designs. Harper and Quinn did all the sketching, and Margot and Beatrice gathered all the fabrics and accessories Dad would need. Then Olivia and I helped Dad put everything together. When the day of the fashion show arrived, we were ready. The paparazzi and critics were waiting for the curtains to rise, expecting the show to be a disaster with all the leaked designs. But when the curtain rose and the spotlights came on, the entire audience gasped. The new designs were even more beautiful, and the show was a massive success. And Dad was super proud.
You set aside your differences, and you worked hard. You pulled together as a family. I'm so proud of all of you.
It was Grace. She's the one who brought us together on this. Team effort. That's what sisters are for. Olivia and I smiled at each other as the rest of my sisters hugged me. I just knew everything would always be fine as long as we stuck together. The moment my mom gave birth to me, everyone in the village instantly fell in love with me. I was the world's friendliest baby and loved attention. Then when I was 2 years old, my sister Emily was born, and she was a little different. Every time Emily was around people, she would scream and find somewhere to hide. One day when I was 8 and Emily was 6, Mom and Dad had a royal garden party. I loved talking to all the grown-up guests, but Emily was terrified.
Leah, I don't want to be with all these people. I want to be in my room, but Mom isn't letting me.
Here, you can hide underneath my gown. Then no one will see you and I'll sneak you out. But hiding my sister underneath my dress wasn't the best idea. I ended up tripping over the refreshment table, spilling a chocolate fountain over some lady's dress. Mom and Dad were horrified, and my clumsy accident ended up being all over the news. But my parents didn't blame me for what happened. They were just worried and confused.
Why is Emily so anxious and afraid of everyone? Was it something we did?
It just doesn't make any sense. Emily's anxiety only got worse over the years. By the time she was 8, she refused to even leave our bedroom. Everyone in the village still adored me, but they were convinced something was seriously wrong with Emily.
I hear she just stares out her window all day. It's a shame she's not more like her sister Leah.
Worst of all, Emily wanted me to stay with her in our room all the time. I couldn't even go downstairs for dinner without Emily crying.
Please don't leave me. I'm so lonely, and you're the only person that I actually like.
It was so hard saying no to her. My parents tried enrolling her in therapy, but nothing seemed to work. And as time passed, I got tired of being cooped up in her room and wanted to go and have a life. One night when I was 16, I took a walk around the castle to get some fresh air. Then suddenly, I looked up and almost had a heart attack. There was a guy trying to climb onto the roof. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Climbing onto the roof? What does it look like?
Excuse me, but this happens to be the King and Queen's castle? You better climb down before I tell my parents about this. The guy jumped down from the roof, landing inches away from me.
There, I came down. You're welcome.
With that, he just walked off, and I felt my blood boil. I just knew he'd been trying to cause trouble. The next day I came down for breakfast, and I was shocked to see my parents with the guy who climbed the roof.
Oh, darling, you're awake. I'd like you to meet Nico. He's the Duke's son and a lovely young man.
But I saw him climbing onto the roof of the castle last night. He's dangerous. He was up to no good.
No. Nico just likes lying on our roof to watch the stars at night.
What? My parents were crazy. What king and queen would let some weirdo climb their castle walls at night and believe such a stupid lie? Fine, be naive and let this intruder do his thing. But when he puts all our lives in danger, don't come crying to me. I was gonna sneak up on Nico and see what he was up to. I would have one of our guards bring me up to the roof with a harness and a rope. But that night, as I rose up to the castle roof, I saw Nico sitting with tears in his eyes. He didn't even look surprised to see me. Nico, are you okay? I came to check on you, but
I figured you'd check on me sooner or later, and I haven't been okay for years.
What do you mean?
I'm not really the Duke's son. I'm adopted. When I was 10 years old, my parents left me, and they never came back.
Wow, I didn't know that.
My parents were friends with your parents, so they'd take me up here a lot when I was young. My mom and I used to sit here together and watch the stars. Once, she told me if I ever got lost to come up to this spot, and she'd know where to find me. I know she'll never come here, but hanging out at this spot makes me feel closer to her. Your dad's a saint. He was the one who convinced the Duke to adopt me. I just wish I didn't miss my parents so much.
I was too stunned to speak. I had totally misjudged him. We ended up talking for hours, and before I knew it, the sun had come up. I should go, but this was really fun. Maybe we can do this again tomorrow night?
I'd like that. You're a good listener, Leah.
Then one day, something crazy happened. I was having lunch at school when suddenly a few girls came up to me with smirks on their faces.
According to one of your maids, your weirdo sister threw a chair at a new maid of yours this morning? We didn't know she was that crazy.
Oh God, I wanted to disappear.
They should just lock her up forever.
You shouldn't have said that. I yanked the girl's hair hard and she started to scream. Just then, someone pushed the girl backwards and I saw it was Nico.
You forgot you're speaking to our future queen, girls. Come on, Leah, let's go for a walk.
Nico led me away from the girls, and that's when I asked him how he was in my school.
I've been homeschooled my whole life, but my dad decided it was time I start studying with other royals.
I was really happy Nico had transferred, but his words made me think of Emily. She had never been able to go to a normal school. All of a sudden, I had tears in my eyes, and I told Nico everything about Emily, how she never came out of her room, how my parents were ashamed of her, and how I always needed to stay with her. What if the girls are right? What if Emily really is crazy and she starts losing her mind?
I don't know, but you shouldn't have to sacrifice your life for her. Emily probably just needs someone outside her family to feel safe with. If you want, I'll come over and talk to her.
I hugged Nico and immediately agreed. That night, I brought him into our bedroom and Emily started having a panic attack. Hey, it's okay. Nico's a friend. Then suddenly, Emily stood up to really get a look at Nico. And seconds later, she was swooning.
I never knew Leah had such handsome friends. You know I'm a princess too, right?
Emily started flirting with Nico like crazy. But as the night went on, Nico got her to start opening up about her issues.
I get what you're going through. Sometimes I get so depressed, I don't even want to leave my bed. But sometimes being alone makes it worse. How about I introduce you to some of my friends from school? We can start slow.
To my shock, Emily agreed. Nico and I started out by taking her for walks in the park, and once in a while introducing her to people. I was so grateful for Nico, and as time passed, we grew really close, and I secretly started having feelings for him. Then one night, the three of us were walking along the pier, when suddenly Nico tripped and fell sideways into the lake, hitting his head on a rock. Then he started sinking into the water. I jumped into the lake to get him. When I managed to pull him out, he was unconscious. Luckily, I knew CPR, and within an hour, he started to wake up. He was saved. The next day, I went to visit Nico at his house to see how he was. When I got there, he was lying on the couch and he looked super out of it. Hey, how are you feeling?
I just remember that I hit a rock and almost drowned, and that someone special saved my life. You have no idea how much it means to me, Leah. I haven't felt this loved in years.
My heart soared. I was just about to lean in and kiss him when Emily came over and Nico took her hand.
Emily told me she dove into the water to get me and then did CPR. She's an absolute angel.
To my horror, Nico pulled Emily close and kissed her. I felt like I was gonna throw up. I yanked Emily's arm and pulled her into the other room. How could you take credit for saving Nico's life? He's been my best friend for the past year, and you know what? I'm in love with him. Leah, I've been miserable my whole life. I don't know if any guy will want to be with me ever, considering all the issues I have. This could be my once-in-a-lifetime chance at happiness. But I guess that doesn't matter. So go tell Nico the truth and be the village hero. I'll just lock myself away in this bedroom forever. Emily stormed off into the bathroom and slammed the door. I couldn't think straight. I ran out of Nico's palace to clear my head. I wanted to tell Nico the truth so badly, but what if Emily was right? What if this was her one chance at a normal life? In the end, I decided to let Emily take the credit. It probably wouldn't be a big deal. She'd get to be the village hero for once. Plus, it wasn't like she and Nico were gonna get married overnight. I had time to think things over. Except Emily's fame lasted for more than a week. Worst of all, she and Nico were getting close. The two of them even went out together. He comforted her every time she had a panic attack and congratulated her every time she left the castle. God, was he her boyfriend or her babysitter? Then one night, my parents invited Nico over for dinner, and Dad made an announcement that sent me over the edge.
After much thought and discussion, we would like for Nico to be our new king. We love him like our own son, and we can't think of who'd be a better husband for our daughter.
My jaw dropped. I was gonna be with Nico after all? Everything was gonna work out? But Emily was fuming. You're just gonna take Nico away from me? Like that?
You mean I'm gonna marry Leah?
Actually, you're going to marry Emily, and she's going to be the queen instead of Leah. You two make such a beautiful couple, and it was truly a miracle that Emily was able to save your life, even with all her challenges, and that's remarkable. I felt like I'd been punched in the face. That's insane! I'm the eldest daughter. I've been preparing to be queen my whole life. And you know what? I'm the one who saved Nico. I should have never let Emily lie and take the credit for it. And I'm not letting her take my crown or marry Nico either. Before anyone could react, I fled from the table and into my bedroom. Then suddenly, I felt someone standing over me, and it was Emily, with fire in her eyes. Why would you rat me out like that? You can still have any guy you want, as long as it's not Nico. I've loved Nico for over a year. Emily, I've sacrificed everything for you. I spent days on end locked in this room so you wouldn't feel scared and alone. Is this the thanks I get? So, you're saying I owe you in some way? I never asked you to sacrifice yourself for me. You could have left me for a few hours if it was too much. It's not my fault you don't know how to set boundaries. Sorry, but I'm only responsible for my own happiness. That was it. Without thinking, I slapped Emily across the face hard. Emily turned around and was about to push me, but instead, she tripped and fell backwards, tumbling down the stairs. Everyone called for help and an ambulance came. What had I done? I went with everyone to the hospital, but I wasn't able to see Emily yet. I felt sick to my stomach. Suddenly, I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. It was Nico.
Hey, Emily's gonna be okay. She'll be in a cast for a few weeks, but don't worry.
I think there's something seriously wrong with me. How could I hurt my sister like that?
Maybe because you were fed up with letting her take what's yours? The servants overheard your conversation with Emily, that it was you who saved me and how you let her take the credit.
I was totally silent. I hadn't really thought of it that way, but Nico had a point.
Also, I need to confess something. I'm in love with you too. I've been in love with you for ages. I thought I loved Emily because she saved my life, but we don't have that connection that you and I have. I want to be with you, Leah, not your sister.
Suddenly, Nico leaned in to kiss me. Oh God, I wanted to kiss him so bad, but what about Emily? I couldn't do this to her. I ran away from Nico at that second. I had to talk to Emily. I went out to bring her flowers and then apologized for everything. Actually, I'm the one who owes you an apology. I went way too far by stealing both Nico and your crown from you. I know Nico doesn't see me like that. It's okay, Emily. It's in the past now. Everything is gonna be all right. I'm so glad you're okay. Honestly, me too. I hugged my sister tight. Today, I'm married to Nico as the Queen of Liechtenstein. And Emily is married too, with 3 kids.
The day I was born was quite an exciting one at the hospital. When she held me for the first time, she gasped at my eyes. They were midnight blue in the center with a light blue ring outside. The nurses were stunned too, and well, a bit confused. Blue eyes are rare, and you both have brown eyes. Quite unusual.
What are you trying to say, woman? You think this isn't our child? Did you cause a mix-up in the nursery?
No, of course not, sir. I was only saying.
How about you keep your useless opinions to yourself? Her eyes are nothing special to talk about.
And for some reason, it always really annoyed him when people noticed and talked about my eyes, which was every time they met me. And as I grew older, I started realizing that I had a strange power. I could get what I wanted using my eyes. Let me give you an example. Once when I was 6, I went with my parents to their friend's house, who had twins my age. I could tell the boy was really sweet, but the girl didn't like me much. When she left the room for a while, the boy climbed onto her bunk bed and returned with a beautiful doll.
Her eyes are just like yours. I think you should have her. Oh, wow, really? Thank you so much. Hey, thief! You can't have my doll. But your brother gave it to me. It even looks like me. It's not his, it's mine. And it looks nothing like you, witch. Let go.
I pulled harder and suddenly the doll's head snapped off. The girl burst into tears and went running to our parents. Oh boy, I'd be in so much trouble with Dad. Suddenly, I looked deep into the boy's eyes.
You'll tell everyone that your sister broke the doll's neck because she didn't want me to play with it. You'll say that, won't you?
And that's what he said, word for word. The girl's parents apologized to me and scolded her. Over time, I just couldn't help using my eyes more often to get my way. Sometimes I knew it was wrong, but it was just too easy. I only had to look at people with my big baby blues, and teachers would help me during exams. People would give up their seats on the bus. And if someone got the last hot dog at lunch before me, they were sure to surrender it. By the time I was in high school, I was quite popular with the boys and had my girl gang too. But I knew I wasn't well liked by the mean girls, especially the head cheerleader Cadence. She was the girl whose doll I'd broken as a kid, and she hated me since. One day in 9th grade, a group of cheerleaders and jocks in the cafeteria were talking about a cool new movie they were going to watch that weekend. It sounded like fun, and I wanted an invite. So I walked straight up to this boy, Zach. Hey guys, I was wondering if I could tag along to the movies with you this weekend. Zach hesitated, and then he looked directly into my eyes. I knew what his answer would be. Of course, Phoebe. Thanks, Zach. You're a sweetheart.
Did you just invite her to the movies without asking any of us?
What's the big deal? I don't think anyone has a problem.
The rest just shrugged, and Cadence glared at me before storming off. I was still grinning when I walked over to my locker later, and I found her waiting there.
You're not going to the movies. No way! I don't care what Zach said, you're uninvited.
What are you gonna do? Ban my entry into the cinema? You can't, so I'll see you there. I turned to leave, but she knocked my books out of my hand and stepped on them. I grabbed her by the hair and we broke into a cat fight. We both ended up in the principal's office and she immediately called our parents. I didn't do anything. She started it. I hadn't even touched her. She pulled my hair. The principal also called in a few witnesses from the hallway, and luckily for me, it was a bunch of boys I knew. I only had to look at them, and they all said Cadence was to blame.
No way! She can't get away with everything just by batting her dumb eyes. She looks like an angel, but she's a lying witch who has everyone dancing to her tune.
But Cadence got detention while I was let off with just a warning. On the car ride home though, Mom and Dad were really quiet. Why are you guys acting like I killed someone? It was just a silly fight over a movie plan. Why do I feel like I believe Cadence? You've always tried to get your way by manipulating people ever since you were a kid. Now it seems worse than I thought. Okay, so people are sometimes nice to me and do what I ask. What's so wrong with that? We'll talk about this tomorrow. You are grounded for a week.
What? Why the heck?
Phoebe, enough. You heard what your dad said. I felt really mad at both of them, but the next morning I found them waiting for me in the dining room with a small box on the table. What's this? Something to cover up your eyes. You need to learn that life isn't so easy, and you can't just get whatever you want. Inside the box were brown contact lenses. They were the color of mud. Are you kidding me? You think I'm gonna wear those? You have to wear them if you want to continue going to school. I looked over at my mom, who wouldn't even look me in the eyes. But I could tell Dad was completely serious, and Mom just didn't have my back. With angry tears, I grabbed the box and ran out of there. It took me a few tries to wear the contacts, but I finally managed. And I hated what I saw staring back at me in the mirror. It wasn't me. At school, I was hoping by some miracle no one would notice. But of course, everyone did. Why are your eyes suddenly brown? Did your evil spell finally wear off once you got all your wishes? Everyone's comments made things hard because it felt really embarrassing to say my dad was making me wear brown lenses. I made up some lame excuse about how the doctor had recommended them for an eye condition, but it didn't seem to convince anyone. And suddenly, no one seemed to care about me much. Luckily, a month later, Dad's job caused him to transfer to another state. A fresh start was exactly what I needed. No one in school there would ever know I had blue eyes before. But it was quite strange walking into this new place and not having anyone pay much attention to me. My classmates seemed pleasant enough, but everyone just went off with their groups at lunch. I was sitting outside having lunch under a tree when someone dropped down next to me. "Hello, mind if I join you?" "You already have, and I don't mind at all." "Good, 'cause I'm too tired to get up anyway. Plus, I've been waiting for someone new to show up for ages. All these other girls just talk about boys and makeup, and they think they're from another planet. Or they think I'm from another planet, I'm not sure." Her name was Grace, and I warmed up to her instantly. We quickly became close friends, but I just couldn't tell her my stupid secret. A few weeks later, we were sitting on the gym floor making decorations for an event when some guys started playing basketball. And suddenly, the ball came flying at me and hit me smack in the face. I opened my eyes, and looking down at me was a gorgeous boy with black hair and the deepest blue eyes ever. Had I died and gone to heaven?
Hey, are you okay?
Of course she's not okay, you moron. You could have killed my best friend. Help me up, will you? Grace pulled me up, but my knees gave way and the boy swept me up effortlessly. He carried me to the bleachers and said he'd be back with some water. "Phoebe, are you okay?" Yeah, I'm fine." "I see. Yeah, you aren't fine. And if he has his way, you never will be again." "What do you mean?" Just then the boy returned with a water bottle and knelt beside me.
Really sorry. We should have been more careful.
"Oh, don't worry. I don't mind. I mean, it's just a ball, not a rocket." Now that would hurt. I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe I have a concussion, but I'm okay. O-Y-A-K. See? I can still spell. He just smiled at me and ran off to his friends. What a blubbering idiot. I turned to Grace and saw she'd already left. Later that night, I got permission from my parents to stay over at Grace's. "So tell me, what do you know about the gym boy?" "That's Levi. He's my older brother." "You're what now?" "Yeah, I know. Different set of genes. But Phoebe, he's a heartbreaker. He changes girlfriends faster than he changes underwear. He knows he's good looking, and he uses it to make girls like him, and then bam! 2 weeks later, some girl is crying in the school bathroom, and he's got a new girlfriend." "Really? But he seems sweet." "How would you know? He's my brother, and I'm telling you, he's a jerk." "Is he here? Like right now?" Yeah. But you don't want to talk to him, right? You're here to have a slumber party with me, and I just told you, he's a jerk, right? Gotcha. But I couldn't get Levi off my mind. Grace messaged me on Monday that she had the flu and wasn't coming to school, and I decided this was a great chance to talk to her brother. On the bus, I was thinking about what I'd say to him when someone sat down next to me.
Sorry, seats in the back are full.
Holy lady luck! It was Levi, but it seems like he hadn't recognized me and just started reading a book. What you reading? He turned the cover to me without looking my way. Oh, nice. I've never read that.
Okay, good to know.
Wow, he did seem like a bit of a jerk, but I wasn't giving up yet. If it's good, maybe I'll read it. I'm the girl from the gym, by the way, the one you hit with the basketball.
I know that. I didn't have memory loss. It's just that you're Grace's BFF, and she told me to stay away from you.
That's strange. She didn't say anything to me. And why can't we all be friends? Grace was down with some virus and couldn't attend school for 2 weeks, and I ended up spending all my time with Levi. He was gorgeous, but he was also funny and thoughtful, and I just couldn't help liking him. And I had a feeling he liked me too. But when Grace returned, she was furious seeing us together. So what? You've replaced me with Levi now? Of course I haven't. You weren't here and we just started hanging out. And now you're in love with him, aren't you? Even after what I said, doesn't take anyone too long to fall in love with Levi. He gets anything he wants. I was upset that Grace was mad, but I didn't want to give up on Levi either. Later that day, as I was running an errand, I passed by a cafe window and stopped in my tracks. Levi was sitting there with some blonde girl I'd never seen before. He suddenly spotted me and I started walking away quickly.
Phoebe, please stop. It's not what it looks like.
It's none of my business, Levi, so no need to explain. I obviously misread some signs. You should go back to your girlfriend. 2 weeks and it's time for a new girl, yeah? Just like Grace said.
She said what?
That you're a heartbreaker and that you change girls faster than clothes and that I should stay away from you?
Phoebe, she made that up, okay? I went out with her best friend a year ago and things ended badly between us. She blocked out Grace too and moved away, and it broke Grace's heart. In fact, that girl in the cafe is my ex. She's in town and wanted to return some things. And you didn't misread any signs. I like you a lot, and I was planning to ask you to the winter dance.
I need to talk to Grace first, okay? I had a heart-to-heart with Grace, and she admitted that she'd lied about Levi. I know he's a good guy, but I don't want to lose another friend. Pinky swear, no matter what happens between me and your brother, we'll stay friends forever. We decided to go shopping together for the winter dance, and I found a beautiful blue dress. As I looked in the dressing room mirror, I suddenly took my contacts out and called Grace.
What happened to your eyes?
I told her all about how I'd get whatever I wanted because of my eyes, so my parents made me cover them up.
That is ridiculous. They can't make you do that.
I know, but maybe it hasn't been the worst thing. I got you and Levi, and it has nothing to do with my eyes. But yeah, I think I just want to be myself now. When I got home, I walked into the lounge where my parents were watching TV.
What have you done?
I'm tired of covering up my real eyes. This is who I am, and I won't hide it anymore. I'm done with your controlling nonsense.
You'll do what I say as long as you live under my roof.
Then maybe I won't live under your roof. I went upstairs to gather my things so I could go stay at Grace's house when suddenly Mom came in. I need to show you something. She pulled out contacts from her eyes, and they were the brightest blue, just like mine. Your dad hated the attention I attracted, and after we got married, he made me cover them up. But you're brave to stand up for yourself, and I don't want to let you down again. I'm leaving with you. We packed our things and left Dad for good. We checked into a hotel until we could find a place. But for the first time, I saw Mom happy and free. The next day, I put on my blue dress for the dance, and Levi came to pick me up.
Grace told me about your eyes. You look beautiful.
You think so?
Yeah, but no matter what color they are, I'd think that anyway.
I was born on the 10th of December, 1815, in a super rich family in London and lived with my governess, the servants, and a pet cat, Mrs. Puff, in a huge mansion in the countryside. My mom was a very famous social worker and was mostly away, but whenever she'd return home, I'd try my best to make the most of it.
Mom, I made this drawing for you. Mom, I learned to ride a unicycle. Isn't it cool? Look, I can walk upside down.
It was like everything I did was to impress Mom. Ada, I don't want you wasting your time in these senseless things. Darling, you are made for greatness. I will have the best tutors in the world for you. Mom was pretty bent on making me stop wasting my time, so she hired an army of tutors to teach me at home. I was being taught everything, from mathematics to astronomy, from literature to history. I was even learning French and Spanish. But I just couldn't sit through the lessons. They seemed so boring. Every time my teachers would start a topic, I'd want to go out and play, which I wasn't allowed to do because Mom had set all these rules for me to follow, a proper timetable, and even a meal plan. But then I found a way to make it work. I promised my teachers that I'd study if they gave me multiple breaks throughout the day, and they agreed. After every lesson, I'd go out and enjoy the weather, and it made learning fun for me. With the best teachers in all of England, I started to finally like studying, and my curiosity about things just kept growing. I'd lay my eyes on something and wanted to know how it worked.
Why does the wind blow? If the earth is spinning, why don't we spin with it? Why aren't we dizzy? Where does the rain come from, and why is the rainbow always an arc? Why is it not a circle?
One time, I wrote a poem about rainbows and read it to my mom. I thought I did a pretty good job, but Mom looked royally pissed. Ada, what is all this? Poetry? I hate it. I am giving you this lavish life, far away from all the worries and troubles of the world, and you waste your time writing poems of all things? I hate poems. I'm going to get you new tutors. Looks like you have too much time to waste. Saying that, she went to her room where I was never allowed to enter because she always kept it locked. Mom thought I was some dumb kid who couldn't pick a lock and enter her room. As a matter of fact, I had known what she was hiding in that room right from the start. My dad. Actually, pictures of my dad. I had heard the servants often talk about him. My dad was a very famous poet. He was basically the first celebrity of England. He was sort of like a rock star of his time and had a massive fan following.
People from far away would come to listen to his poetry, and that didn't sit well with my mom. My mom hated his work, and they'd argue so much that when I was just 2 months old, he moved away and never looked back. Mom didn't want me to be like him, and that was the reason she wanted me to always be super busy with studies. But Mom forgot I was my own person. Yeah, I had started to love science and mathematics, but I also loved something else that I don't think my mom ever experienced: having fun. Like, everyone knows how fun it is to play in the mud and run like crazy in the rain, but for Mom, it was a big no-no. She would constantly be telling me to sit, stand, eat, and even breathe like a proper lady. One time, when I was about 12, we had a party at our place, and Mom made me wear the most uncomfortable dress ever. It was so tight that it just made me wonder how women could breathe in it. As everyone danced and enjoyed themselves, I just wanted to get some fresh air. So I went to the garden, and it was then that I saw it. A nest on a tree. It was about to fall. I quickly got into action and climbed the tree. Thank God Mom wasn't there. But then, out of nowhere, I heard her yell, "Dear God, Ada, what in the world? You are wearing such an expensive dress. Ugh, it's ruined now. I held this party to introduce you to Augustus, the best math teacher in all of Britain, and this is how you behave?" But Mom, the little birdie's nest was about to fall. I had to fix it. This nest was more important than this stupid dress or anyone else.
You see, my lady, why I was refusing to tutor your daughter. Math, science, these are not the fields women should worry about. I suggest you teach her how to cook, clean, and yes, some manners too.
Saying that, the man left, and Mom, wow, she literally went berserk, and I got the lecture of a lifetime, and it was then that it happened. I felt a shooting pain in my head, and then everything turned dark. When I woke up, I was in my bed, and it turned out I had a headache called a migraine. I was put on bed rest for not just 1 or 2 days, but for a whole year. Just in the first week, I felt like I was gonna go crazy from boredom. I had solved tons and tons of puzzles, played all the board games in the house with the servants, read so many books, and I was still bored. But then one day I saw something amazing. The nest that I had saved had chicks. I was so happy. Over the coming weeks, I saw each chick one by one leaving the nest, and it was because of them that I fell in love with flying. I poured my heart into researching how to fly and called the subject flyology. I gathered supplies and even built wings. I so wanted to try them on and see if I could fly. But Mom, she thought it was a waste of time thinking about a machine that could never be made. In reality, if Mom could only see the world now. When I turned 14, Mom introduced me to my new teacher, Mary. She was a mathematics genius, and it was because of her that my love for the field of mathematics just grew. One time when Mary was done with her class, she forgot her advanced math book at my place. Since back in the day we didn't have TV or smartphones, I was just bored, so I started solving the equations. And the next week when Mary visited, she was stunned. Who helped you? There is no way you did it yourself. This is practically the hardest math question. Hardest? It was easy peasy. Hearing my answer, Mary,
I learned from the best.
I didn't know I was the best.
Who says I was talking about you?
The only problem was that Luke found out what Moon was doing, and he wasn't too happy about it and cornered me.
Alice, Quan's not right for you. He once told me,
If you hurt my sister, I'll turn your hair pink.
and he walks around in sunglasses indoors too. And don't even get me started on his weird spoons collection. Did you see the massive plastic to fancy spoons display in his room? I'm just worried you'll end up hurt.
But I wasn't very convinced. And then the next day, as we were preparing for our band rehearsal, Luke arrived with a surprise visitor.
Camillo came to rehearsal, if you girls don't mind.
If looks could kill, Luke would be dead now.
Oh, that's why you said not to bring Quan.
We'll talk later, baby. I tell you, man, we have the best drummer in town.
So, he has decided to play matchmaker too.
Go on then.
During our practice, I was super nervous, way more than usual. But then Camillo did some really nice things that made me feel a lot better. I think I did pretty good in the end.
That was great, Alice. I didn't know you were so talented.
Thanks. That made me melt, literally, right there on the spot. For the next few weeks, I was caught in a love triangle with Quan and Camillo, and tangled in a dispute between friends. I felt bad, but chose to go with the flow, hoping to solve the puzzle of my heart. But things turned into some kind of competition between them, and in order to win, they went big. Luke orchestrated a fantastic carnival date for Camilo and me. Amidst the chaos, we laughed, won games, and feasted on cotton candy. I even won him a huge stuffed animal.
Thanks! Elephants are my favorite animal.
I'm more of a grizzly bear girl, but elephants are pretty cool. Then, Camilo and I rode on an intense roller coaster in an odd moment of calm. Before the car sped off again, Camilo pulled out his camera and took a picture of me. What are you doing?
I want to capture this moment forever.
That was one of the most magical and romantic nights of my life. For her part, Moon convinced Quan to take me to his favorite spot, a haven he had never taken anyone to before. It was a dark and murky place. Quan led the way, nodding to some guys. All eyes were on me, so I tried my hardest to copy his attitude. Needless to say, I failed. Quan, we are too young to be here.
Relax, what is life without a little risk?
Right, but maybe this is a little too dangerous? Okay, I admit it, I was scared, but you would be too if you saw those people there. It looked like the whole cast of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Don't worry, Alice. I know the owner and most of the guys. They are cool.
Quan took my hand, and not only did I feel safer, but I was also ecstatic. The rest of the night turned out to be surprisingly amazing. Everybody was fun and welcoming. Quan revealed his secret technique to cheat in poker, and an energetic punk band put on a spectacular show. Hours later, we watched the sunrise on the hood of his car at the highest point of the city. Hey, okay, I hear you all yelling, pick a lane, girl. But come on, deciding between Camilo and Quan is like choosing between chocolate and vanilla when you love both. It's driving me nuts too. It was impossible. Like Camilo wrote and recited to me in an open reading the most beautiful poem I had ever heard. But then Quan got us the chance to play our first gig in the same place he took me. Clueless of what to do, I turned to the greatest source of wisdom I knew, my dad. Okay, yes, I was truly desperate. Dad, is it possible to be in love with two people at the same time? My dad took a deep breath before answering.
Alice, time has taught me not to put any limits on love. Love can be many different things. It constantly mutates, so maybe it is possible.
And what should I do? I can't date two people at the same time.
No, you have to be mature and thoughtful. Take care of your feelings, but also those of others.
But I don't know how to decide this.
If you are stuck in this situation, you might not be ready for love. Maybe the best thing to do now is to focus on yourself.
And it wasn't very helpful. Maybe my dad wasn't the fountain of wisdom I thought he was. Before you guys go off in the comments, I know this is like the best kind of problem any girl my age could have. For days, I ignored both Camilo and Quan, but finally, the day of the concert arrived. Surprisingly, I was pretty calm. Well, that was until I saw both Quan and Camilo in the audience. At that moment, all my fears surfaced and I completely panicked. I couldn't face it and locked myself in the dressing room's bathroom.
Alice, what are you doing?
We have to go on stage in 5 minutes. I can't do it. This is all too much pressure. After failing to convince me to go out, Moon and Luke took it out on each other. Why did you invite Camilo? This was Quan's moment. He got us the gig.
And Camilo can't be here? He's really supportive of the band too.
Why are you doing this? What do you have against my brother?
He thinks he's a Yakuza or something like that.
And my brother is a great guy.
But he's not good enough for Alice.
And Camilo is? He's so pretentious. I was listening to their fight behind the bathroom door. It was like I had traveled back in time and they were my parents. I had to put an end to all this chaos. I gathered my strength and opened the door. Stop! This ends now. You can't be fighting over my love life. That doesn't make any sense.
But
no buts. We were just trying to help you, like you helped us. I know, but it just doesn't feel right. I was wrong. Love should be spontaneous and free, not something we try to control and mold to fit our convenience. It's my life and I can make my choices. You're right.
We're sorry. I'm sorry, Moony Toony.
I am too, Lukey Doofy. That's really sweet. But for now, enough with the cheesy stuff. We've got a show to give. The room was silent and expectant when we got on stage. The air was tense, but we were ready. Hello, we are Cupid and his broken arrows. Are you ready to rock?
Let's do this!
1, 2, 3, 4. The show was incredible. To be up on stage playing our music was a life-changing moment. There, I felt everything. Electricity, adrenaline, nervousness, and fireworks. And I can proudly say that it was the first of many shows. As for the guys, I decided to follow the advice of my father, who, as always, was right. I wasn't ready for love, and I didn't want to risk hurting them. I took them aside individually and told them the truth. Luckily, they both understood, or at least I think they did. I decided that I should focus on my first love, music, and that would pay off big time.
Cupid! Cupid! Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, it's a good thing you are, because this is Cupid and his broken arrows!
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, as you can see, a lot has happened since the last time we chatted. Where were we? Oh yes, after our first show at that shabby place, Luke, Moon, and I promised to do everything we could to get to the top of the music world. First, we decided to go on tour. We rented an old van and set off on the road to our dreams. Well, at first, it was looking more like a nightmare than a dream. Not exactly the Four Seasons. Tell me there's no cockroaches. I can't sleep here if there are cockroaches. Of course not, Moon. Maybe just some 8-legged roommates. But I'm sure they're very friendly.
The top bed's mine!
Those first few weeks were challenging and scary, but Luke, Moon, and I stuck closer than ever. Sometimes literally. Relax, guys. Nothing bad ever happens to teenagers in horror movies, right? Initially, our gigs were confined to really small and quiet venues. Good night. We are Cupid and his broken arrows. Yeah, there were literally more crickets than people, but slowly, people caught wind of our shows. Our songs started popping up everywhere, and we gathered a group of loyal fans. It wasn't an overnight thing, but somehow we became kind of famous. However, the sudden fame had its downsides. The biggest downside of them all was him. That's Trevor, our manager. He discovered us when we were playing in a tiny, sleazy venue in Los Angeles.
Hello, kids. I'm gonna make you stars.
Talking about terror? Oh, I mean Trevor? See? It's like his name was meant for a crooked manager role. I'm just spitting straight facts here, guys.
Where do you dream of playing? Just name it. In the forum?
That's a little too ambitious.
I'll make it happen. Sky's the limit for us.
Despite Moon and Luke's excitement, something didn't smell right to me, so I decided to keep an eye on Trevor. Follow that car! I always wanted to say that. I tailed him to the forum offices. Oh, tailed is what spies say when they follow someone. Too many spy novels, I guess. So, Trevor got out of his car, but returned as if he'd forgotten something. What could it be, you might ask? His briefcase? His parking permit? Maybe his wallet? Well, not exactly. A gun? Who brings a gun to a business meeting? It's like bringing a gun to a business meeting. I figured he was a little shady, but he was actually dangerous. After a while, he walked out of the meeting with a big smile and put his gun back in his suit. Oh my god! That night, after Trevor gave us the news that he got us a slot at the forum, I revealed what my fierce investigation had unmasked. It's over, Trevor. I saw your gun and how you used it to get us this concert. We can't be involved in something as dark as that.
Oh, you mean this?
Trevor pulled out his gun and pointed it directly at me. My life flashed before my eyes. Moon, Luke, and I screamed in terror as he pulled the trigger. To find out what happened next, join part 4 of the story. Now relax, I'm just kidding. Trevor fired, but all that came out of the gun was water. Phew, that was a close call. Well, maybe not really. Are you crazy? Why are you carrying this with you?
For protection, in case, a small cat attacks me.
And why did you use it in the meeting?
Oh, that! Those guys never water their plants. They were so dry, poor things.
Maybe I had misjudged him.
Still, if you don't want to be involved in something as dark as me, I understand. Maybe it's for the best.
No, Trevor, please don't take this personally. Alice is just like that.
Excuse me? Yes, we really want to work with you.
Great then. Are you in, Alice?
Outvoted, I had no choice but to accept Trevor. His impact was soon felt. He devised everything for us, from trying on silly, smelly costumes, which I'm sure he had stolen from the thrift store to keep the extra money for himself, to making us do some bizarre and really embarrassing publicity stunts. Yet, while I hated to admit it, he did take us to the next level. He even got us a record deal. Maybe he isn't all that bad. He certainly wasn't the worst thing that came with fame. Paparazzi were a real headache.
Hey, Alice, aren't you dating someone? People want to know about your love life.
Oh, it's a full-blown love triangle. Me, my couch, and my Apple. I mean, iPhone. Seriously? Can it get any cringier? Well, I know what you must be thinking. What about Juan and Camilo? You guys are so predictable. Okay, after I told him I was not ready for love, our paths simply parted. Camilo moved to the big city to try his luck as a poet, and Juan went back to South Korea. I had accepted that love wasn't my thing, and I was fine with that. Really, I was. But it seems that not everybody was.
Alice, people are interested in you and your love life. We must give them something.
And before I could say anything, Trevor launched his enormous Find Alice a Boyfriend operation. When he was choosing from the pictures, from his looks, you'd think he was attempting to assemble an atomic bomb. I wish you people would stop meddling in my love life. You're one to talk.
Fair point.
Must I suffer all my life for that one time I played Cupid? Besides, you two are practically soulmates. I only intervened in the name of true love.
Maybe Trevor will find you your soulmate.
If he does, he deserves deserves a Nobel Prize in matchmaking.
Haha, very funny.
Bingo! We found our man. Get ready, Alice.
Trevor orchestrated a date with one of the buzziest actors in town. Naturally, he gave the paparazzi a heads up, turning the dinner into a spectacle that rivaled the Super Bowl coverage. I won't deny that he was good looking. The man could make any Greek god jealous, but he seemed to be already in a committed and very toxic relationship with his phone. It was like they were stuck in a never-ending staring contest. If a UFO landed on the table, he'd probably just assume it was dessert. So, tell me something about yourself.
I have 5 million followers.
Wow, I'd be concerned if that many people were following me. That's next level stalking.
Huh?
Alice, when's the wedding?
This was beyond ridiculous. I needed a bulletproof escape plan. Something as sophisticated and brilliant as my mastermind can scheme. Hey, isn't that one of the Kardashians?
A Kardashian? Where?
I took advantage of the commotion to sneak out, but just as I was about to fulfill my genius escape, I bumped into a waiter sending his tray flying in the air. It landed on the head of my date. Oh my god, I'm so... Camillo? Is that you?
Alicia, hi. What are you doing here?
I was super surprised to see Camillo, but I had to move fast. I'm actually in the midst of an escape. Care to help me?
Absolutely.
Camillo wheeled over a waiter's cart covered with a tablecloth.
Your chariot awaits, Your Majesty.
I hopped in the cart, and Camillo carried me unnoticed out of the restaurant. After we were in the clear, we two went for a walk.
By the way, I must confess, I'm a massive fan.
Oh, thank you so much.
People don't believe me when I tell them we used to date.
Do you tell people that?
Well, I know we didn't exactly date, but I don't know, maybe I'm just expressing my wishes out loud.
Are you flirting with me right now?
I am. Who knows when I'll cross paths again with another star, especially with one as strikingly beautiful as you.
He was going all in. I tried to play it cool. That's smooth, but I'm not gonna fall for it that easily. I did. I'm not the same girl I was a couple of years ago. I was. Besides, I know you have a way with words. He did.
You know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Of course. My inner fireworks were about to start a pyrotechnic show that could rival New Year's Eve. I know, guys. I'm too weak. The rest of the night, we walked around the city just talking. It was pretty magical. The next day, Trevor woke me up.
Alice, who the hell is this?
Trevor pointed out a couple of pictures of Camillo and me walking through the city last night. Damn paparazzi. They got me again. Just an old friend.
TV and social media are going nuts over these photos. Just read these headlines. Drummer ditches movie star for poet waiter. This is genius. I am a genius.
I was about to remind him that it wasn't his idea when he went off on a long rant about how Camillo and I needed to start dating for the sake of the band. Well, I hated Trevor butting into my life like that. Dating Camillo didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For the sake of the band, of course. Over the next few weeks, Camillo and I became a thing, and Trevor's scheme worked like a charm. Strangely, every little thing we did became big news that the whole country should know. Look where we are now. Camillo's really turned things around for us. Yeah, but Camillo's writing is taking off too. It's a whole thing, though it felt strange to me. But we were too caught up in enjoying all the attention to bother about it.
Guys, you guys are breaking the internet right now. Any advice for your followers? Just be great. Be as incredible as we are.
We know that's a pretty high bar. Yeah, I know. I wanted to pinch myself too. But dealing with fame was hard. Everyone wanted a piece of you. And soon, all this glitz and glamour also got between Moon, Luke, and me.
You're late again.
Sorry, loves. We play in Rochester in a few days. We need to rehearse. I'm here, aren't I? Try to relax a little bit, kid. Kid? We've done hundreds of shows. It's a walk in the park. It isn't just another show. It's our first home show since we left. Quan is even coming back from Korea with his new girlfriend for this. It has to be perfect. The mention of Quan and a girlfriend struck a chord with me. He had a girlfriend now? Who was she? Why didn't Moon tell me this earlier? Why wasn't he thinking of me? I was beyond angry. What the hell, Moon? Why are you throwing Quan and his girlfriend in my face?
She was not throwing...
This is clearly not about the show. Of course it is. What else would it be about? This is about you two being jealous of me and Camillo. This is about you not bearing to be under my shadow. Oh my god, you're completely delusional. Oh yeah? You two are completely... I couldn't think of a good enough adjective, so I simply stormed out. What I didn't realize was that Trevor was standing on the side, just watching the drama unfold.
Don't stress. You don't need anyone. I think you could even go solo.
What?
I mean, everybody knows you're the heart of the band. You're gonna do great things by yourself. I just know it.
Oh, shut up. I knew Trevor was trying to manipulate me, but he wasn't all wrong. The band thing was not working. We were always fighting, and I had Camillo. What was the point of continuing? Okay, let's do it. We decided it was best to keep it a secret until after the show in Rochester, which would be our last. I had fears, doubts, and a lot of anxiety, but Camillo managed to calm me down.
I'll be right there at your side.
Finally, the day of the show had arrived. My relationship with Luke and Moon was more strained than ever. To avoid them, I went to the side of the stage. The arena was packed. Everybody we knew was there. Luke's family, Moon's dad, even the goth girl was present. Wait, where's Dad? I tried to locate my father in the VIP and the crowd, but it was like finding Waldo. When even Camillo, who was supposed to bring Dad, didn't answer my calls, I started freaking out. Something felt really off. Soon after, Camillo called me from the hospital and told me there had been an accident. What? How?
I was late. Then I saw your dad's accident on the way, so I followed him to the hospital. But your dad is fine. He's resting now.
Why did nobody call me?
They said they called his emergency contact.
I'm on my way. I ran to the dressing room to grab my things. Guys, I have to go. My dad is in the hospital.
Your dad?
What happened? I explained everything, and despite our fight, Moon and Luke hugged me tightly.
Alice, I'll drive you.
Due to my shock, I hadn't noticed that Quan was there. He looked even more attractive than before. Quan, Snap out of it, girl. Let's go.
Whoa, Alice, stop. The show's about to start.
She needs to be at the hospital.
Family comes first, always. As she said that, I felt horrible. They were my family, and I was backstabbing them.
I don't care about your family. This is the most important show ever. We're gonna tape it for a movie. It's the farewell concert. Do you know how much money we're gonna lose?
After saying it, Trevor closed his mouth so tightly that his lips seemed to have magnets on them. Farewell concert?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Breakups sell well, and we'll have 3 products instead of 1.
Both Luke and Moon looked at me. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under right now. Dad, oh my God, are you okay? What happened?
Oh, it's just a silly accident, but I'm okay.
I'm coming to see you.
What? All those people are there to see you. You're gonna play and rock that gig.
But...
No buts, Missy. Afterward, you can come see me. Not like I'm going anywhere. Rock it for your old man.
Okay, Dad, I love you.
You heard Dad, kids. Let's do it. It's showtime.
We went on stage, and the tension was crazy. I could feel Luke and Moon's hateful glares. It was as if Cyclops from the X-Men was looking at me without his glasses. The show was about to start, but I refused to be like those old dinosaur rock bands where everyone hated each other. So I did something I never did. I stepped up to the microphone. No, don't freak out. I'm not gonna sing. Hi, Rochester. I want to dedicate this show to my family, to my dad, who needs to stop riding his bike at night, and to my siblings, Luke and Moon. No one has taught me as much about love and friendship as you two have. I love you, and I'm sorry, guys. Luke and Moon smiled at me. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time to rock. Then the show finally started, and it was simply incredible. Luke, Moon, and I played like it was the first time in my garage. The show was, without a shadow of a doubt, our best. After that, we 3 reconciled in a big embrace. While they were still angry, at least now it didn't look like they were going to scheme to murder me. Shortly after, Trevor joined us. Oh, Trevor, just the man we were looking for.
What?
Should we share the honors, guys? At the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
You are fired, kid.
Trevor tried to manipulate and scare us with threats, but when we were together, that didn't work. That's why he wanted to split the band. He knew he could control us if we were divided.
You're making a huge mistake. This is not over.
Can you close the door on your way out? Thanks! We went to see my dad, and apart from a few scratches and a large cast on his leg, he was fine. You'd think I now had everything, and you'd be right. I had my band and friends back, my dad was okay, and I had my boyfriend. It was finally time for my lived happily ever after moment. Well, that lasted for about 2 seconds. Literally. Someone suddenly burst into the hospital room. Babe, are you all right? Mom? Babe? What are you doing? Alice. Well, I guess now I know who his emergency contact was. My mom looked at me smiling, but when she saw Camillo, her face completely transformed. Alice, get away from him. I was beyond confused. I looked at Camillo. His face revealed that he had something to confess. I imagine your faces right now are exactly like mine at that moment. Once again, fate had a curveball for me. But this is running too long. I know no one likes cliffhangers, but you know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Hi, my name is Sonia, and my story is about how I became a genius and what that's really like, the good and the bad. And before we dive in, make sure you click that notification bell. Otherwise, you never know what kind of juicy stories you might miss out on. Alright then. So there I was at my boyfriend, Samuel's, baseball game. It had already been a super intense match, and this was the final stretch. Samuel stepped up to bat. All of our friends were cheering around me, and I was so nervous that I nearly crushed the bag of popcorn in my hands. Funny thing, I actually don't like popcorn, but at the first game I ever went to, I was so hungry that I bought some, and Samuel's team won that game. So now it's like a good luck thing. Up went the pitcher's arm, hands on the ball. He threw it hard, but Samuel hit it even harder. That ball was going. I jumped off my seat in a fit of excitement, joining all of my friends. I was screaming so hard that I didn't even notice the ball coming right at me. Then, out of nowhere, one of Samuel's best friends snatched the ball with his ready-to-go glove right in front of my face, stopping it from smashing into me. But he bumped me while making the save. And while the ball landed softly in his glove, my head crashed hard onto the concrete steps below. Next thing I know, I'm in the hospital. Cords attached to both arms, something strapped over my face. I looked around the room, and there were cards, flowers, and balloons everywhere. Something was different from that very moment I woke up. But it felt so subtle that I almost didn't even recognize it. The simplest way to put it for those who wouldn't understand is that I was more in touch with reality, more with it. I noticed every little thing, every detail. Everything just made sense, like it never had before. Life was like a math equation, complicated, yet logical. It was peaceful. I decided to allow myself to adjust for a few days and just observe everything that was going on around me. I pretended to be asleep while my many friends and family members filtered in and out to visit. What I noticed from those visits was interesting in itself. I could see very clearly for the first time that my parents were not actually happy together. When they spoke, they never made direct eye contact, and they always had something very snippy and passive to say to one another. There was no real love or connection. I wondered why they had stayed together all those years. And then there was Samuel. He came to visit many times. To the outside world, you would think he was the most caring and devoted boyfriend ever. But the outside world didn't see the way he would smile into his phone from time to time, and only when a very specific sound would alert him of a new message. I knew right away. He was clearly cheating on me. And I'd seen that smile before, for months even. This wasn't something new. Any other time in my life, these realizations would have broken me. But now, I didn't seem to mind at all. I obviously wasn't going to let it continue with Samuel. No. I had way too much self-respect for that. But it just didn't affect me. It was like things made too much sense for there to even be those same petty human emotions. After a few days of observation and playing asleep, I decided to wake up. I figured the most convenient way to do it would be when many people were there to minimize the number of phone calls that would need to be made. So, when my parents, Samuel, and 2 other friends were all in the room, hanging out and talking, I opened my eyes, slowly. I had to sell it. Samuel was the first to rush up to me, the very loyal boyfriend that he was. He picked up my hand and asked if I could hear him. Yes, can you hear me? I asked, very clearly. Maybe too clear, because he looked a bit confused. Everyone did. Yes, he responded. Sonia, I'm so happy. Samuel, I'm sure you will understand why I'm breaking up with you right now, I said, cutting him off. Won't you? Wait, you're breaking up with me right now? He asked, now totally confused. Yes, and you understand why, of course. No? I asked. He played dumb. Sonia, where is this coming from? Is this about the hit? Listen, I'm so sorry. You have to know I didn't mean to. I couldn't help but roll my eyes as I cut him off again. Not the game, Sam. You're cheating on me, right? Now, the whole room was completely still. Sonia! He started, clearly overacting that he was in shock. Why would you even think such a thing? Give me your phone, please, I asked calmly. Of course he refused, so I tried again. If you have nothing to hide, then give me your phone. To no surprise, he still wouldn't, and then he started to make a scene which alerted 2 nurses into the room. It was clear that nothing more would come out of this conversation. He refused to leave. I asked the nurse to please take him out for my sake. As he was being walked out, he turned around, looking at me with some sort of hope. You played a good game. I don't think he knew if I was talking about cheating or baseball at that point. It didn't matter. He turned to keep walking, and that was that. It was at that moment that something clicked inside of me. I had known Samuel was cheating on me, just by mere observation. I then realized that I could manipulate just about everything around me to have the life I'd always wanted. It would be easy, but it needed, though, to be tested. But I had to be careful. These doctors had no idea what was happening with me. It was a good thing in a way. It doesn't take a genius to realize that if my smarts were exposed now, I'll end up in a testing facility with machines hooked up to my body going from one experiment to another. I needed to be careful, but I needed to test the potential extent of my abilities. I I decided to test my new abilities with my English teacher, Miss Eriks. I wanted to get her to move our upcoming test, not because I didn't know the material. Actually, quite the opposite. While I was studying for the test, I found out that I could memorize even the hardest pieces of literature, simply by scanning through the book. I just wanted to see if I could get her to do it. I noticed she's a dog lover, to the point of obsession. And, at this point, I had discovered that the best way to manipulate is to work with people's emotional attachments, their point of weakness. So, before class on the day of the big test, while everybody else was still filing in, I went to speak with her at her desk. I acted timid and sad as I shared a fake story about how my dog was sick and that he needed me to be there with him when they put him to sleep. Naturally, she understood my sentiments here. She told me how deeply sorry she felt and that I would be able to retake the test when I returned. But that's not what I wanted. Miss Eriks, how would you feel if you were putting your dog down and the whole world just kept on going, as if nothing was wrong? She looked into my eyes, and a vein started to pop in the middle of her forehead. I had struck a chord. I worked up some tears as I continued. If it's not too much to ask, Miss Eriks, and maybe it is, but most people wouldn't understand what it's like to love a dog so deeply. But all I ask is that we take this class period as a moment of silence for Fido and all the other dogs who never got that recognition. The test can wait for that, can't it? Now she had tears in her eyes as she looked over to the picture of her dog, which she got framed on her desk. She grabbed a tissue and blew her nose before turning to the class and announcing, "Class, today's test is postponed until tomorrow. Today's lesson is that, sometimes, there are things in life more important than sticking to a rigid schedule. Today, we take a moment of silence to send our best to Miss Sonia and her beloved dog Fido as they part ways." With her conclusion, she gave me a wink and gestured towards the door. That was my cue to leave. I put my hands on my heart as I said, "Thank you," and walked to my car. That was all I needed to know that I could have everything. And I found that I could also manipulate my world in other, smaller ways too. Like, I could now do my makeup perfectly. It's actually just based on the principle of the golden ratio. Easy, right? And I was able to pick up any musical instrument and play it like I had been practicing since childhood. Just about anything and everything came easy for me. By my senior year, I had attracted a lot of attention. Teachers had prompted me to take an IQ test and, to no surprise, I scored as a genius. Because of that, all of the different school clubs wanted me to become a member. Other kids wanted me to be their tutor or join their study groups. And my parents and teachers were all so excited and proud, but I really didn't care. It just was what it was, and I was already wrapped in manipulating them all anyways. Plus, I no longer had any time to waste on experiencing those emotions. I could clearly see what they did to people, leaving them vulnerable to manipulation and all. Easy prey. I just knew that feelings were the ultimate trap. For years, I manipulated the world around me with no issue at all. And during those years, I had a ball doing it. I talked my parents into buying me a new car, got front row seats to sold-out games, and free airline tickets around the world. Life was sweet. But like anything else, even that eventually got boring. I wanted something bigger and better, something new, a challenge. I wanted fame. So one night as I was sleeping, and at the same time solving an incredibly challenging math problem, an idea came to me. I would manipulate my way into getting on the biggest talent show in the country. With all of my new skills, I knew that I could have a very good chance of winning, and that would be the beginning of my fame and will give me the exposure I needed. I worked hard on crafting the right plan. I made several phone calls and sent emails, all to the right people who I knew would talk to the right people. And voila! One day I got the call. They wanted me to audition for the show. If I was still indulging in primal human emotions, I would have felt nervous when I was facing such a large crowd and those judges, with those spotlights hitting me. But instead, I just felt ready to show them why I should win. I brought 4 different instruments out on stage and played them all to create a new remix for a popular song at that time. I knew by the looks on the judges' faces that I already had it in the bag, but that wasn't all. While I was playing the song, I told each of the judges exactly what they were thinking. Again, it just takes serious observation. I even managed to expose one of the meanest judges as a softie. I don't think he was happy about that, but he couldn't deny it. That sold them. I was on to the next round, and the next, and the next, until I won the whole thing. That was the closest I had felt to excitement since my injury. Although, maybe it was more like feeling a sense of accomplishment. By the end of that whole journey, people all over the country knew who I was. I couldn't even go grocery shopping without somebody recognizing me. And everybody would say the same thing. "Oh my goodness! You're Sonia from America's Got Talent! Can you tell what I'm thinking now?" Everyone, that is, until I met Ryan. One day, I was in line for a bagel at my favorite deli when a guy behind me tapped me on the shoulder. It started off like all the rest. "Hey, you're Sonia from America's Got Talent, right?" "Yep, that's me," I replied, studying him so that I knew how to respond to his next question. But he took me by surprise when, instead, he asked, "Can I tell you what you're thinking?" At that moment, I was thinking that this guy couldn't possibly know what I'm thinking. And that's exactly what he said. 4 years later, we got married. As it turned out, Ryan was just like me. However, he had become a genius after receiving electric shock therapy for his depression years ago. A lot of people come out of that treatment with a scrambled brain, but he somehow came out a genius. It felt so nice having someone around who understood me and could actually stimulate me. We would talk about things that would have made other people think we were crazy. Things that everybody should talk about, really. But instead, they're too busy fiddling around with their emotions. Stuff like, existence. Another bonus of having Ryan in my life was that he was on the same mission. By the time we met, we were both millionaires. And now, we wanted to become billionaires. We were working on a project together that would create a foolproof space launch when I found out I was pregnant. And around the time of our first successful launch into space, our daughter, Sasha, launched herself onto Earth. For the first decade of her life, as harsh as it sounds, Sasha felt like a bit of an inconvenience. She demanded a great deal of attention, as all kids do, as well as emotional support, and, well, neither Ryan nor I had much patience nor empathy for those emotions. We did what we had to do in order to make sure that Sasha was taken care of. She had a good life, by most standards. We lived in a mansion, had beautiful cars and things. She could have anything she wanted. And she had a very lovely nanny, who spent more time with her than either Ryan or I ever did. Who has time for that anyway? Most of my days happily consisted of work. By the time Sasha was 5 years old, not only had Ryan and I accomplished our dream of becoming billionaires, but we also were now ruling the world with our science labs and tech companies. Our companies were known and used by everyone, and we had enough influence in the world to do whatever we wanted. We were literally on top of the world, and still, I wanted more. But one day, when Sasha was 7 years old, I got a phone call from her school. There had been an accident on the playground, and she had fallen off the top of the slide and had broken her leg. She was okay, but she was in the emergency room. Ryan and I were on our way to a very important business meeting when we got the call. Maybe the biggest meeting with the biggest potential for us yet. Now, had you asked me a day earlier, I would have told you that nothing in the world could have made me possibly sabotage that meeting by leaving. But right there and then, something inside of me felt different, and, to my own disbelief, I chose to go and see Sasha at the hospital instead. The whole way there, I was feeling things stirring inside of me. My chest was swirling with movement. From what I could remember, I believe it was a pure sense of motherhood worry that I've, perhaps, never allowed myself to experience. And when I got there and saw Sasha asleep and all bandaged up, I broke down. For the first time in well over a decade. I couldn't hold it back anymore. I cried, really cried. And not because I wanted to manipulate anything or get my way, but because I loved Sasha, and I'm now a bit ashamed to admit to you that I had never really felt that love before that moment. It was right there and then that the most important lesson I'd ever learned hit me, and that's saying a lot as a genius. Money and fame mean nothing, not in the grand scheme. There will never be enough to satisfy you, ever. Only authentic, loving connection and lived knowledge, which some would call wisdom, bring true value to life. In that hospital room, holding the hand of my sweet, beautiful daughter, I finally felt like the wealthiest person in the world.
Don't get any ideas. I'm not interested in a relationship.
Neither am I. I was thinking we could be friends.
After that, Chris and I talked and texted every night, and soon we started hanging out almost every day. No, we weren't dating. We were just, okay, fine, it's true. Every time he was close, his cologne made me dizzy, and when he looked at me, my stomach did that weird thing that it does after I eat too much cheese. And if his hand brushed against mine, I started having acid reflux. Yeah, I let my guard down and fell in love, okay? And I wasn't the only one.
I know we're supposed to be friends, but I love you, Nora, and I think we're meant to be together. Like the moon in the night sky, like the bees and the flowers, like water in a well.
Just shut up and kiss me. Soon after I'd graduated and moved in with Chris, he got a job as a bodyguard to protect this beautiful pop star, Sasha. Yeah, I know y'all have heard about her. Sasha, the gorgeous singing sensation who ended up dating her ex-bodyguard Damon? Yeah, that one. Sasha was going on tour, and for months, Chris was off traveling from city to city, and it got kinda lonely. Then one day, Mom and Sophie came to visit. Oh, Nora, my poor baby. You must be so sad.
What are you talking about? Stop it, Mom. It's none of your business.
Your sister needs to know.
Mom showed me a bunch of pictures online of Sasha leaning on Chris's arm and laughing. Then she turned on the TV, and some stupid reporter said how cute Chris and Sasha looked together. When I heard that, I suddenly picked up a bat and smashed the TV to pieces. Nora, don't listen to Mom. She's paranoid. All that stuff is stupid gossip. Sasha is with Damon, and Chris adores you.
Nora, don't be naive like your sister. Everybody lies and cheats.
After Sophie and Mom left, I called Chris, but he didn't answer. I kept thinking about what Mom said and how I'd broken all of my rules and now my heart was in danger. So the very next morning, I put on a disguise, took a bus to Sasha's next concert venue, and signed up as an extra on set. And I watched the two of them like a hawk. Every time Chris whispered something in Sasha's ear, my heart burned. She even asked him to zip up her dress once. Had everybody else died? One evening during Sasha's performance, I was backstage when I saw Chris and a dancer going into a dressing room and closing the door behind them. What the heck? I quickly ran after them and burst in. Aha! Caught you! Just then, I saw the girl's arm was bleeding and Chris was bandaging it.
Caught you? Wait, who are you exactly?
Oh God, I couldn't let him recognize me. I turned around and ran for it, with Chris sprinting right behind me. In my frenzy, I found myself heading straight for the stage.
Red alert, red alert. A snake is headed towards the eagle.
I found myself crashing into the dancers on stage, and just as I was about to run into a horrified Sasha, 4 men pinned me to the ground while the audience gasped. I was immediately carried away and found myself facing Chris backstage.
Nora?
I realized my wig had come off. Sasha's performance was ruined, and her manager insisted that Chris be fired.
What were you thinking? You compromised my client's security, and you cost me my job and my reputation.
Oh, I don't know, Chris. I was thinking how my hunky boyfriend hangs out with beautiful pop stars and dancers all the time and is never home anymore. Can you blame me for being paranoid?
Yes, I can. I haven't given you any reason not to trust me.
Yet. I just don't want you to be a bodyguard anymore.
Well, too bad. It's my job. Just go home, Nora. I don't want to be around you right now.
Feeling miserable, I ended up going to a dance club instead to get my mind off of everything. I saw this cute boy on stage playing with the band, and he kept winking at me. I recognized him from TV. He was a movie star. On an impulse, I took a deep breath and then walked up to the boy and gave him a passionate kiss. The next morning, I was back home, and I woke up to tons of pictures on the internet of me and that movie star kissing. Chris showed up at my door soon after.
Why would you do that to me? I thought we were in love.
Everybody cheats, babe. Welcome to the real world. I know you'll cheat on me one day if you aren't already. I am done with this stupid relationship. I walked out of there with my bags and went to Sophie. But soon after, I started feeling sick to my stomach. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I was a cheater, something I hated and felt horrible about. I made a big mistake. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, you messed up big time.
I wasn't talking to you, Clive. There's no need to be rude. You're right. I'm the worst, and I'm sorry for all the mean things I've said and done to you too. I don't know who I am anymore. I never wanted to hurt Chris, but something came over me. You let Mom get into your head, Nora. She says she's better off alone, but all I see is a bitter, paranoid woman who can't be happy and can't stand anyone else's happiness either. You deserve to love and be loved in return. And yeah, sometimes love can hurt, but sometimes it can also be amazing, like what Clive and I have. I really don't understand how that's possible with Clive. Okay, sorry. You're right. I decided to see a therapist and learned to deal with my insecurities and trust my heart. I even wrote Chris a letter apologizing for hurting him. I didn't get a response, but that was okay. One day, I went to eat at the cafe where Chris and I had our first kiss. Then someone walked up behind me.
You're sitting at my table.
I looked up to see Chris looking down at me. He smelled like an ocean breeze. My heart melted, but I tried to play it cool. I don't see your name on this table.
You're right. Do you mind if I sit with you?
I thought you hated me.
I did at first, but I couldn't hate you for too long. You really broke my heart, though.
I hope one day you can forgive me. You were the love of my life and my best friend. I want you back, but I understand if you can't trust me. Maybe we can start over? We could take it one day at a time.
I can't promise anything.
I've made a terrible mistake, and something awful is going to happen. I sneaked into the only place I'm not allowed to go, my parents' room. I couldn't stop myself. I was too curious to know what they were hiding, but I got caught. Now I have to fight for my life, running with tears on my face and nowhere to call home. I'm alone in this world. I'm an orphan who lost her real parents at age 5 and ended up with 2 complete strangers. I took a pause and sat on the curb. I needed to calm down. I tried hard to recall what had happened exactly, but I couldn't. All I knew was that one moment I was hiding, and the next, everything was in complete chaos. I saw everything around me shattered into pieces. I was standing in front of Clara, and she was going ballistic. Then she grabbed me by the hand and screamed words I couldn't remember. The room looked like it was hit by a tornado. What have they done? I jerked my arm away and started running in fear. Jacob was after me, trying to catch me. Luckily, I managed to get out of the door and escape before he could harm me. While I sat on the curb, a car seemed to be heading my way. I started shaking as it came closer. It was 2 a.m. and I was alone on the streets. I was so exhausted that I couldn't run anymore, so I just sat still and hoped it wouldn't stop. But it did. As the window rolled down slowly, I started to relax. It was a woman, and I knew who she was. "What are you doing here in the middle of the night, young lady?" It was Mrs. Jessel. She was new to the neighborhood. "Mrs. Jessel?" I started crying again. "Please take me to the police station, fast!" Without hesitation, Mrs. Jessel told me to get in the car. On the way, she kept asking questions, but I couldn't let her in on my secrets. I didn't know her that well. "You shouldn't be so trusting, Allegra, even with your own mother," she said as I was leaving the car. How did you know?" I asked in confusion. "I've heard things about your family, and I understand. You know where I live if you need anything. Now go, dear," she said as she squeezed my hand. When the policeman interviewed me, I exposed everything my parents did, but he didn't seem to care. "Allegra, I need you to focus and tell me exactly what happened tonight," he said. "I already told you I can't remember everything. They hurt me and that should be enough for you to arrest them," I said, frustrated. When I arrived home with the policeman, I saw Clara and Jacob outside. They looked like 2 lunatics searching for something they'd lost. When they saw me, they pretended to be relieved that I came back. Someone give them an Oscar. The officer questioned my parents while I was asked to go to my room and let the adults speak. I hoped that the officer would ask me to leave with him eventually, but after 2 hours of waiting, all he could tell me was, "Your parents explained everything. I hope you understand that things did not exactly happen the way you told me. You're tired and need rest. Call me if you need anything." I looked at the officer in disbelief. My parents had managed to deceive him. "Thank you, officer. Have a good night," I said as I held back my tears. The officer left and I got in bed. There wasn't much time left to sleep anyway. Shortly afterward, Clara knocked at my door and whispered, "Sweetie, are you awake?" She came in to check on me, but I pretended to be asleep. When Clara left the room, I struggled to fall asleep. Suddenly, I heard a voice. I snapped alert and turned to see who was there. It was not Clara. It was a female stranger. I couldn't see her face in the dark, but something about her felt comforting. "Can I help you?" I asked calmly. But she stood there for a while before she said, "I know you're alone. That's why I'm here for you." "Who are you?" I asked. "It doesn't matter. You must run away," she said. "Run for your life, Allegra." "Why? What do you know?" I started panicking. Before I could continue, the woman disappeared into thin air. I called out for her, but the room was completely empty. I placed my foot on the floor and was about to search the room, but I fell down and woke up from the dream. That dream was the strangest I'd ever had. I went downstairs while my parents were in the kitchen making breakfast. "Good morning, sweetheart. I made you pancakes," Clara said with a cheerful tone. No thanks," I said. "Oh, that's okay. I can make you some bacon and eggs. I know it's your favorite," she said, cheerily smiling. Jacob was smiling too. I stared at them totally confused. They were acting as if yesterday never even happened. "I don't want food," I said stiffly, but they ignored me. It was as if they didn't even hear me. "What is wrong with you two?" I screamed in anger. They stared at each other in silence. "Can you please tell me what is going on? I feel like I'm going crazy. You've been hiding stuff from me since the day of my car accident. You think I can't see it?" I looked at them, waiting for a response, but there was only silence. "Answer me!" I shouted again. "We can't answer your questions, Allegra," Jacob said in a cold tone. Clara looked at him as if she hoped he wouldn't utter another word. There's something very wrong happening here, and I know it. I ran up to my room before they could respond. I decided that I wasn't going to wait any longer. I needed to sneak into my parents' room one more time. I waited until midnight, and I was very careful not to wake them up as I searched for their phones. When I found Jacob's phone, I quickly took it outside and unlocked it. His password was very easy to guess. As I was scrolling through it, I noticed that he'd been receiving lots of email regarding my adoption. According to these emails, my biological mother's real name was Lilith. I didn't understand why they'd kept her name a secret. There was some serious stuff here, and as I read it, I started shaking. There were police reports about my car accident. There was too much to read, but the phone started ringing. As I was panicking and trying to silence it, my parents came in. I put the phone under the blanket and acted like I'd done nothing wrong. To my surprise, they took the phone and went to their room like everything was normal. As they were leaving, I shouted at them and told them I was going to find out the truth. But they didn't respond. The whole thing was just very weird. I was dying to know what the documents said about the car accident. I had so many unanswered questions. Since the day of my car accident, I've been struggling to remember many things. It happened on a Tuesday. I was driving home when the brakes stopped working. I pushed on them, but the car never stopped. I thought it would be my last day on Earth, but luckily, I survived. It was a miracle, but I was in a coma for a month. No one expected that I'd wake up. When I did, I was shocked to hear that a whole month had gone by while I was unconscious. The recovery was tough. I was in pain, but soon enough I was able to go back to my normal life. However, I felt anything but normal. I couldn't concentrate anymore, and I couldn't remember many things. No one took me seriously when I explained it. Your MRI scans look perfect. You don't need to worry, the doctor kept repeating. Even though I couldn't think as clearly as I used to, I wasn't stupid. I was sure that my accident had been planned by someone. My parents, however, rejected this idea completely and told me that I was imagining things. Ever since then, I'd been suspicious of them. I stopped asking them for the truth and started sneaking around instead. I only needed some proof, something to show that they'd intended for me to be killed. But who would help me? I had no one. I thought about turning to Mrs. Jessel, but something about her felt weird too. I decided to avoid everyone until I found a solution. Some time passed and things kept getting weirder and weirder. I struggled to remember each encounter I had with my parents, but my blackouts kept recurring. When I snapped back to reality, I found myself surrounded by complete chaos every single time. I found myself crying every night. I was lost, confused, and lonely. The only thing that gave me comfort was the woman in my dreams. She had no face or name, but she kept reappearing. She was my only friend, and that scared me a bit. After all, she was not real, but she was what I needed. Whatever she was helping me stay strong. And without her, I couldn't have planned my escape. Every morning, I grabbed a sheet of paper and started writing the things she talked to me about. I kept the paper under my pillow. It was the only thing that made me feel close to her when I wasn't dreaming. Something in this woman drew me to her like a magnet. I wished she really existed. Then one day, my secret dreams were not so secret anymore. I had gotten back from school when I noticed that my paper was not where I'd left it. I was nervous, but I knew exactly who took it. I ran downstairs calling out for Clara. My parents were sitting at the kitchen table. Clara held the paper in her hand and she motioned for me to sit with them. I came closer, shaking. What was going to happen now? Allegra, honey, we need to talk to you about this, she said as she showed me that piece of paper. Are you planning to run away? Jacob asked, looking worried. It's my private business, I said firmly. Allegra, we are extremely worried. We've been trying to get you the help you need. Please let us help you. I said, this is mine, I screamed as I snatched the paper from Clara's hands. But that's when it tore in half. I hate you both. Just leave me alone, I screamed and headed to my room. Allegra, stop. We have to tell you something. I paused. What? It's about your mother. Clara came closer and held my hand. Your biological mom has reappeared. We've been seeing her in the area. She came to us a while ago, demanding that we return you to her. I felt like the world had paused for a moment. My mother is here? Why didn't you let me meet her? I couldn't breathe. It's not that simple, honey. Your biological mother is dangerous. Jacob handed me some papers. This is the police report about the accident. You were right. It was actually planned, but we didn't want to stress you out while you were recovering, so we hid this from you. As I read the report, I was shocked to see her name as the first suspect. According to the police, they reported that Lilith had assumed that the car was my parents and she was trying to get rid of them. But you always said that my parents were good people. I could hardly speak. We didn't want you to know who they really were because we were afraid that would affect who you would grow up to be. We were just trying to protect you, Jacob said. But the report didn't end there. Apparently, while I was in a coma, my biological mother had been visiting me every day in secret. Another patient told the police that they heard her talking to me every day about her plans of how to reunite us. Suddenly, I started to connect the dots. The car accident, why I was having blackouts, why I couldn't remember stuff, and the mysterious woman who kept appearing in my dreams. Oh my God, this was even scarier than I thought. What happened the night you caught me in the closet? I pleaded to know. My parents looked at each other for a while, and then my mom spoke carefully. It was a blackout. You've been having them for a while now, and we don't really understand it. When you get upset, you get very angry and you start throwing things. When you snap out of it, you can't remember what happened. We tried to tell you and offered therapy to help, but the last time we did, you almost sent us to jail. I was the one creating all this chaos? It felt like the world had stopped. Why is this happening to me? I asked, trying not to cry. We're not sure, but we believe that the day of the accident was the day your childhood trauma started affecting you, especially with your mother's reappearance, Clara said in a gentle voice. I was overwhelmed. This was all very confusing. I started to feel like I was about to black out again, but that's when I felt my mother's arms around me. She hugged me and said, "Stay with me, Allegra. You can do it." I hugged her back and I slowly felt like I was coming back to reality. 3 months later, my blackouts started to disappear. I was aware of everything that was happening in the daytime, but the woman in my dreams kept reappearing and she wasn't hidden in the dark anymore. Slowly, I started to see more glimpses of her face, and I knew who she was. It was Lilith, my biological mother. These dreams were happening because of the many talks she had with me while I was in a coma. When I asked my parents about her, they had claimed that she was in jail and that I shouldn't worry about it. Even though I knew they were lying, I was okay with it. I had given them a hard time already, when all they had wanted to do was protect me. I must admit, however, that my biological mother had a lot of guts to drive me to the police station in the middle of the night. Later on, I asked about her, but everyone said that Mrs. Jessel had moved out all of a sudden, and no one knew where she'd gone. If anything, I've learned that no matter how bad my past was, it is now behind me. Sometimes it's better not to look back and try to move forward instead. Even though I had the urge to confront her, I decided that I wasn't going to look for her anymore. I would focus on the two most important people in my life, my real parents, Clara and Jacob.
Hey, I'm Claire, and my life's a mix of checkmates and chaos. Smash that like and subscribe button to keep up with my adventures. My mom had me and my older sister Joy while she was quite young. Whenever we went out with her, people often mistook her for our elder sister. She raised us as a single mom since my dad left her for someone else. Mom has always been overprotective of us, and she was extra paranoid when it came to boys. She would always sit Joy and me down and make us chant some words.
I am a precious girl. I'm not allowed to date any boy until I am 30.
Mom did everything to ensure we had everything we needed. She often worked 2 or 3 jobs just to afford rent. Joy, only 2 years older than me, was often left in charge of me because we couldn't afford a sitter. One day when I was 7, Mom left me with Joy and I was doing crafts when I accidentally spilled paint all over Joy's dress, her only nice one.
Everything ruined! Now I have to go back to wearing my torn hand-me-downs from our cousins. Here, you can wear this pretty one.
I cut out a paper dress from a magazine and handed it to Joy, but she was too upset to appreciate it. She would often stare out of the window, watching her friends play while she was stuck at home watching me. The only fun thing I did with her was a game we played together, and they are sponsoring this video.
Joy, I found the perfect thing that mixes strategy with style. Dragon City. It's a game where we can create our own dragon empires. And guess what? We can even have dragons that match our personalities.
Okay, you have my attention, but can I make my dragons the most glamorous creatures ever?
Absolutely! You can collect over 1,000 unique dragons, including some that look like they've walked right out of a makeup tutorial. And you're going to love customizing their habitats. It's like designing the perfect home, but for your dragons. And not only that, there are dragons of your favorite YouTubers. Oh, and there's a vibrant community of players who trade dragons and collaborate in alliances to unlock exclusive rewards.
I'm in, but if my dragons end up being more fabulous than yours, you owe me a makeup tutorial session.
Deal. And to get us started, there's a special bundle for new players. If you download it by clicking the link in our video description or scanning the QR code, you'll get 15,000 food, 30,000 gold, and the Black Metal Dragon.
One day, Mom had promised Joy that she could go to a sleepover at her friend's house. However, I fell sick.
You can't leave your sister here alone. She's unwell, and I can't take her to work with me. You'll have another chance to go.
Joy was beyond angry. So, I guess my life is all about raising you now. She tried to stay home and take care of me, but I guess she'd had enough that day. She yelled, "I can't do this anymore," and stormed out to go to her friend's house, leaving me alone. I tried to follow her down the stairs, but I tripped and fell, hurting my leg badly. When Mom came home and saw me crying and hurt, she was furious. Mom grounded Joy, saying she couldn't go out with her friends for a very long time. Joy just got angrier every day. She stopped talking to me and would just glare at me like it was all my fault. I felt really bad and wished I hadn't gotten sick that day. When I was 14, Mom decided to take us along to help her with work. She was working as a cleaner for a rich family. Joy and I were always arguing, so to keep us occupied when we weren't assisting her, Mom bought us a chess set.
You two had better learn to play this.
Joy had no interest in chess. She was always preoccupied with makeup and talking about Dan, a boy she had a crush on at one of Mom's jobs. I had never met Dan, but from Joy's descriptions, he sounded handsome. One day, while Mom was cleaning a client's house, I sneaked into his office. He had an amazing chess set. I set it up and started playing alone when he walked in. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to try it out.
I've been watching you play by yourself for the last hour. I'm impressed. Would you like to play against someone?
I've never played against anyone, but I can try. He sat down to play with me. Feeling nervous, I imagined that I was alone, and to my surprise, I won in less than 5 minutes. We played over 10 games, and I won each time. Checkmate.
Whoa, I didn't see that coming. Maybe I've lost touch with the game.
After many tries, he finally admitted defeat. He showed me his trophies from various chess tournaments, revealing that he was once a world champion. I was astonished that I'd won against him.
Maybe you need a younger challenger.
He then introduced me to his son Dan, who was incredibly handsome.
This is my boy Dan. I'm training him to be a champion too. Don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're pretty.
Bring it on. Playing against Dan was a real challenge, but I was beating him. Everything was going well until I noticed him swap a piece on the board. Hey, you've cheated. I saw what you did.
Don't blame me for being quick.
Just as I was about to win, Mom walked in and was furious.
What do you think you're doing playing with a boy?
Hey, I was just about to win. But Mom dragged me out of there and banned me from going to work with her again. Despite my attempts to explain my victory over the world champion, she wouldn't listen.
What have I always taught you?
That I'm a precious girl and I'm not allowed to date boys until I'm 30. It's Joy who's always daydreaming about Dan. I haven't done anything wrong. When we got home, Joy was cold towards me and even threw my chess pieces out the window. What is the matter with you? Why did you have to tell Mom I like Dan? I just panicked. I shouldn't have told her. She was just being hard on me. As I went outside to get my chess pieces, I saw a posh car parking outside our house. It was Dan's dad. He entered our house and handed Mom some papers, then left. When Mom came in, I practically jumped on her. What was that about, Mom?
That nice man has decided to sponsor you for a chess tournament in Europe.
I was thrilled by the opportunity, but I knew Mom would be hesitant to let me go. Please, Mom, can I go? I promise I'll be on my best behavior.
I can't have you away from me, and I can't leave my work or we'll be homeless.
I was about to protest furiously when Joy stepped in and offered to accompany me. I can take her, Mom. I'll watch over her. Everything will be all right. Please, Mom. Joy can take care of me like she always does.
I'll think about it.
After researching the tournament and discovering the $100,000 prize, Mom agreed to let us go.
You can go, but you must follow everything Joy tells you.
We flew to Europe in Dan's dad's private jet, with Dan joining us. Once airborne, Joy imposed a rule. I was forbidden from speaking to Dan. She made it clear she was on the trip to get closer to him. Remember what Mom said. You have to follow everything I say. I was fine with the rule. To me, Dan was a cheater who nearly robbed me of victory. Deal. It won't even bother me. I avoided Dan throughout the trip, but Joy was constantly around him, laughing at his jokes. When we landed, Dan approached me with stories about places he wanted to visit. Listen, I'm here for the tournament. I need to focus.
Ooh, scary. I was just trying to distract you from the competition.
When Joy saw us talking, she dragged me away. You're already breaking the rules. That's 1 strike. 2 more and you're out. He approached me, and you're breaking Mom's rules too. We're not supposed to talk to boys. Mom's not here, and I'm older, so I make the rules. At the tournament, I quickly became a favorite, advancing to the semifinals, while Dan was eliminated early.
So, you're really good, huh?
Looks like it. I don't even need to cheat. Soon after, my popularity soared. During an interview after qualifying for the semifinals, Dan suddenly joined me and told the reporters he hadn't seen someone as good as me in years. And then he hugged me. Of course, Joy saw that, and she was mad. We're going home. I saw you hugging Dan. That's against Mom's rules. He hugged me. It wasn't my fault. Joy didn't listen and started calling Mom to tell her. I couldn't leave before the semifinals. In a moment of desperation, I tackled her, and her phone fell into a drain. I'll follow your rule, but I won't let you ruin this moment for me. You're just stealing my crush. You've always known I liked Dan. I was about to defend myself, but things escalated escalated quickly. Our argument turned into a huge fight, and we were both shouting and not listening to each other. In the heat of the moment, I pushed Joy away, but she lost her balance, tripped, and fell badly. I was horrified. Joy, are you okay? But Joy was in a lot of pain. We rushed her to the hospital, and the doctor said she had broken her hip and needed rest for several weeks. I felt terrible. I'm so sorry, Joy. This is all my fault. Let's just leave now and make sure you get better. Are you insane? Go win that $100,000. Don't worry about me. I was only pretending to call Mom because I was angry. I wasn't actually gonna let you miss the semifinals. I was taken aback by her words. After everything that had happened, she was still thinking about my chance in the tournament. Aren't you worried about me flirting with your crush, Dan? Oh no, I don't like him. Not really. What? So why were you stopping me from getting close to him? I've always taken care of you. I never had friends or anything special going for me. And when I felt a little crush on a boy, he liked you. I wanted to stop it, but then I realized I really didn't even like that boy. I just didn't back off because I didn't like you having everything. I understand, Joy. You've always been there for me, and I've taken that for granted. You deserve to shine and have your dreams too. Let's promise to support each other from now on. No hugs, please. Your sweat stinks. Now go win that prize. I need some rest. Thank you, sis. I hugged her and left. The evening after Joy's accident, I was sitting outside the tournament hall before the match started, and I was startled when Dan quietly sat beside me, handing me some flowers.
These are for Joy. I thought you could take them with you to the hospital.
The flowers were Joy's favorite, daisies. It showed he really cared about what was happening in my life, not just the chess tournament.
I've arranged for a video call set up in your room so you can talk to her before and after your matches. I thought it might help both of you.
Thank you so much, Dan. I don't mean to be rude, but I don't think we can start a relationship right now. Winning this prize is my top priority, and I really need to stay focused. I can't afford any distractions.
I just wanted to make things a little easier for you. You've got a lot on your plate. You have a tell when you're anxious. Your ears get red. Maybe cover them.
You've noticed that? That was kinda sweet. Nobody but Mom and him had ever noticed that. The next day, I played well in the semifinals and won. I was excited, and Dan rushed to congratulate me. He hugged me, and then he kissed me. About the kiss, I'm not allowed.
I know. Joy told me about your mom's rule, but I really like you and want to be your boyfriend.
I was shocked. Dan wanted to be my boyfriend, but I had to be really sure this was okay with Joy. I needed her blessing first. But later, when I went with Dan to the hospital, Joy's things were gone. We ran to the hotel, and she wasn't there either. That's when Dan's dad found us.
Joy had to go home last night. Your mom fell and is in the hospital.
Oh my God, I'm going to the airport right now. I need to see Mom. Dan grabbed my arm gently, stopping me.
Wait, Claire, we can video chat with her. You can't give up on your dream now. Your mom only hurt her leg while cleaning the kitchen shelves. She'll be okay. You have to win this for her.
But they both need me now. Joy isn't in great health herself.
I understand you're worried. My dad has already taken care of Joy's hospital bills, and he'll cover your mom's too.
No, this is too much.
Don't worry. You can pay us back when you win.
I felt super focused after talking to Dan. The last game of the chess tournament was really tough, but I played my best. Then I made a big move, and I won! Everyone around me started cheering. I was so happy and excited. I saw Dan in the crowd. I ran up to him and gave him a big kiss. Cameras were there, and they showed our kiss on TV. When I got back home, Mom and Joy were waiting. Joy was smiling, but Mom looked serious. She was proud of me for winning, but she said,
"You're still grounded for having a boyfriend."
I guess some things never change.
And remember, you can download Dragon City by clicking the link in the description or scan the QR code and get a special bundle with 15,000 food plus 30,000 gold plus the Black Metal Dragon to get you started.
Hello, I'm Lily from Estonia. I grew up in an orphanage with my brother Joe. He's 2 years older than me, and we're total opposites. But before I continue, please like and subscribe, and you might get a kiss from your true love. My big brother Joe had shiny blonde hair and blue eyes, and he always got all the attention.
Look at this gorgeous kid. He's so beautiful.
But I was the opposite. I had dark hair and dark brown eyes, and my skin wasn't as fair, and no one ever said I was pretty. They hardly noticed me at all. Joe was tall and outgoing, and everybody liked him. I was short for my age, and the mean girls loved to tease me.
Aw, poor Lily. She's just so ugly. How does it feel to be a loser with a perfect brother?
But Joe always had my back.
Maybe you should learn to respect others.
Oh, for you, Joe? I'll learn anything. I'll learn how to respect others, and how to cook and clean. I'll even learn how to give birth.
You don't learn how to give birth, you just give birth.
I agree. You're right. You're so smart. See, Joe? I learned my lesson. I respected her. Now love me, Joe, please.
In school, things weren't much better. Joe was super smart and almost a genius.
Joe, that's amazing. A perfect score.
I could barely pass my exams, and I had a hard time paying attention in class. Sometimes I talked to the other kids when I wasn't supposed to, and I got out of my seat and I ran around the room, but I couldn't help it.
Lily, sit down.
Most of the teachers didn't like me at all. One time I was in grumpy old Miss Koppel's class, and I really had to go to the bathroom. The break just ended 2 minutes ago. You couldn't go then? Oh wait, you were busy playing. The only thing you do in school. No bathroom for you.
But it's an emergency.
Miss Koppel didn't budge. I tried to hold it, but a minute later, I peed my pants.
Ew!
Joe caught me crying in the hallway. What's wrong?
Miss Koppel wouldn't let me go to the bathroom.
Joe's face turned bright red, and he stormed into Miss Koppel's class. You stinky witch. Maybe a bitter old lady like you shouldn't be teaching. You should be at home fighting with your husband who's lost his hearing because of your constant screaming and will go blind soon looking at your hideous face. Miss Koppel sent Joe to the principal's office, and he got detention for 2 weeks. I felt so bad. I'm sorry I'm weird and stupid and always causing trouble. Don't say that about yourself, Lily. None of that is true.
Yes, it is. You're just pretending it's not. Don't worry about me and my problems. I'll handle them on my own. You don't have to be my big brother anymore.
No way. I'll always be your big brother, and I'll always have your back, no matter what. And one day, I hope you'll see how special and smart and beautiful you are. Joe hugged me, and I cried like a big baby. Then one day, the most amazing thing happened. We were adopted by a really nice couple. They had a big house, Joe and I got our own rooms, and new clothes. They even enrolled us in a fancy school. I was nervous at first because school was still hard, and I always got distracted. I was scared that my new teachers would hate me too. But then my new parents took me to the doctor.
Lily has ADHD, which means she's a bit hyperactive and has trouble paying attention. But she's a smart girl. Her IQ is well above average.
I went to therapy for a while to help me learn to stay focused. It was difficult at first, but Joe and my parents were really supportive, and eventually I got better. I started getting A's on my tests, and I even won Student of the Month for best behavior. When Joe and I reached high school, our lives totally changed. One day, Joe and I were hanging out at the mall when a strange woman ran up to us.
Your face is a work of art. Have you ever thought of being a model?
Not really.
Stick with me, darling. I'm gonna make you a star.
The woman was a modeling agent. Joe signed a contract with her, and soon, every other weekend, he was doing photo shoots all over the city. My life was much better too. My grades were at the top of my class, I had a bunch of new friends, and when I looked in the mirror for the first time, I liked what I saw, especially since my mom always told me how pretty I was and that I should love myself just as I am. I had a newfound confidence, and everyone noticed. Even though Joe and I weren't together all the time, we were still close. We had our own lives, and that was okay. We were always there for each other. Then one day, our dad got a new job and we moved across town. Another family, twice as rich as my parents, lived next door, and they had a daughter my age. The moment Joe saw her, he started acting strange. He was really dying to meet her.
Oh,
Love at first sight? Something only beautiful people do. Why don't you just go over there and say hello?
Just say hello?
It's not that easy. It has to be just right. She's my destiny. She's my true love. We're meant to be. We started thinking of ways to make them meet. What made it harder was that she was homeschooled. We saw a lot of sophisticated teachers coming and leaving the house. Joe took one of my shirts and went to her house, pretending he found it in the yard and it belonged to the girl. But a maid opened the door and took it, then slammed the door in Joe's face. One time, I saw the mystery girl leaving her house, and I started calling out random names. Emily, Sarah, Anna, Amber. But she still didn't look up. A couple of weeks passed, and I thought Joe would have moved on, but he was still determined to meet this girl. He hatched a new plan every day, but none of them worked. I needed a break, so I snuck off to the park to sketch. As I was sketching an oak tree, I heard someone walk up behind me. I turned to see a cute boy smiling at me.
Those are pretty good. Your shading and detail are amazing.
I froze. I'd never shown anyone my drawings before.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
The boy's name was Ryan. He was a couple of years older than me, and he was a talented artist. We talked for hours. Every time he looked into my eyes, my heart skipped a beat.
Geez, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go.
Maybe we could meet up tomorrow and, talk about art? Sorry, I can't. I was such a dork. What was I thinking? Asking a cute boy like Ryan out. He must already have a girlfriend. I wanted to crawl into a hole.
It's okay. Sorry I asked.
No, it's not like that. I'd love to see you again, but I'm leaving for New York tomorrow for art school.
My heart sank.
This doesn't have to be goodbye.
Ryan pulled out one of his sketches from his notebook.
He wrote his phone number on the back and gave it to me. I want you to have it.
I can't take this.
You can give it back when I see you again.
On my walk home, every time I thought about Ryan, I couldn't help but smile. I turned the corner onto my street, and then I saw something insane. The mystery girl was scaling the side of her house like a cat burglar. I hid behind a tree and texted Joe, but then the girl came charging at me like a maniac. She tried to grab my phone.
Give it to me.
Let go, you crazy girl. My phone slipped out of my hand, fell to the ground, and broke. I was so mad. I turned to yell at her, but then she started bawling like a big baby. I'm sorry about your phone. I just didn't know what to do. Her name was Sophia, and her parents made her break up with her boyfriend because he was poor. They won't let me see him or talk to him. My heart's been ripped to pieces. It hurts so bad. Please, make it stop. Don't cry. Things will be okay. How? Thankfully, Joe walked up just then. Sophia took one look at him and got all googly-eyed. Then she got confused. I can't do this. Sophia pushed Joe and ran away crying. The next day, Sophia showed up at her door. What I did to you wasn't cool. I was having a hard time.
If you don't mind me asking, what's wrong?
Well, I'm broken. Excuse me. If I could just squeeze past you. Each time life smiles at me, bad things happen shortly after. I fell in love with our gardener's son. It was a secret because I knew my parents would never approve. I don't know how, but they found out and things got really bad.
I'm so sorry.
If you could just step to the side a bit, I could get out of your way, and they fired him and his father and forced me to break up with him. Then they took my phone and homeschooled me for a while. My dad is an important politician, and he can't risk his reputation. And now, every morning, I wake up in a puddle of tears.
That's so sad.
Yes, very sad. I've got an idea. Why don't you two be friends? It might make you both feel better. Over the next few months, Joe and Sophia started getting closer, and so did our parents. Joe started dressing in expensive clothes, buying Sophia fancy gifts, and he'd brag to Sophia and her parents about how much money he made modeling. Once, Sophia's parents invited us for dinner.
Oh, neighbors, you have such a strong, confident, independent young man. I bet girls are fighting over him all the time. Yes, but I have eyes only for one girl.
As Joe looked at Sophia and she blushed, everyone noticed the two and smiled.
Oh, this is wonderful. We've been so worried about Sophia. I'm so happy she's found someone like you. We had to protect her, you know. She was tricked and manipulated by a dirty, poor boy that stole her heart. Ugh, poor people. You can't trust any of them. They're all liars and cheats.
That's not true.
Oh, you sweet, naive girl. You'll learn soon enough.
Then Sophia's parents laughed at me, like what I said was some big joke. I'm not naive. You're just wrong. Joe and I used to be poor. We're not liars and cheats. We're not dirty, and we're not bad people.
Joe's an exception, of course. Who knew an adopted orphan could be so perfect? You guys hit the jackpot with your son. Your daughter, well, she's no Sophia.
Oh, you're right about that, honey. Joe lowered his head. My parents looked away, and I was about to explode. What's that supposed to mean? Thank you for the meal. We must get going. When we got home, my parents sat me and Joe down for a talk.
Joe, we don't want you seeing Sophia anymore.
No, that's not happening. I love her. You can't tell me what to do. Stop yelling at Dad.
Son, what her parents said about your sister is unacceptable. They were just joking. They're really nice once you get to know them.
Are you blind? Sophia's parents are jerks, and ever since you've been hanging out with them, you've changed.
If I have to impress Sophia's parents to get their blessing, then I'll do it. True love is worth it. But you wouldn't know anything about love. You've never had a boyfriend and you look like you sleep in a trash can. Don't talk to your sister like that. That's enough. No more Sophia, and that's final.
Then Joe got mad and shoved Dad. Dad fell and hit his head hard on the table. Dad! I rushed to Dad's side. He was really hurt. Mom called the ambulance. Then I looked up and saw Joe.
I'm sorry.
Joe ran out of the house. Dad had a minor concussion, and we spent the night in the emergency room. By the time we got back home, all of Joe's things were gone. We heard from the neighbors that he and Sophia moved into her parents' villa in Paris. Dad was weak after the injury, so I helped him out at the office. Staying on top of my schoolwork and helping Dad was tough, but I enjoyed spending more time with him. My parents and I tried calling Joe, but he never answered, which made me really sad. My new friend Ryan always found ways to cheer me up. He sent me funny sketches and MSA videos. One summer, he came back to town and we sat under the oak tree. We saw a boy and a girl playing on the swings, and I started to cry.
What's wrong?
I miss my brother. He was my best friend and always had my back. I'm scared I'll never see him again.
He's your brother, and he could never stop loving you. I'm sure he'll come back to you one day.
Then Ryan handed me a sketchbook and I drew a picture of me and Joe. Ryan encouraged me to study art, and eventually I started selling my drawings. 5 years later, we got married in a small ceremony in our backyard, and soon after, we had a baby. But there were complications. I felt this horrible pain and the machine started to beep. As the doctors raced to save me, I cried out, "Joe, my brother, Joe, come to me." Then I fainted. I woke up from a coma 2 days later, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Joe and Sophia sitting beside me with tears in their eyes. "Joe?"
Yes, Lily.
"Is that you?"
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, Lily. I'm so sorry for everything.
I looked up at my parents. They smiled and nodded. I knew from the look in their eyes that they'd forgiven Joe and wanted me to do the same. "You broke our promise. You said you'd always have my back, but you chose Sophia and her parents over us." "My parents are just mean and have been controlling my life since forever. We had enough and we couldn't take it anymore, so we left. And they cut us off."
But it's been so hard. I couldn't find work. We barely had enough money for food and rent, but I was ashamed to come back and ask for help.
"We felt like we broke your family. We didn't want to make things worse."
Then we heard you were in a coma, so we came immediately. I couldn't let you down again. Lily, I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm asking you to let me earn the privilege to be your big brother again.
"You'll always be my big brother. I just wanted to see you. I would have helped you no matter what." Then Joe hugged me and I hugged him back.
Have you ever had a dream so big it seemed impossible to reach? What should you do if nobody around believes in you? Or they try to take you down out of envy? Hi, I'm Wu Ziqian, and my story takes place some 1400 years ago in the Chinese Empire. Yet, I feel some things haven't changed much for us girls. The year I was born, a total sun eclipse darkened the sky. It was a sign of big changes, though at the time, nobody would have guessed that small, sweet Wu would be the one to make history. Growing up, life was good. I had 2 sisters and 2 older half-brothers from Dad's previous marriage. Our family was not part of the aristocratic class, but was very wealthy, which meant I didn't have to do any chores as we had staff taking care of daily activities. However, unlike other rich girls who mostly lazed off, Dad encouraged me to study from a young age. He soon realized just how smart I was, with a talent for poetry and public speaking, so he started to take me on business trips. I loved meeting new people and asked lots of questions. Yes, I was a bit unusual as a kid, but my family was very proud of me. Well, except my brothers.
Why are you studying again? You're just a girl.
And?
Your job is to get married and to have kids. Dad is wasting resources on you. Maybe he's afraid you'll never find a husband. And what's this? Oops.
And with that, he spilled ink all over my notes. One day, you'll regret being so mean. I tried avoiding them as much as possible. But then, around the time I was 14, Dad got very ill and left us. Nothing was ever the same. My brothers started acting like the bosses of the family. Without Dad to keep them in check, they became rude to Mom, bullied my sisters, and were especially mean to me. Like the time I spent too much time with a friend and was late for my curfew. It was a rainy evening. I ran back home, but the front gates were already locked. No matter how much I yelled and banged on the doors, nobody could hear me over the wind and thunder. In the end, I crouched there all night until early morning. Mom found me crying and shivering.
"I'm so sorry, Wu. They told me you were back and sleeping. I should have checked."
That little adventure gave me a cold so bad I stayed in bed for a week. Without Dad, I felt powerless. I had to do something to change my fate, not only for me, but also for my mom. A chance presented itself when a beauty contest was held in town. The winner would be taken to serve at the palace. It was a huge deal and a way to gain respect and admiration. Mom was worried about my plan, and her fears came true when I won. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a surprise, being not only the prettiest girl in town, but also well-educated. My brothers just scoffed at the news and said they won't miss me. Typical. Mom helped me pack my things, and on the day of my departure, she cried as we hugged. "Don't be sad, Mother. Who's to say it isn't my fate to meet the Emperor?" And so, she understood. I wasn't going to the palace to escape my problems. problems. No, I had a bigger plan. A hope to get noticed by the Emperor, maybe one day marrying into the royal family. Something to bring honor to my name. But my life in the palace started on the wrong foot. The Emperor took a quick glance at me and decided I'll be doing laundry? I didn't spend my childhood reading the classics and refining my calligraphy for this. One day, I was trying to get inside the palace library, but the guard wouldn't let me in, questioning if I could even read. Are you kidding? I was composing poetry at 6. Give me some books or I'll report you to the Emperor. Just then, the guard went pale looking behind me. I turned and, oh my, the Emperor had heard it all. He seemed amused and I just doubled down, following him around the library all afternoon. By the end of the day, he was so impressed by my wit and education that he made me his secretary. Finally, that was my chance to work my way up the political ladder until, a decade later, nothing has changed. I'm a forgotten secretary. Then, the Emperor passed away and I got sent to a Buddhist convent to be a nun. All that time spent in the palace led nowhere. I even shaved my head. But not all was lost. You see, while I was living at the palace, I got close to the Emperor's youngest son, Li. We met one random day when I was holding a bowl for him to clean his hands, and he flicked some water at me. Offended by his childish behavior, I was ready to give him a lecture. His shy smile and cute face melted my rage. So refreshing. It's quite a warm day, isn't it? He laughed and we started chatting, quickly becoming friends. We were close in age, and unlike other officials, he was kind and humble, easy to talk to.
Do you ever regret coming to the palace? You probably miss your family.
I do. Well, everyone except my brothers. Those two I would banish to the corner of the empire, never to be seen again.
I get that. My brothers either pretend I don't exist or act as if I'm beneath them. You think 2 are bad? Try living with 13.
Can't you do something about them? You are a prince after all.
It's just a title. You'll learn it in time. Having a title doesn't necessarily mean the same as having power.
I knew what he meant. Li, being the youngest, had 0 chances of succeeding his father. However, fate really had a sense of humor. Turns out, his brothers were so busy fighting each other over the title of crown prince that the Emperor decided Li was the better candidate for the throne. And that's how my decade-long crush became the new emperor. He actually changed his name to Gaozong, but I'll keep calling him Li to avoid confusion. I was genuinely happy for him, even if my new status as nun meant we could never be together. One day, I wrote a poem about how much I missed him and took a chance sending it to the palace. Maybe he wouldn't even have time to read it, but I had to try. To my surprise, it worked, and Li came to the temple.
I got your letter. Is it true?
Tears started rolling down my cheeks as I nodded. We hugged, and when it was time for us to part, I could see he was reluctant to do so. Could it be that my feelings were reciprocated? Indeed, he kept visiting, and one evening, I got a note saying I could grow my hair again. 1 year later, I was summoned back to the palace. There, I met Lady Wang, who was quite a big name in court. She was to become empress, having been chosen as a consort by Li's father himself. But that didn't mean things between them were all rosy and peachy.
I had meetings all day, and when I finally got the chance to relax at dinner, Wang started talking about more political issues. It's the last thing I want during my free time.
Is that why you're hiding in the stables with me?
Not hiding, just surveying your work.
Truly, some things never change. Li was the most powerful person in the empire, yet his life was affected by so many people's influence and choices. I decided to be by his side the best I could, and in time, everyone started noticing how close we were, including Wang. That's when she showed her true colors. One afternoon, she invited me for tea.
Tell me about your family. I heard your dad got lucky during the rebellion, but he wasn't aristocracy.
My mom is.
Ah, yes. And what did she accomplish? Only had daughters and is not well liked by her stepsons? How disgraceful.
What is your point, Lady Wang?
I'm just reminding you of your place. The only reason you've been called back was so the Emperor wouldn't have to visit that nunnery all the time. But do not be mistaken. You are not part of this world.
And then she started giving me so much work I couldn't keep up with it, and then complained about how lazy I was. Little did she know, I was used to palace drama and was prepared to face much worse. One day, Li surprised me with a beautiful hairpin with pearls and small gold lotus flowers. I was walking back to my chambers holding the small present when I noticed Lady Wang scolding a maid for spilling some water on her dress. The poor girl ran with tears in her eyes, and I felt my blood boil. I knew what it meant to be beneath those of higher rank, both at home and at the palace. But then I got an idea. I followed the maid and gave her the hairpin. Lady Wu, this is can't accept it. Sure you can. I want you to feel better. But I could never repay you. Just tell me the gossip you hear around the court. That's all I want. And so, I started befriending servants and lower officials in exchange for news. Soon, I had ears and allies everywhere. And that's how I found out Wang's envy ran deeper than anyone imagined. That night, I ran to Emperor Li. You have to come with me. Now, we silently walked through empty corridors, and I told Li to wait outside as I marched into Wang's chambers. There, as the informer said, she was performing some sort of ritual with a voodoo doll shaped like me. I knew you were a witch, but this? Why stoop so low?
Why? You spend too much time with the Emperor. I have to stop you.
Just then, Li walked into the room.
Lady Wang, I'm very disappointed. You are far from the noble woman I thought I'd marry.
She threw herself on her knees, begging for forgiveness, but it was no use. Witchcraft was a serious charge at the time, so Li banished her from the palace. Soon after that, Li confessed his feelings, and I was made the official consort, the new empress. But, as Li said years ago, a title alone doesn't mean power, and that became clear to me while I kept listening to the Emperor's meetings with his advisors. I sat, as usual, in a small room behind a curtain of pearls, voicing my opinion when needed. The times my husband was ill, he trusted me to make decisions in his place, and some of his officials were seriously offended by this.
It feels like the woman behind the curtain is the one actually running the state. This is even beyond the palace walls. Truly unacceptable.
Behind their protests, there was nothing but envy for the fact I was becoming more and more influential in court, and try as they might, they couldn't stop me. Some years later, Li and I took a vacation to my hometown, which turned into days of feast and celebration. I had finally brought honor and status to my family. One evening, during a family dinner, Mom brought up the topic with my brothers.
Aren't you grateful for everything Wu did for us? She just got lucky. Wu's not special, her husband is. Also, we never asked for the high rank she gave us.
Mom flew into a rage, and the next day came to the palace to meet me.
Maybe it's time to give them a lesson, Your Highness.
And so, I sent them to govern a faraway province where they couldn't bother my mother anymore. It seemed like at every turn, I was reminded how my accomplishments were never enough because I was a woman. But what if I could use that to my advantage? Was there a way to stand out from other empresses? The answer was Feng Shen, a religious ceremony. It involved gathering our entire court, leaders and aristocrats from neighboring countries, staff, and an entire army, and all together do a pilgrimage to a sacred mountain. It was extremely expensive, and only 6 emperors out of 300 could afford it. Also, I added a small twist to it. After much planning, I brought up the idea to Li and the council. Our borders are safe, the economy is good, people are pleased. I think we've earned it.
That is true, but Your Highness, we cannot allow the Empress to perform the second ritual. It is for us officials to do.
Oh, I knew they'd say that. Your Highness, the Emperor makes offerings at the top of the mountain to heaven, which represents masculine energy. At the bottom, the offerings are made to earth, which is feminine. It makes more sense for a woman to do it. Li agreed and fired the advisor who opposed me, sending a clear message to the rest of them. And so, we gathered thousands of people and traveled for months to Mount Tai. I performed the rituals along with my husband, and we ended the procession with a huge banquet. And with that, I secured my place in history. Years went by. Li and I governed as a team, but slowly his health started deteriorating. Everyone at court knew his time was near. As I sat at his bedside, we held hands, till slowly his got cold. I wanted to mourn, cry, and give up, but everything we built together would have crumbled if I did so. The council wanted my son on the throne, but he wasn't as capable as me and would have been a puppet to the advisors. So why give up power and risk the empire's stability when I could rule it just fine? Only because I was a woman? That never stopped me before. And so I did what I was good at, securing the throne and winning allies. At one point, some ex-officials started a rebellion against me. One of them wrote an entire manifesto making up all kinds of stories about me. It was read in court, and at the end, everyone was silent until I bursted out laughing. Who wrote that? So creative. We should have kept him. My army defeated the rebels swiftly, and then I addressed the council with an ultimatum. If anyone here thinks they are more capable than me, speak now. Otherwise, pledge your loyalty. My
opponents stepped down one by one until eventually I was crowned as the first female emperor, the only time in history it ever happened. Other women have tried to rule as wives or widows, whispering in their son's or husband's ear, but none had the official title and absolute power. For another 15 years, I skillfully led my people. Try as they might, not even my greatest opponents could deny the fact I was a good leader. They attacked my character, painting me as a power-hungry, ruthless woman, but never once criticized my governing skills. Truly, my greatest flaw was my audacity to play the power games of men and win. Today, historians keep uncovering the remnants of my empire's riches and culture. I wanted to make China the greatest empire in the world, and under my guidance, at the time, it was. So don't let the circumstances you were born with determine who or what you can be. Have you ever stared at yourself in the mirror and literally didn't recognize the person staring back? Welcome to my life, a masterclass in fake it till you make it. Hi, my name is Tessa, and I've been living a lie since I was 6. That's when the Crawfords adopted me. Initially, it felt like a dream come true. A mansion the size of a small country, a garage full of cars, and parents who paraded me around like their favorite charity project. And this is our daughter, Tessa. We rescued her from that dreadful orphanage. But as I got older, the constant stares and whispers started to get to me. I was tired of being the adopted one in a family of blue-eyed, perfect-looking people.
Why don't you look like your parents? Are you like the help or something?
So by the time I started at a new high school, I took matters into my own hands. Every morning, my routine was the same. Wake up in my perfect room, put on my perfect clothes, and finish with the most important part, blue contact lenses to cover up my boring brown eyes. The Crawfords never asked me to hide who I was, but they never stopped me either. And honestly, it was easier this way. No more questions, no more explanations, just Tessa Crawford, the perfect daughter with the perfect blue eyes that matched her perfect parents. And that perfect image didn't stop there. Very soon, I was the queen bee of my school. Top of the social pyramid, an Instagram feed that looked like a fashion magazine, and grades that would make any parents proud. I had the whole package. Well, except for one seriously annoying problem. Ryan Bennett, king of the jocks, heir to Bennett Corp, and owner of the world's most punchable face, who'd been trying to make me his girlfriend since freshman year.
Come on, Tessa! We're practically royalty at this school. Can you imagine the power couple we'd be? Our parents practically run this town together.
Wow, Ryan. When you put it like that, I'd still rather date a cactus. But I always kept the rejection light and friendly. See, Ryan wasn't just annoying. He was the kind of guy who'd destroy your entire social life if you bruised his ego. And with our parents' businesses connected, I couldn't risk it. So I played nice, while mentally calculating how quickly I could escape every conversation. My perfectly crafted fake life was running smoothly, until he came along like a wrecking ball. Ethan Cole, new kid, foster child, always carrying a beat-up sketchbook and wearing clothes splattered with so much paint they looked like a Jackson Pollock original. The second he walked into class, I knew Ryan would make him his personal chew toy.
Hey, Goodwill, did a rainbow throw up on you, or is that your idea of fashion?
His squad of brainless hyenas erupted in laughter, while I sank lower in my seat in embarrassment. But Ethan? He just looked at Ryan with this amused expression, like Ryan was a toddler having a tantrum in a grocery store.
Genuine creativity intimidates those with empty lives. Thanks for the psychological case study.
What? Nobody talked to Ryan Bennett like that, ever. Ryan's face turned blazing red, but before he could respond, the teacher walked in. I thought that would be the end of it. Man, could I be more wrong? Over the next week, Ryan and his goons accidentally spilled paint all over Ethan's English essay, shoved him into lockers when teachers weren't looking, and even started an Instagram account dedicated to mocking his secondhand clothes, calling him a peasant painter. Through it all, Ethan kept a poker face, never giving them the satisfaction of seeing him crack. But I noticed the shadow under his eyes growing darker each day. Then came the art show event. Ethan had entered his painting into the district competition, a breathtaking piece that showed a small child reaching for the stars. I overheard him telling the art teacher it had taken him 3 months to create. When I arrived at school the next morning, there was a crowd gathered in the hallway. I pushed through to see Ethan standing in front of what remained of his painting, now slashed to ribbons, with crude words spray painted across it, while Ryan and his friends were snickering nearby. For just a split second, Ethan's mask slipped. I saw tears in his eyes as he gathered his destroyed canvas with trembling hands. No one else seemed to notice. They were already moving on to the next piece of hallway gossip. But I couldn't look away. That afternoon, I did something completely insane. I wrote an actual physical note, like we were living in the Stone Age, and slipped it into his locker. "You're stronger than they know. Just don't give up." Then, I lurked behind a pillar like some deranged stalker, watching as he found it. When he smiled, this genuine, surprised smile that transformed his entire face, I felt this weird flutter in my chest. But I didn't dare actually talk to him. Are you kidding? Me, Tessa Crawford, voluntarily interacting with the paint-splattered foster kid? That would be social suicide. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about him. How could anyone be so comfortable just existing as themselves? One day after school, I spotted Ethan sneaking off with his paint supplies, and something possessed me to follow him. I felt like the world's worst spy, ducking behind trees and cars, praying nobody from school would see me. He led me to this abandoned playground, rusted swings barely hanging on, a slide covered in graffiti, the whole post-apocalyptic vibe. But Ethan walked straight to a crumbling concrete wall and started painting the most incredible mural I'd ever seen. I crept closer to get a better look when, oh my God, I'd stepped on an empty soda can. I dove behind the slide and quickly climbed up, my heart threatening to explode out of my chest. And then, because the universe hates me, my phone started blaring my ringtone. Shut up! Oh my God, shut up! In my panic to silence it, the phone went flying out of my hands, skidding down the slide, and landing directly at Ethan's feet.
Well, hello there, mysterious stalker's phone. Let's see who's calling.
He picked it up, then answered with a smirk.
Thank you for calling Stalkers R Us. Your business is important to us. Please hold while I locate the owner of this phone.
What? Who is this? Where's Tessa?
Ah, Tessa. She just went to the bathroom. Can I take a message?
Yes. Tell her that her parents are leaving for a charity gala in Paris in an hour,
and we'll see her in a few days.
Then Mom just hung up, and I wanted to evaporate on the spot. I slowly emerged from my hiding spot, face burning hotter than the sun. I can explain. I was
Following me? Pretty sure that's defined as stalking in all 50 states.
I wasn't stalking you. I was taking a shortcut, and then I saw you and got curious.
A shortcut through an abandoned playground surrounded by a chain link fence with no trespassing signs every 5 feet?
Okay, fine. I followed you. Happy now? Just don't tell anyone at school, okay? I have a reputation. Instead of mocking me, Ethan just laughed, like he genuinely found the whole situation hilarious.
Your secret's safe with me, Princess.
He gestured toward his mural, a stunning scene of people helping each other during a storm, sharing umbrellas and reaching out their hands to pull others to safety.
Want to see what I'm working on? Up close?
And that was the beginning of the end for the fake Tessa Crawford. Over the next few weeks, I started sneaking away to meet Ethan at that playground. At first, I told myself it was just artistic curiosity, and I liked watching him paint. But the truth was, I liked talking to him. Really talking. Not the fake small talk I did with my friends where we discussed nothing but Instagram likes and who was dating who. One night, sitting on those rusty swings, I finally told him the truth. I've been adopted since I was 6. The Crawfords, they've given me everything a girl could dream of. The house, the clothes, the opportunities. And I'm sure they love me, in their own way. But what I've really wanted the most is their attention, you know? And they're usually too busy with their galas and business meetings to give me that. Sometimes I feel more like a charity project than their daughter.
Is that why you hide your real eyes?
I nearly toppled off the swing. How did you—
The blue doesn't quite match your skin tone. Also, the way you're always rubbing your eyes when you think no one's looking. I don't think it's the most comfortable thing in the world.
They do get uncomfortable after wearing them all day.
So take them out.
What? No,
There's no one here but me, Tess.
Something in his voice made me trust him. With shaking hands, I carefully removed the first one, then the other, blinking as my eyes adjusted. And then, I finally looked up at him.
For what it's worth, your real eyes are way more captivating. They've got these little gold flecks that catch the light. Just stunning.
Then he leaned in and lightly kissed me. And I felt that for the first time, someone had really seen me. And Ethan just had this freaky superpower for noticing things everyone else missed. Like how Mrs. Daniels, the lunch lady, wore the same worn-out shoes every day because she was sending her kid to college. Or how Mr. Rivera, the librarian, always had hospital forms peeking out of his bag because his daughter was sick. Together, we started leaving anonymous notes for people we knew were struggling, just like I'd done for him that first day. You really think a little note makes any difference?
When I got yours, it was the first time anyone at school had shown me a speck of kindness. So, yeah, they matter. A lot.
The more time I spent with Ethan, the harder it got to step back into my fake life. It was like having 2 separate identities that were getting impossible to keep apart.
I don't get it, Tess. How can you stand those people? Especially Ryan. The guy's basically a walking cologne ad with the personality of a mosquito.
You don't understand how it works. My dad's company and Ryan's dad's company are practically joined at the hip. And the rest of my friends, they're not that bad.
Yeah? Think they'd accept me if they knew we were friends?
They might. If you tried to fit in a little, maybe tone down the whole— I gestured vaguely at his paint-splattered everything.
The whole me thing. Got it.
It felt kind of terrible that I'd said it, but to my complete shock, Ethan actually tried. He started wearing cleaner clothes, tamed his wild hair, and even sat with us at lunch. I was touched because it meant he cared enough about me to do something that was obviously hard for him. But Ryan and my friends still felt